1. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the North American Strikers League Season 7, Week 3. I'm your host, Vaughn, and your returning champion, Have to Flex It. And I'm joined here by three very handsome men that I all like a lot. So I've got Mystic Dropletto and A on the cast today. So we're actually starting with plenty of time. So we've got a little bit of discussion for you. And as always, a very engaging game that you can play along with. So without further ado, I actually want to talk a little bit about a narrative that I need more attention drawn to, which really is starting to rear its head after the week 2 match between the Bombardiers and Demon Time, and that is shapeshifting, or as I should call him now, Stealth Rock, has begun his quest to become the newest Dawn after 2-0ing Shianzu and going neck and neck with Carmine in week 1. He's really proven that this role swap to midfield is no joke. So I want to actually talk about that series last time, and we're going to start with game 1, which is on Demon Deus, which I found very, very peculiar because if I'm not mistaken, Demon Time was 9-1 on the map. They definitely didn't take a set. So first I want to throw this to A, or Mystic, because these characters are up our alley as midfielders, current or former. Shout out goalie. If you watched that game, you saw that the Bombardiers picked a backline with Finny Juno to answer the triple ranged characters that Demon Time had locked in for themselves, and it really looked like the game was won in draft. Why was it so much of a stomp for the side of Bombardiers, even though Demon Time is arguably as least as good, if not stronger than them? So I'm interested what you guys have to think about those.
Yeah, I think when you think about like Finny and Juno, a lot of times what they're trying to do is just keep the core into a certain kind of area, keep it into close quarters. And so when you're up against double range like Estelle and Aimee, for example, I believe it was Gumi that was on Aimee. He
It's
can't
actually on
really do.
Vice, I think.
Oh, he's on Vice. Okay, well, one of them
Yeah,
was on Aimee, I thought, but either
correct.
way,
Yep, you're
same,
right.
same thing, same thing. Aimee Vice, same character. Um, Juno is really good at just like stopping their one-time hit, and so kind of being able to push the core forward and allowing Threezy Breezy to get onto the end of the core is just really easy for the side of Bombardiers to take that game 1, I thought.
And then I've got a question for you, for both the hot and drop Leto. We're seeing something interesting where double midfield or a midfielder playing a brawler has been played more so in these last 2 weeks than ever before. In this game specifically, we saw in game 1 that Showtime played Aimee plus Estelle, and we've seen Demon Time or Showtime in their past play something like Estelle Octavia. So why do you guys think that we're seeing more Amy or Stell? What are the strengths of those characters? What do they do better than a potential normal brawler, even though it lost? Do you think we'll see more of that? Like, what are your thoughts on, is this just a fad? You know, have we started something new? I'm curious to hear, as two players who have been in nasl in the past, this is something we really haven't seen much of in the same level that we are now.
Sure, I can take this one. So we've definitely seen, like you said in the past, it's been traditional brawler where a melee character, not much range, ends up taking the helm, followed by a more core control-y or sometimes damage focused midfield. But with the shift to Estelle mostly, and we've been seeing it a lot in I've been seeing a lot in solo queue games and some of the scrims that have been going on. The Estelle or I should say, like, the barrier between the role of forward or brawler and the role of midfield seems to get blurred quite a bit when Estelle gets locked in, and that Estelle is being piloted really well by people who know a little bit of both, or a little bit about each role, enough that they can rotate around, be in either position, play the midfield, play a little bit more core control. Rule of twos, if you know, you know. Um,
Facts.
and I think the fact that Estelle specifically has a lot of these tools to win her 1v1s, has the blink to collapse, has these high score pressuring abilities with either it's just strike old primary or anything of the sort, allows her to be so flexible that she can play like almost positionless, right? And I think that pairs really well with a ranged midfielder, especially Aimee, who can collapse with that secondary.
I like that. And Dropletto, I'm going to turn it over to you here because in game 2, we saw both teams throw away any preconceived notions we'd had about double midfield, where we saw the two titular Dropletto characters, X and Asher, locked in on Tycho Temple. Which of those characters do you think is stronger in the current day, and why would you prefer picking one or the other in certain situations? Because I think they're both incredibly powerful, and I know that's not a maybe sentiment shared by everyone, but I would rather play against an X than an Asher. So could you elaborate a little bit more about why you think those teams deviated so harshly from the comps they picked in game 1 to just going X Asher? Like, what are those? Why don't we see more of those characters picked? Because their presence isn't even like the highest in the league.
So I think the most obvious one for sure is it's Taiko Temple. That map is like white
Fringe.
bread and butter.
Yeah.
You strike it in the corner. You take your X, Julie Asher, press all your abilities in order. Boom, outplayed. But I honestly think that one of the big reasons that we're seeing a lot more double midfield is just we're so far in the game's life that people want to find other ways to play. It's not just like, oh, we're looking for another way to win. Maybe I don't want to play another game of Asher. Maybe it's time, take the shoes off the brawler, put on the Estelle, put on the Ivy, have a little bit of fun in our games. But I personally think that even though Asher is the most annoying character to play against in the game, as always, I think X is stronger just because I think being able to threaten taking over the game through damage is super important. If X just gets like 2 Right Awakenings, bulk up plus, it can do really anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Anything, man.
Bulk up plus
and
1.
yeah, and your entire team starts dying into your net. That sucks. Asher doesn't really have that win con. She has her speed size, course lop, and just kind of hit it at you, which is she has that at level 1. It doesn't really change. She just gets better at it with Awakenings. But not having primary into Exalt really kind of hurts her, even if I think she is the best stuffing brawler in the game right now.
Yeah, I think you raised some good points about why you might prefer X over Asher. And you mentioned a lot of Awakenings, which perfectly segues to our content of the day, and I like to call it Awakening Archaeology. So you guys are on a game show with me today. You will see a tier list made by a top-ranked player all the way back in 2023. I will reveal to you sequentially more and more of the tier list, and it is your job to guess what character the tier list is made for. Now, here are some stipulations. 1, you are allowed to guess the same character every single round. There are going to be 3 rounds for each character, and you earn more points the earlier you guess it correctly. Let's say your first character, you don't know this, is Amy. If Dropletto guesses Amy for the first round and fails to guess Amy the sequential rounds, he'll earn 3 points. If he guessed her round 2 alone, it'd be 2. Round 3 would be 1, but they can stack. So if Dropletto successfully answered Amy for every single round, he would earn a total of 6 points, as he earned points every single round. Now, other stipulations are there can be duplicate characters, and other than that, whoever earns the most points wins. So let's go ahead and get started with character 1. I'm going to give you a little bit of a softball here. There's going to be no trickery. As we go on, there's going to be more and more. Oh, there's the how to play slide. Cheers, everyone. Forgot to skip to that one. So we're just going to go right on to character number 1. And if our wonderful producer could show the first round, you'll have 30 seconds to answer. And I will not say if any of you are correct or not. That way you don't influence each other. So can we show the first slide, please? 30 seconds on the clock.
X.
Situational.
Yes.
Oh, wait, that's a situational. Oh, I saw the S.
This is not the top tier. Let me write down our
That's
guesses.
era.
Every good awakening in this game's lifespan in one row.
All right, you have 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
I want to say a midfielder that doesn't have that many hits.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Now?
I need
now.
Amy.
Era.
Now, Amy era. Okay. I'll leave a little just more for chat to take a peek, but then now Amy era. Let's go ahead and move on to our next reveal, please. Next slide. 30 seconds on the clock.
God.
Who calls them normals?
Normals. Rapid fire jump scare.
Yes.
We had
And again,
rapid fire
so
and
also
normal.
all characters were released in 2023. Just as a heads up, they were all released in there was no characters released in 2024. I think. Smile.
Oh god, these awakenings are so broken. How are they down here?
Lost, man.
Yo,
10 seconds on the clock.
I forgot Chrono exists. Can I get a list of characters again?
You can if you want to bring up a list of characters, you may, but you have 5 seconds or else you miss out on this guess.
I'm picking Amy
Estelle.
again.
Okay, Amy, Estelle,
Era.
anything else? Okay, Era. All right, can we see the final reveal, please? 30 seconds on the clock.
Right.
You said top player, right?
This was a top-ranked player, multiple years in the game.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, maybe I pivot to Estelle now. But like,
That's
what if it's Juno somehow?
It could somehow be Juno. Was Stinger that good on Juno?
The Stinger Juno was
It,
the
like,
thing back in the
was.
day.
But
But you know what?
Hotshot situational, like
The chrono
Oh
boosted
my-
normals. I wanted to say Luna, but then the chrono boosted normal is just oh yeah, you're picking this on
Okay,
every,
I'm
every round,
going.
though.
10 seconds
I'm
left.
going Estelle.
I'm going to Stella again. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
drop Leto.
also join on Estelle.
Okay, drum roll, please. Can we reveal the character was Estelle? Woo!
Man, perfect form is so weak.
Yeah,
It's-
that's
yeah,
really
perfect
weak.
form,
Hot
Hotshot, heavy impact,
really
are
weak.
really weak on Estelle. So,
Wow.
congratulations. In first place, Aiden has 3 points after successfully guessing Estelle twice with Dropletto, and Ahad at 1 point apiece. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So, going forward, there may be some curveballs I'm going to throw in. You may not always get all the information presented to you correctly. So, you're going to also have to figure out exactly what I'm hiding from you. So, let's go to character 2, please. This time we're starting at the top.
Calling it Vice.
Okay, I'm running down your guesses
This is
now.
this is someone Vice Wand Dog made this list.
All right.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm stuck between Vice and X right now.
Oh my god, I didn't even consider X.
I feel like
Oh
people
my goodness.
may have like overvalued extra special in the past, but like
Alright,
it definitely
10
could be
seconds.
s-
I'll go the Vice.
I'll be the contrarian then. I'll pick X here.
Okay, so we have 2 Vice picks and an X pick. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and reveal the next set.
It's
All
looking
right,
beautiful
yeah.
for the
I don't-
X
I
fans.
I don't think it's. We put perfect
Perfect
form.
form!
It's situational. What you
Perfect
talking?
form!
All right, I don't think X is situationally taking missile prop.
Oh,
Is
no.
this made by the same person? Why are they calling them normals?
Yes, these are taken from the same source. I didn't mix up the awakenings because then I didn't want to like dilute the sample size. By,
All right,
like,
I'll put
really
in
different
Vice
opinions.
again.
Okay,
No, it can't be Vice. Superstar just or heavy impact's too low.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Wait, is
Hotshot
it-
situational?
Egg? Siphoning one Juno. Wait, what if
Okay.
it's Zen? What if it's Zen? What if it's Zen?
Yeah, I'm going back to Vice, man.
All right,
No,
drop
I'm
Leto.
swapping Zentaro.
I'm gonna say Imi.
Okay, thank you very much. Sai, could we reveal the final hint of set of clues, please?
Right.
Oh, we don't get to see solid.
Nope.
It's gotta be like a ranged character. It can't be X, man.
I wanted to
I'm
be Zen so
lost.
badly.
Deadeye normal Zentaro, my favorite.
Yeah, like perfect form is situational, heavy impact is situational, super surgeon is situational, but like,
It's just so hard
what
to pick
if?
perfect
What
form.
if?
If you want to, I'll give you a hint. I think that this tier list was directly inspired by my gameplay. Though this is not my tier list. I'll say that much.
Oh my, wait. No? Never mind. I was gonna say
Whatever,
no.
bro. Juno goalie with eject.
Says siping one up there.
Yeah.
All right, 10
I'm locked
seconds.
Vice. Like
Okay.
it's just a Vice.
Vice, I need other guesses, please.
I want take back
Whatever. I'm
Juno.
going back to Vice.
Okay, drop.
I'm just gonna say
Oh.
Amy again.
So
wrong.
before we reveal Knowers Know, back in 2023, it was a devious little solo queue hack you could do, where if you built for this character's ultimate ability, it would 100 to 0 players in the game. Can we go ahead and reveal this character, please?
It's
Molten
high.
Bolt.
Molten
Oh
Bolt.
my
It's the
god.
car.
Car.
I forgot.
I literally said it too.
I
Oh
used to
no.
play a ult-based variant build. I would never suggest this as a tier list. This is not mine, let's be clear. But I think it is inspired by that being popularized because I would just spam ult on bells whenever I'd run into in solo queue. That's why
Missile
Cast Class and
prop.
Chrono Boost are there.
Missile prop.
All right, let's
Missile
move on. We have no
prop.
changes in the standings. Character 3, please.
Uh-huh.
Huh.
Right.
Yeah, this is yeah.
All right.
Situational.
20 seconds on the clock.
Juno.
Okay. 10 seconds.
I'm gonna go on a limb here and go Imi.
I'm just say
Okay.
Atlas.
All right, let's move on to the next one.
Twin Drive.
Any guesses? Any guesses?
Give me
Guys.
Rune. Give me Rune.
Okay,
Oh.
I like that guess.
I don't
Enormous
know who
big
it is, but this
fish.
list is so bad.
Where's all the other size awakenings, man? Where are they?
Chungus.
Zentaro, sure.
Okay.
I'll stick with Imi.
All right. Can we reveal the final list, please?
Give me Rune.
Right.
Oh, Era. I switched to Era.
Oh, Era.
Wand Era.
I still want it to be
Yes.
Rune. I'm committing to the Rune. I don't care about the 1 point.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. Aiden?
I'll just go with Imi again. Might as well.
All right. Standings will not change. Go ahead and reveal the final answer, please, Saya. The answer is X Omega Strikers. Woo! Let's
Guys,
go.
bulk up is so situational on X.
Yeah.
It's so situational.
You never know when it's gonna be good. All right. You never
You
know.
just never know.
You
Look
gotta
at
get
that.
the cast to
Dead Eye
last.
and useless. They don't know what's up. They don't know
That's-
what's up.
ED isn't even. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say like the rest of the
All right.
size isn't even.
Yeah, I think
here.
it was blanked out.
All right. Standings are still the same. Obviously, the first one was a bit of an easier one. So let's go ahead and go to the final one, please. Maximum weirdness.
Prime
Must
time
have
Stinger. We're still on a forward. A forward player made all these.
Enough with the siphoning wand.
Yeah.
Everyone needs siphoning wand. Everyone.
Juno.
All a patch.
Give me
All a
Juno.
patch.
Or Zen.
Yeah, I was gonna go Zentaro. I'll go with Zentaro.
Okay. Aiden's locked in Zentaro.
I'll lock
Ahad?
in Estelle this time.
I'll also go Zen.
Yeah, that's like
Because,
an
like,
Ariel's covered
Wait,
up.
wait.
right
There's
there.
there's one
Something's covered up.
that's blocked off. You know what? I'm going back to
Yes.
Juno. I'm going back to Juno because
There
that
is-
could be
okay.
rapid fire.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Can we get the next one, please?
Right.
Juno again. Wait,
Super
hotshots and
Surge,
normals.
Last in situational.
Okay, but we have to remember this person doesn't know what their awakenings do. Perfect form is must have on everyone.
All right. I'll stick to Juno.
All right.
I'll
Sounds
stick
good.
to Estelle as well. Oh, God.
Castelast and Big Fish and Built Different in the
Yeah.
same
It's
tier.
not a brawler. It's not a brawler. It
With
can't be a
Hotshot and
brawler.
Spec
It
and
has
Missile
to be.
Prop.
It has to be a brawler. It's gonna be
if
like
this turns over and like it's Juliet or something, like I
hold
don't
on.
know.
watch this. Siphoning
Okay.
Wand Stinger Asher.
Okay.
might be a genius. I
He
might be a
a
genius.
genius. Okay.
Solid aerials.
Yep. let's get the last slide, please, Saya.
Useless.
Who doesn't have impacts? Guys, it's
Juno.
not Rasmus.
Give me
Heavy impacts
Juno.
and useless.
Oh, wait. It's Rune.
Primaries.
No,
That's
there's no way.
I mean, they have impact, but like, people back then would just think it's useless. Like low key.
Oh,
All
that's
right.
different.
What if people just didn't know that?
I
Rune
will
did?
say, see, if you were on in 2023, there was a lot of things that people just didn't really know worked or not. So there is something to like. It is a period of the time. This is Awakening Archaeology, after all. I need a guess.
I'm switching to Juno. I think there's too many things blocked up. Those are all they're all like the creation awakenings. So it's gonna be something like mod you and must have for no reason at all.
Okay.
I'm going with the Rune. I feel like the
Okay.
creation's
I'll
gonna
stick
fall
with
in
Juno.
center.
Drum roll, please. Congratulations to our Awakening expert. It is Juno the
Yeah.
whole time. Woo! And
Hey,
with
he called
that,
the rapid fire.
yeah,
Yeah,
he did. A
that's
soul
why.
read.
I didn't
So-
like. Oh, I'll let you finish. Sorry.
No. If anything, we're about to have winners interview. But in third place, Dropletto with 2 points. In second place, A with 3 points. And in first place, Misfit rocketing to the top with 7 points. 6 of his points coming from the Juno snipe. Well done. Mystic, anything you want to say as the Awakening Archaeologist expert?
So it took the first few rounds to figure out like what mentality we were going in. But yeah, I think once I saw, because like Stinger Siphoning Wand Juno was so popular back in the day,
It was.
but I wasn't gonna go Juno until I saw the little block on the must-have,
Mm,
And I just took a soul read because I'm like, if that's rapid fire, this is Juno all the way down.
Oh yeah. Now you got it. You got it 100%. For people who didn't know, Stinger used to be different, where like the light hits didn't matter or something, and so you just exploded everyone with
12%
Juno.
on everything. You're right.
Yeah, and so there's an old Gumi in-house that he's published in Discord before, where it was a Stinger start and a bunch of like I was on Juno and someone else was on Juno, and it was the most disgusting thing ever. It was so funny. So that's that. Let's move ahead to our predictions, and then we can go get started. First up, we have EKC versus the Dogs. The Dogs hunting for their first win. I will say this: they are 0-2, but they have gone set 5.5 every single week versus pretty solid teams. So don't count these dogs out. They're not all bark. They do have some bite. I'm curious. Let's go ahead and start with Mystic for context. Dog Slayers. We got Weston, Nikki Midland, midfield, and Twisty Brawler. EKC. The EKC we know and love, Katsuna, should be in for today, if I'm not mistaken. Soren playing from the hotel, Beast, and we've got NXT rounding out those three. Mystic, who do you got?
Well, I was gonna go EKC, but Soren never messaged me back, so I'm gonna pick handless dogs and support my boy Weston.
Let's go. I like that out of you, Mystic. Drop Leto.
Yeah, and I was gonna go dogs, but Katsuna actually beat me last week at TCL, so that guy might just be too good. EKC.
I mean, all right, Nathan. What's the tiebreaker?
We saw EKC with Flowers in week 1 and Katsuna in week 2, and we saw some differentiating results. So, I mean, firsthand, I saw that. So, it's going to be EKC 2-1.
I think the dogs got it today. Give me the dogs. I think that Nikki Midland is about to glide everywhere, and Soren is going to lag at the hotel. That's what I've decided is going to happen. So, moving on. This is the marquee matchup. We have Demon Time, 3 nasl winners, 3 multi-time S-tier winners, coming off a loss, looking to revenge it, versus the only other undefeated team other than Sad Boys, the Rat Pack, with Tempo Melon, Carmine, and Frightfully Fresh, also have taken down, I'll say it, some pretty notable opponents. They have beaten the Bombardiers. Who have we got? I'm going to actually start. I think it's going to be the Rats. I think they're flying high. I think that I will never doubt Huss to win, but there's really something to be said about momentum, and Temple Melon looks like the brawler to beat right now, and the backline of Rats really, really is able to support her well. So I'm going to say the Rats are going to take it in a 2-1 nail biter. How about you, Mystic?
It's tough. I definitely think just I have so much faith in the Huss Shianzu front line.
Yeah.
There is like a missing piece when it comes to. I'm not saying anything about Gumi, but Barcode was him and really held or like made that playstyle work. But even then, I think with the substitution in and Gumi taking over, I still think it's going to be Demon Time.
I like that. Drop Leto, let me hear from you.
Yeah, I'm also gonna give it to the Rats. I think those guys are looking extremely solid right now, and their offense, I think, is gonna be a little hard when you don't have the Barcode backline. Even if Gumi is really good at helping assist Barcode and Shianzu and Huss on offense.
All right, last but not least, Aiden, let's hear from you.
I know we always say, like, oh, this is, like, such a hard matchup, but this is, like, probably the hardest matchup that I would have to, like, predict.
Yeah.
I think Demon Time are coming off of a loss, obviously, and, like, will want to bounce back quick. And then the Rats have been looking phenomenal as well. I think this can go either way. I think it'll come down to a lot of drafts. I think it'll come down to maybe some awakening starts. And I'm just going to give Demon Time the edge a little bit, 2-1.
I like that. I want to point out too, now that you mentioned some of the starts, it is I know from years of playing against him that Gumi is really good at playing against this specific style of brawler. I think Tevamelon is really emblematic of those older styles of just sit in the net and ABAB it up, and it's an efficient style. It gives Snake vibes from previous years. So if anything, I could see Demon Time taking it because Gumi is quite adept at shutting that kind of gameplay down. We'll have to see if he's able to do it. As we go into the third match of the week, it's the Sad Boys, the other undefeated team, versus HMG with Killiest subbing in this week. Who you got? I'm going to start with me. It's me, no question. We're about to smoke these fellas. I lost last season to the Milkman 2-0, the only 2-0 with our starting roster at the time. Won't happen again. I'm coming for you, Trevor. Now that I'm in the goalie position for my next season, I'm going to prove who the top dog is. Give me 2-0. What do you think, Aiden? As a former Sad Boys player.
I was going to say, I'll also give it to you. I think this is going to be a 2-0 sweep for the boys.
All right, drop.
You know what I'm putting.
type shit. Mystic as another Sad Boys player. What do you think?
I've been on the Sad Boys roster too many seasons in a row.
We might be a little biased.
A little
little
bias
biased.
on the desk. That's what
Oh
happens
yeah.
when I'm your pre-show host. No K-Bob BS here. We ain't esports in this bitch. All right, next. The other match I'm looking most forward to is actually one that I think is going to dictate a lot of the narrative going forward. We have RTF versus Bomba, and I see this as the midfield matchup. We have Hungry Boy, who I think is an early candidate for MVP, coming off of his Rookie of the Split and Most Improved double victory last season. And really one of the reasons why RTF is high flying so much versus Bombardiers and Stealth Rock with his role swapped midfield. And these two players literally share the exact same pool. We're going to see the Amy, Estelle, my God, what's the third one? Vice. Those are those three's best characters. They can play other things, but those are their best characters 1000%. And we're going to see some sparks fly, especially if someone gets Vice. So with that being said, I want to start with Drop Leto. Who you got?
I'm gonna give it to RTF. I just keep rooting on Moffin. I hate him so much. He's too good at the game.
Yeah. I don't like that guy either, so I like that. Hey, Kazan goalie, I don't get it. It's too hard. I don't know what to do. How do you beat it? How do you play it? It's a
I don't
mystery
know.
to me.
He just outplays you for 20 minutes, and he's like, all right, good to go.
Pisses me off. So I'm excited to see if RTF can bounce back from their loss to Sad Boys last week with Hunger Boys stepping back in. What remains to be seen, we'll have to find out. Mystic, who do you have?
I got RTF, but it's because me and Luke shared a wonderful weekend together in Vegas playing Riftbound and gambling.
Facts.
So I just got to support the homie.
I love that. I'm going Bombardiers. My stocks in Luke and Stealth Rock backline are very high, and I think that 3Z Breezy is quietly having quite a nice brawler season so far. He's gotten really good at living, which is something I've said before, and that's something you have to be able to do versus RTF. As long as he keeps his mental high, because I understand how frustrating it can be to play against that defensive backline with Moffin running it down. But I think Bombardiers have what it takes. I think they're flying high after last week, so I'm going to give it to them. Aiden, what do you think?
Yeah, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth with the 3Z Breezy talk. I think, like you were talking about Hungry Boy with the MVP candidate season, I think 3Z's up there. I think he's showing his worth. I think he's kind of piloting this team to a potential win. So I'm gonna put them as the victors of this matchup this week. I'm gonna give it to the Bombardiers.
I like that. Now for the last match. Sorry. There's a little bit of an accident on the desk. I got distracted. Aiden, I actually want to go right back to you. This is your team. Tell me in 30 seconds or less why you're going to be victorious today.
Exclamation mark, era 2.
Holy shit. That was awful. Okay, Drop Leto. Now you give me 30 seconds about why you're going to win today.
Oh god, I think I'm scared. I'm gonna
She's
win.
coming for you, bro. This is the rematch, the Denver rematch.
We
We'll
might
have
be
to see.
having a game 1 era pick into loss into era bend for the rest of the series.
Curious.
You never know.
We'll have to see. We'll just have to see. Aiden and Drop Leto played against each other in winners finals of Denverland, where notoriously Aiden's team defeated Drop Leto's team with era midfield. So we'll have to see if that's going to happen again. Mystic, we've got the Polar Cortex fellas flying high. We got the Fool. We got Named Chaotic and Aiden versus Bozo Bunch with Grimella, Merchant, and Drop Leto. 2 storied teams. Who you favor?
Oh man, I love everyone on these teams, but I've actually played quite a bit with Polar subbing in as like the A spot, and me and A have like a Venn diagram that is massively overlapping with our character pools. And seeing how both Name Chaotic and Zoro or the Fool play around that midfield character pool really well, I'm gonna have to give it to Polar.
I'm going to have to give it to Polar as well because, fun fact, in like 5 hours, right in this chair, oh, you can't see it, right in that chair, Zoro, the Fool, Samuel Zychinski, Gateway T, St. Louis, Iowa State traveling CCL expert, nasl starter, NASA nasty champion, top 3 Denver land, Omega Strikers is going to be sitting right there in that chair IRL with me. And I know that I'm going to be rooting for my boy, so I got to give it to him. So it's going to be a 2-0 for Polar. It's time to get a win. And with that, we're all out of predictions and time. So with that, congratulations to my Awakening Archaeology winner once again, Ahad. Little triple alliteration never hurt anyone. And let's get right into the games after this short break. Stay tuned.
point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Welcome, everybody, to the North American Strikers League Season 7, Week 3, and we're just starting after that wonderful pre-show. Thank you so much, Vaughn, for having that archaeology awakening situation. That was actually such a cool thing. I love what they're doing here with our pre-show. I'm NVNYC here, joined by someone you also know very well. You're going to be seeing them week after week. Drop Leto. How are you doing, bro? We got some good games coming up here. Dog Slayers against EKC. Who you got?
As I was on that pre-show, as we said, I put my points on EKC. Although the rumors have been going out that Soren is not at home for this game. It's a little scary as someone who's usually rooting for this team that the Wi-Fi might just explode. So we'll see what we got going into. Maybe dogs. Maybe that's the edge they need. Soren on 200 ping to survive the series.
Oh, yeah, definitely in God's hands here is EKC, but we saw Katsuna do quite well, and I mean EKC is known for being quite veterans of the game, so maybe we have a 2v3 situation while Soren is spinning in place for about 25 minutes, but hey, as long as the internet works, we shall see a good match. We know that Dog Slayer is a little bit of an underdog here, but still doing okay in the series. We're a nasl. All these teams are totally substantial. These guys are good. So I would not be surprised to see an awesome underdog situation here. We really need the internet to work though for Soren.
Yeah, going into the maps here, we have a Clarion Corp first game pick from EKC, then Dogs going to the Demon Dies, and ending the series on the Gates of Obscura, but we're already heading into our first match for Clarion Corp. I've got no real qualms about this map. It's a pretty damage favored, which I think is why EKC picked it. So it could be super scary for the Dogs to deal. Never mind, we're loading to Demon Dies. Hello?
You did say damage favored. You actually willed it into existence. We're going to the most damage favored, one of the most damage favored maps in the game, bro. Demon Deus is crazy stuff. And I agree with what you're saying, bro. EKC, demons on this one.
And one demon to note, Katsuna actually got his signature Luna pick. And on the start to give Katsuna... Hold on. Are the drafts just wrong? Are we picking different characters in-game?
That's possible as the match is ending. We are starting up once more. Perhaps somebody has misclicked a character here or there. But either way, we can see the Awakening start here. Explosive entrance. Going to be quite explosive on this map. Extra damage, extra range, and extra special, which is extra damage and extra scary for everyone who's trying to blow things up. Like Luna, like you just mentioned. I mean, we have insane damage on the board. Luna, Vice, Zentaro, X. I mean, Atlas... I'm not sure he's going to be able to keep anyone alive, brother.
I don't know. I'm looking at the extra special start. Atlas or the extra special, it can feel kind of impossible to get through him and his ultimate on like a 25-second cooldown. It can be so hard to find these kills. And we have Katsuna Luna with extra special. We're going to be seeing evades popped every single round start. Katsuna should be dropping nukes on the entire field for the Dog Slayers. I'm gonna hope to see how they're gonna maneuver around constantly being kind of on the energy deficit for this entire game.
Yeah, let's see what happens here, though. Really gonna keep my eyes on Soren for just a few minutes there, seeing if the internet works at all. But yeah, lots of damage coming out. So the ball's gonna go onto the bottom side. Katsuna, yeah, like you said, man, Luna with extra special and Demon Deus could result in some wild amount of kills, especially when X gets going too. I mean, X Luna on the same team could be quite scary, but no barriers taken just yet. An attack from Swisty onto Soren is still not going to grab that barrier. Looks like the internet's working nicely enough to get those strike wars going. A barrier taken here from Katsuna, and a second one from NXZD. Man, that's some determination getting that in there through 3 players, punching it in. X Maximus to reset it, and that's going to be your first point here, NXZD, and this could be, foreshadowing for the rest of the set.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a foreshadowing of a lot of ults about to be clicked on kickoff here. We got the extra special. There's the Luna nuke. Weston having half his health bars immediately taken off the map. But it's actually Soren to start losing barriers. Level 2 now being hit for the side of the Dog Slayers. Probably a lot of ultimates. Probably a good flip to secure the double barrier for the side of Dogs. And it's NXZD to actually go down to the Vice secondary. Caught out. And now Soren's left defending against the Zentaro and Vice with flip. And it just goes in on the top side. And now Dog Slayers are also level 2, and they've also got some very deadly extra special characters that the EKC are going to have to defend against.
Agreed. Twisty did decide to take explosive entrance, which is completely understandable on Zentaro. We'll still have extra damage here and there, but not going to be so explosive with their extra special Nikki. Almost taking a barrier of their own. Weston wiping the sweat from their brow. Few going to keep that one, although Nikki is now quite low. Katsuna might be able to find something here. X-Maximus is activated, but Atlas ult is going to keep at least the blue team alive here. Everyone going to heal up at least above half, setting up the Maelstrom on the bottom. Is not going to work out too well. Dealing damage to Katsuna is Twisty. Ball's going to roll onto the bottom side. Katsuna now really weak. Twisty misses the passive. It's going to at least let Katsuna survive for a little bit longer as the barriers are just about to go down. Dogslayer's open goal sends the Maelstrom, blocks it over with the ball. Twisty, nice primary to get that final barrier. And now it's just NXTD versus Nikki, who gets a nice evade. Almost enough. And now a big power play.
Now it's such a awful, or not awful as in bad game, but a bloodbath happening. So many health bars are going down. People are getting staggered left and right. And once again, we're looking at NXTD so low, and it's actually Twisty now who's about to be dropped down. That's the NXTD looking for the power play, but nothing is quite found. Twisty moving up with the passive and flip. It's super scary for Soren here, and a lot of health bars going down, as I've said, and nothing really terrible is able to be found on either side's open net.
Yeah, not yet, man. Twisty holding on for dear life, wants to spend this flip to get the kill, and unfortunately, the pressure builds up from EKC, and they actually score onto Weston there. Katsuna getting the credit for that. Level 3, actually everyone on the board, level 3 right now, even with the kills that have been exchanged. Twisty does survive, though. The ball actually was scored in a timely fashion. Twisty lives and gets to use this flip for this point, which is then spent to smack Katsuna in the face just a little bit. Although, speaking of smacking into the face, we do see Nikki dealing a ton of damage onto the board, but a lot of orbs being picked up, and everyone is looking actually a little bit decent here. Oh my gosh, NXTD obviously setting up the flip there, but gets smacked by the Maelstrom, but man, Weston could not grab it in time, and NXTD getting credit for that one. And X first pick, Demon Deus extra special, that seems scary.
Oh, and X has gotten his beautiful pickup in bulk up. Best awakening of the game on the best character.
Situational,
this guy
right?
is my bad. Situational pickup for X. It's gonna be okay. A little bit of HP, a little bit of damage. I don't think it's gonna go too far. And then also a Deadeye pickup from Luna. And we've got two very top tier builds coming out from Soren, or not Soren, from NXTD and Katsuna right now. And if I'm the Dog Slayers, I'm quaking in my boots right now. These Deadeye and bulk up pickups for NXTD and Katsuna, that's like the top 1 awakenings on both of their characters.
Yeah, this is some outstanding damage showing up here for EKC. Really great awakening draft for the winners there. Even Soren getting some extra health to just try to stay alive and defend this barrier, which will probably end up working out. Reptile Remedy is crazy good at keeping you alive. One barrier down for each side here, though. Fighting on to the bottom. Twisty gets kind of smacked out of the way there, though. Can't get the final barrier, although the Maelstrom might make it happen. But really great patience from the entire team of EKC. But Twisty with an awesome redirect from the A Rush is going to at least grab that final barrier. Trying to push it in onto the final goal here. Twisty no cooldowns just yet. Just holding possession until they can finally get those cooldowns back, or at least deal some more damage. Now Weston has a chance to grab the ball, give it over to Twisty, who does jump through. No passive. Actually works up to get the passive, forcing Soren to flip, which is actually, I mean, I ain't better use of Zentaro's passive than using a resource like that for the enemy goalie.
Yeah, I was going to say, Zoran's doing actually such a great job at defending these open barriers. Dogslayer is just having such a hard time getting it in properly, unless they're spending flips. And there's not enough abilities for Soren to keep up with the onslaught of so many Vice abilities being dropped, so many hitboxes from Zentaro. And even though the Dogslayers are having a pretty easy time getting the barriers down, I believe they've gotten both, taking the doubles twice first, or most of the time this series. But Soren is doing, it happens again, a pretty great job at defending the open barrier. And I would like to see a little bit more of coordinated play, just kind of keeping the ball in scary positions that Soren can't get it out.
That was really great work there. I love the behind-the-back passing plays there. And Twisty works up 150 stacks of those stacks, which is going to put a big target on their head if you can get a kill. Although having an extra speed is certainly going to help you avoid a couple more moves, especially Zentaro having a couple of extra evades and some movement. It's going to be really great work there. Katsuna holding on for dear life here with no health. Twisty trying to find a kill. Katsuna flies out of the way, and they actually get a goal onto EKC there. Wonderful work here from Dogslayers. They could be bringing back this momentum, even though, and like we were saying, I'd say EKC certainly won the Awakening draft last time.
Yeah, but despite that, they are down 0-2 in this set. Bulk Up is looking a little too situational for this game. Maybe not the right situation to pick it, but NXT still falling so low. And it's now Nikki and Twisty moving up the field. The Vice Flip is ready to be ripped, and that's the first barrier. Actually, not quite going down. A beautiful strike from Soren manages to get it out, but layered strikes from Twisty and Nikki means that both the double barriers go down. It's now Soren, but once again on the back foot, forced to defend this open net as an Atlas.
Yeah, tough situation there. Twisty's got a lot of extra speed, got a lot of cooldowns, but it's going to bounce off the backside. Not too favorable. Weston keeps it alive here too with that strike shot. Twisty gets it right through NXDD with the slice and dice. Now they're putting a lot of pressure here onto Soren. Sets up the blast. Supernova right on through. Perfect angle. Kind of like rides to the edge of the wall there. And that's going to be Dog Slayers evening up this set. I mean, that's incredible win for the draft that we saw, and let's see what they can get.
Guys, is Extra Special Bulk Up X weak? I don't know. We pick it up and we go 0-3 immediately. Not quite something you want to see from the side of EKC with such a strong first rep, but Hotshot Atlas is not even scoff at either. But I want to say something to keep in mind here is actually the prize fighter on Nikki. Nikki already picked up a peak performance, meaning that it should be a lot safer to hold on to these prize fighter stacks. And if we can just get a couple of kills going, I wouldn't be surprised if Dogslayers start finding way more kills than what the Atlas can actually keep up with the extra special reses.
True. I mean, do he have Weston here picking up Glass Cannon, which is nice. I don't really see them getting hit too hard too often, so they might get a lot of value out of that one, as Twisty and Nikki are certainly the kill targets here. They quickly make quick work of those first two barriers. Dogslayers now looking pretty good. One here from NXDD. Twisty does have a cooldown. Actually, they get a power play, which is reversed instantly from NXDD's X Maximus there. Now a little 2v2 situation. Nikki's going to still try to score there and actually does successfully get Soren. Oh wow, get the better side of Soren there with that angle and the Thunderstrike. Oh, all these moves. Thunderstruck, Supernova. Dogslayers are ahead.
Yeah, it was honestly such a great secondary positioning coming out from Nikki there. Right, getting the core stopped right outside of Soren's Atlas expanse range. Meant that she was able to actually wait out the secondary and get a beautiful shot onto the bottom side that she wouldn't be able to find otherwise. And now going into this point, another Atlas expanse goes down and a ton of damage coming out from Nikki, getting a huge chunk off on NXCD. And more importantly, Atlas ult has gone down. There's no reses left, no more healing for the side of EKC, and if the cooldowns can come off rotation just a bit longer for Dogslayers, I wouldn't be shocked if Katsa just kind of goes down soon this point.
And White with a really great angle there is going to land the last barrier. Twisty blasts it on through there with the rush one more time. Almost scores. Katsuna, a great interception there. Dealing a little damage to Nikki. Not much more than that. Twisty going to come back and help to get the ball right through NXCD. The strike shot is going to be great to clear that ball as well and allow the team to get better positioning. Nikki on the front side here, right in the center. Really putting a lot of pressure onto Soren. If Weston could just get the chance to move up. Although, we do have a flip resource spent from NXCD to grab a power play here. Last barrier also goes down. The Maelstrom's going to try to hold the line onto the top side. A great strike from Nikki's going to waste a whole lot of time and actually threaten to score the goal. In fact, Nikki's going to threaten to score the goal right now. Super fast shot onto Mr. 200 ping, which is completely fair. We're not trying to send it to NXCD, who's probably on land.
Yeah, Nikki might have been listening on the stream here and knew exactly who to shoot that core at, knowing that there's a good chance that Soren just might not be able to click in time for that. And Twisty again sending it straight into Soren, getting the first barrier, and great dash from Katsuna actually means that the double barrier, for the first time, I think this set, goes to EKC first. But it doesn't matter. Dogslayers just fight back, immediately taking double of their own, and at once immediately with a good eye rush from Twisty, taking the entire set, and that's 2 3-0s in a row. I'm just saying again. Bulk Up is just looking so situational. You pick it once and everything just starts going wrong for EKC.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Bulk Up was just the wrong pick, you know, now that I'm seeing it. Honestly, a pretty wild pick there from NXDD, but here we go. Twisty grabbing specialized training to become even more powerful than ever before. It's going to synergize perfectly there with the 1-2 punch. Heavy impact, understandable for NXDD, less situational, of course. Missile prop, really strong for Vice. That's an interesting pick there. Inner Focus. I wish I could see and touch the value of Inner Focus, but Stinger on Deluna is also going to be quite threatening. And a good player like Soren is going to make great use of our quick strike here. I'm not really sure who won this draft. I see some good picks on both sides. I'm going to go ahead and actually say Dog Slayers, just grabbing so much more damage.
Yeah, I think, honestly, what's super important to look at here is actually inner focus on Era. Era's already sitting on a primetime. Oh, there goes Twisty. Once again, actually finding a lot of kills throughout this game already. This dash punch is just getting so much value. And even though there's not that much damage on X's dash punch right now, just a little bit of damage in the bulk up might have been what he needs to secure all these kills. And on top of that, the first point of the set.
True, and Twisty is once again going to certainly have that little target on their head. Trying to reset the stacks on stacks constantly is going to make this game way more feasible for EKC on every front. So much damage being dealt. NXTD spending the X Maximus, just a punch Twisty in the face a little bit. Just still kind of scary. No barriers down just yet. Great passing plays to get around this humongous X here, though. Sets up the Maelstrom on the top side to block any situation on up there. Triple goalie is going to make getting this barrier nearly impossible. Passing it on over to Weston, who's going to keep it behind the back. Actually love that one as well. Really loving the goalies are moving up in the right position there. Twisty wins a strike force situation against Soren as well. Trying to pass play here. Not going to go for the goal just yet. Nikki once again with the flip. I feel like Nikki's got flip just a little bit too often there and might be able to find a kill or a goal with it in just a second here as they're going to pass it right down to Twisty. We are passing the ball. We are putting pressure onto Soren. They're running out of resources really quickly, really closely. The Supernova goes down. NXDD flies off the map, and the power play is going to score a goal here for Dog Slayers. And I mean, man, that was beautiful pressure for just the entire point. They are, honestly, they're in tune.
Yeah, they kept it in the top side corner for what felt like, honestly, a full minute, slowly getting so many resources out until they're able to collapse in the bot side, find a kill, and just secure that point at the end. And it's now Katsuna taking a ton of damage. The Alice expands, pops for the heal, but it's just not quite enough. And Twisty actually catches the Luna dash with a secondary of her own, meaning that the first barrier is actually not quite going down yet, but Twisty, a great strike versus the actually quick strikes Alice. Extremely hard win to find. And it's looking for the double. It's just from last point. We're still trapped in the top corner. And pressure from Dog Slayers just looking so impressive right now.
Yeah, I want to just do a minor shout out to Vaughn here, mentioning that Nikki Millen might be gliding this entire time. And I would feel like that's a really good, okay, I think kind of a little own goal there from NXDD, punching it around additional strikes there from Twisty and Weston too. But yeah, really gliding is a really great adjective, or perhaps a verb here, for what Nikki Millen is doing right now. Holding the line, not overcommitting, and really just keeping it in that top corner, which we were saying, like, damn, that is building up a lot of pressure. It's really Nikki just staying exactly where they need to with his positioning.
Yeah, I want to point out someone that is actually making this gliding possible is actually the Era pick from Weston. Vice is not a character that's particularly mobile outside of an occasional TP, and having this inner focus and secondary off cooldown so often means that Nikki's actually able to cover a lot more space than you would think, but it doesn't matter. NXT finding the kill anyways. That's Prize Fighter down, and with Twisty and Weston looking so low this point, if Soren can make sure that Twisty doesn't find a random barrier, this is looking at this point, it's about to be over, and a beautiful passing play from NXT and Katsuna crosses up Era, who had no abilities left. And we're now just sitting on 2-2. The first 2 points that EKC has scored in the past couple sets. And they're looking to keep fighting and make sure they can get just 4 more.
Oh, boy, yeah. They're going to have to keep fighting. They're going to have to fight hard as this power play is already taken hold. Less than 10 seconds in. I mean, Dog Slayers is looking at the end of this entire game. If they could just hold the line here, great strikes from Twisty is going to spend just enough time for Nikki to find their way on back. And winning another interaction is going to actually make a power play and the barrier take from Dog Slayers. Can they end the game? Right here, Weston moving up as far as they can. The hands of Nikki back down to Weston using the bewitching beam. Soren still holds the line. The Maelstrom might get a kill, doesn't. NXED helps to block as well, but there it is. Weston gets it in there with another bewitching beam, and like you mentioned, hey, that inner focus making a lot of extra cooldown for that prime time might be just what the doctor ordered for the game. Dog Slayers take it over EKC on the first one.
Yeah, I want to say that entire game was a beautiful kind of show of the offense that Dog Slayers has. It did such a good job at keeping the core contained in the corner, and then once the enemy team is forced to commit to a side, doing a great job at just kind of, as an entire team, rotating over, popping the Era secondary, maybe TPing away from Vice, or using, honestly, Centaro's entire kit to cross up, get to the other side. And when you're on a slow melee goalie like Alice, you just can't cover that much space. It's more used to just locking it down in one spot. it was a great kind of show in draft where Dogs just looked comfortable playing into this melee goalie.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I think Twisty not taking extra special at the start was like exactly like the movement that you get from from special or explosive entrance for Zentaro allowed Twisty to just like get everywhere they needed to go, dodge a couple of abilities, put so much pressure onto Soren, and not die. Really, just like I feel like Twisty could have died like every second, literally every second. I mean, why wouldn't they want to kill Twisty? Stacks on stacks and Zentaro's health pool, but like did such a good job of staying in the mix, keeping themselves alive, and yeah, Weston just being fast as heck with everything that Era has in her kit, especially with the extra cooldown prime time. I mean, man, they did so good there.
And I was like Glass Cannon, I think it's actually super high value in this game. X, when you're kind of playing far back from Era, you're looking for just these primaries, it's really hard to just proc that Glass Cannon and get that out of the way. And Luna, outside of Nuke just being kind of the easiest thing to hit in the world, if you're paying attention to Luna, finding a hit with her rocket can actually be pretty difficult when enemies on their toes and they're already pretty fast. So I wouldn't be shocked if Weston had Glass Cannon up for basically the entire game outside of when NXT was able to kind of just get in their face, click primary, click ult, and secured a couple of goals that EKC were able to secure.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I mean, especially with the pressure that Twisty and Nikki are putting on the barriers, it's not really like they could be like, oh, let's just go spend a cooldown to go get West and knock his thing off. But it's like the barriers are going down. Soren needs some help. Katsuna can't find the kills. NXTD did certainly find a good amount of kills, but not enough to stop the Dog Slayers as we're going to move on to the next game, which will probably be Clarion Corporation. I love that map.
Yeah, I believe when it first showed on stream, it was Clarion first, but I think there was a little bit of a mix-up on the drafter graphic. Yeah, going to Clarion now, a map that, just like Demon Dies, is also extremely damage favored, but after what Dogs has showed going into this game, they're looking pretty comfortable playing damage themselves, locking in the Vice, Zentaro, two kind of faces of damage comps here. Just they can do so much, hit so hard, and more importantly, Zentaro just finding the kill confirms. And when Soren looked like he was angling towards Atlas, a character that even though he has the ultimate for his reses and the healing, is not a character who really keeps up in the damage war. Hell, even Era, a character that I constantly bombard for not helping towards damage at all, had 7k damage over him that game. So I wouldn't be surprised if Dogs actually look super comfortable on the Clarion Corp as well.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Yeah, it's really funny to think about Era dealing damage. I mean, it's like she doesn't really do damage until the Maelstrom runs somebody over for their entire health bar, and then you're like, oh, okay, Era's helping out here. That's pretty cool. So not really, secondary certainly ain't doing damage, but it might be helping your team do damage in some other situations. But yeah, I do love Clarion Corp. It definitely has a lot of these side lanes, which really give a lot more power to something like Dash Punch that you'll see from X, or really just Juliet as a character. Vice also just like so good at being like, yo, you can't go on that thing. I'm about to block the supernova. Even the Thunderstruck will kill you if you're in the side lane. So a lot of strong picks that we might be seeing once again. And I'm really interested in what we see from the bans, because normally I would have thought that Luna would be the true demon in that last game. Like Luna,
yeah, on extra special start as well.
Yeah, extra special start. But I mean, Dog Slayers didn't really have a whole lot of trouble with that. Like I didn't really see Luna just getting kills, getting her own kind of version of the dash punch, or I didn't really see much people getting just blasted from the Creator Maker, so they might not even want to ban Luna.
Yeah, we'll see here, but I would also hope to see NXD on a character who actually look for dash punches a little bit more. He was finding a ton of kills with X secondary into ultimate, but that's a pretty high investment kill, even though we had extra special to make sure the cooldowns went low. If he can pick up one of his other signature picks, Juliet or Imi, I'm expecting to see even more kills coming up from him, just having a higher rotation up. More dash punches, not needing to force to spend ult to secure it. And he'll be able to play for his favorite game plan, which is just bait someone towards the side, click his buttons 1, 2, and take him off the map.
Yeah, and you can already tell that Weston's probably going to try to support such a situation when the Maelstrom orb comes up, and we'll be seeing NXCD 20x times. Oh, I forget what the actual number is. Is it 125 or is it 115? Whichever it is, that is a lot of size. And you gain like 70 damage or something like that to go with it. But we are starting up in just a second here. You guys can see what we can see, which is us. Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yeah. See, look at it. It says EKC picked Clarion first there, and we went to Demon Dies anyways. So I have no
Yeah,
idea
so
which
close.
I can't tell which side was actually picking what. Oh, that's just how it works.
Go red first
Okay.
because blue picks things first. I think that's how.
Yeah.
Let's edit new stuff. We're dying some new stuff. We love new stuff, love fun new stuff here. So certainly going to Clarion Corporation next, guys. Chat, how you feeling today about season 7 of nasl week 3? I mean, things are so crazy. Look at all of our rookies; they're going insane.
They are dogs. They may be 0-2 right now, but they're hungry. They're hungry, looking for their first win. And after seeing that last game, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to secure this game too. Honestly, playing damage into the side of EKC as well. I mean, hey, maybe dogs eat cats. You know?
It's that's a good thought there because I mean, like you said, Clarion Corp being damage oriented as well. I mean, we just saw it. We just saw the most damaged team with the most damage map. The Dog Slayers kind of crushed it, and we're about to see the same thing. So, I mean, is there a chance that EKC is like, let's play ball, let's go, Estelle Rasmus, we're gonna play Dubu. Soren doesn't play Dubu much, does he?
I'd be really sad if someone locked in a Dubu.
That'd
My
be
goat washed. My goat washed.
Yeah, it could be a rough pick. They do love damage. I mean, damage has been pretty damn good since like the inception of the game, right? It's just move people out of the way. If you want to get the ball past somebody, there ain't anything better than just moving them out of the way by blasting their freaking face off.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of just force them to walk away. But when you're on these closed maps, even when you're low, it can be so hard to just be anywhere helpful because the lanes that you have to play on Clarion and Demon Dies as well, when you're staggered or kind of just close to the kill, you kind of can't do anything. You can maybe spend an ability to help out from a little bit further range, but when you have to get in there and strike, it is extremely hard, especially against characters like as you said, everyone we saw last game, X, Luna, Centauro, Vice. Just stay in there and be active.
Yeah.
So I'm
And it's like,
expecting to see that kind of the same happen. There's a couple of open maps on Clarion. Shoutouts Bounce House, everyone's favorite.
God.
But mostly we're just going into a bunch of lane maps. So we'll probably be
Yeah.
seeing similar comps happen again.
Pretty much every map, I think, of the Clarion Corp is very deadly when you are shattered. Like, you get knocked against the bounce house, you're like right next to the edges on the Maelstrom Orb. I mean, you're slowed by the goo, you are in the side lane from Xeno, and you can't touch the Atlas Orb, but you explode too. I mean, when you're shattered on any one of these setups, you are in deep trouble. So, yeah, going back to what you said, damage focused map, that's what we'll be seeing. And finally, we got some visualization, some visual aids, Rampage and Deadeye. Thoughts about Luna? Might actually get banned this time.
Yeah, we're seeing honestly a higher damage start than extra special. And I want us to say one character that we should be looking at here is Aimi. Nikki, I would not be surprised if she opts to pick up the Aimi immediately here, take away from EKC, where there's two players that you don't want to see in Aimi. Soren, a pick that he's had kind of as one of his most common picks throughout every single season. And I want to say NXGD. That guy is the best AB brawler, and it always does such a good job at being like, wow, how did that kill me? Every time he hits me with it in solo queue. And when you're on a Deadeye start, and Rampage is the other awakening, something that you have to stack up and is so kind of volatile into damage, you don't really want to be picking a brawler here, do you? It might be time to let the double midfielder rip and actually get his Ivy pick.
Honestly, I could definitely see. I really would like to see the Aimi brawler. I mean, that is a fun play style to watch when you have like kind of double midfield, but like one of them's going in. Like Luna's so good at being like I'm kind of midfield, but actually I'm brawling extremely hard right now as I fly into the opponent's team. These awakenings feel like they kind of inverse each other, right? Where it's like you want to pick Rampage because it's so much value. You can hit so big, double barrier. Of course, you're gonna have so much range. But I mean, Deadeye is so good at killing somebody so large, so you kind of have your target on your back there with that Deadeye. And Dubu is banned. I mean, you know Soren wanted Dubu, so my bad, dude. That stinks.
Damn. Soren accidentally wanting to first pick Dubu ends up banning it. A tragedy. Yeah. But of course, Luna is banned from the side of dogs. We saw it last game with the extra special, but now on a Deadeye start, we're not having any of that. Dogs just immediately banning out the Luna and going into an Estelle first pick. Kind of doesn't really say anything about draft yet. Estelle can kind of do whatever she wants. We can pick to anyone in the back. She can either help on damage, she can play for core control. Really a really very safe first pick. And then the side of EKC going for the Juno Juliet. Juno is a character that Katsuna has always looked extremely good on. The off ball that he gets to play with Juno and just kind of create so much map presence has always been super threatening and always really helpful for NXD and Soren finding their kills with Juno kind of holding down the fort everywhere else. And then NXD, of course, on his signature, Juliet. There's the dash punches that we've been talking about for just a little while now.
Then there's Kazan. Another interesting pick. I feel like I haven't seen Kazan a whole lot in the North American Strikers League, but maybe I wasn't watching too closely. But there it is. We're looking at big old Rampage Kazan. It's on you to survive here. Twisty, most likely here on that Kazan, as the final pick there is going to be Finny. All the damage you could ever want in the world there on one character for EKC. And these are your picks here, though. I do like the Estelle pick. I mean, I will never say Estelle is a bad pick. For the most part, I really love that she brings like outrageous amounts of like range utility. She like puts the goalie in situations where they're like, Estelle is kind of standing midfield. I simply cannot, like, you can't clear in front of the goal any longer because she has all that range. So kind of forces the goalie to kind of clear down into the corner and try to control the board that way. So we'll see what kind of situation that they can force out of perhaps this Finny, perhaps this Soren.
Yeah, one thing to look at here, though, is it could either be Estelle or Amy in the goalie position right now for the side of Dog Slayers.
That's true.
I would not be surprised for either side, but no matter what, the damage backline for Dog Slayers is so scary right now. We're going to have Deadeye Estelle, Deadeye Amy, are just pumping out damage constantly. And when Twisty is on the Kazan, probably unarguably the best character at kill confirming in the game with such strong primaries, both the hook and the umbrella, which you cannot evade out of because this character is broken. When you're staggered against this team, you're probably not going to get to do very much. You got to be so far away, or Twisty might just end up hunting them down and to immediately take them off the map. And there's going to be a lot of stress on, I want to say, NXED for staying alive this game. It's not just staying alive. You can't get staggered. If you get staggered against this team, you're probably not going to be on the map for more than, I don't know, 15 seconds before you're taken off by either Estelle with any of her kit or Kazan with any of his kit. So I think the draft is actually favored towards Dogs just a little bit right now.
Yeah, I could pretty much agree with everything that was said so far. Estelle, indeed, also quite good at helping finish off kills, in addition to Clarion Corp, just also good at finishing off kills by itself. We're looking at Juno Deadeye, though. That definitely is a more low-key pick when it comes to surprising amounts of damage that you didn't know that you were taking. And in addition to having Finny on the backside, just kind of pelting you with Deadeye. Misdirections there. So there are situations we might see Finny get just so strong. She deals half your health in one shot, and that could be enough for like a dash punch kill for NXED. So it feels like the team of EKC sort of relies on like, hey, has Finny landed her damage? If so, let's go get him. And if not, we're playing ball. While the other side feels like Dog Slayers probably is going to be like, I'm now going to deal damage whenever I want with this Amy slashes and Estelle helping on the backside while Kazan just steps on the opponent, being a rampage master. But we shall see as Clarion Corp shall commence.
And going into this here, of course, both the brawlers picking up their rampage. Twisty opting for the Mag Souls over Slick, so it could be that NXT is looking to make more aggressive plays, and it's actually Weston who ends up on the Estelle here, opting for the strike shot. And honestly, I'm a fan. Estelle goalie is not something super popular at the moment, but I think it's a pick that actually is super easy to not only pick, but then perform on. So I'm happy to see it here, and we're going to see how Weston does going into this game.
Yeah, I totally agree with that too. I mean, Estelle just has so much range that even her being a goalie feels like she's in the midfield sometimes when you're the opposing goalie trying to block every now and again, right? Estelle's just got enough range, especially with that strike shot, to help out. And it's going to be Twisty on the front line here, taking a lot of damage here from Katsuna. Nikki looking to get a cooldown. The big finish isn't going to result in too much more. We got the sentry coming up. Nikki the first to get level 2, and we got the shot on in there from Twisty. They do scoop the ball right next to the goal there to grab Dog Slayers, their first point, and this could be the team. I mean, already Twisty got the 2 stacks of Rampage. Everything is perfect for Dog Slayers.
Yeah, and NXED not being able to find any barriers at that point. And when you're playing into a damage team, you have to kind of take every little lead that they give you and push as far as possible. So when Twisty's already going into this set with 2 Rampage stacks over NXD, I'm the side of EKC. I'm trying to find a kill on Twisty and take it out as fast as possible. But a double barrier from Nicky Millen, it looks so good here. He's able to find the double, but not quite the goal. And NXD is actually forced to spend the flip, not able to keep it themselves alive long enough. She looks for the shot on the open net, but isn't able to find anything. Soren with a beautiful strike out and catch the. Oh my god, a bounce house. Beautiful play going off the wall, and West is immediately rocketing the court forward with the Deadeye, and Soren was just not fast enough on the react with the Finny secondary and just slots in on the top side. And I kind of feel like, even though that dog stairs were very much in the lead at that point, that was kind of a robbery.
We will see robberies, certainly, on Bouncy House. That stage does not care about you or your family for the most part. We do jump onto the goo land. Twisty, gets it in there with that pop-up nicely. Once again, 4 stacks of Rampage. We are going to see large Kazan. Katsuna completely shattered now. Soren has a flip. We're going to see everyone back up, try to deal some damage to Katsuna. It is now Kazan's job to maybe get that kill, although Katsuna's being very evasive. In fact, they turn it onto Kazan, onto Twisty there, but then they get another kill. Boom, 2v2. Soren saves it with a flip of their own. NXD is a little weak, dodges Nicky Middleton cyber swipe. Soren tries to get a little cheeky misdirection there, but it's not going to work out. Ball back on over to Twisty. Weston gets their hands on it now, trying to knock it right back up. Not a lot of damage being sent onto the board just yet, and we'll see what happens as the point keeps going.
Just not able to find anything off that hook there. It is actually Nicky to fall to the dash punch of NXD, and NX now with looking to just hunt down Twisty, spending so many abilities to look for the stagger. Got to finding the second barrier in the process. Also stagger on the field, but Twisty looking so scary on this open net, but is not quite able to find anything. And XD gets the clear down from the pass from Soren. But Katsa is still staggered just a little bit longer, and Twisty might be able to find the kill as Kazan, but it's actually her to be staggered, and this point can kind of go either way with so many people low.
Big kill. Big top spin there for Twisty. Also completely shattered. Could be dash punched here from NXD. Weston's going to move up and try to help here with the piercing shot. Nice evade from Soren to keep that point alive. Kazan hitting it backwards and dying in return. No cyber swipe to help it on through here for Nicky. They had another chance, but not going to work out. Katsuna's really low. It's on Weston to help defend here. We're going to get a double goalie situation to try to keep this one going here while Twisty comes back. A flip spent. Not a great angle. No evade left there. NXD takes perfect advantage of that one, and now NXD on the front lines with no dash punch. Can they get this point in this power play?
Yeah, actually kind of very... Okay, well, I was going to say great little mix on the defense there from Twisty, but loses the ego strike war at the end. Meaning that the point goes down to Cats to the end. Honestly, that was exactly what I was expecting to see this game on that point. Of course, it was the Goo variant, which is kind of the biggest damage one because there's a giant pool that constantly hurts if you're standing. And on top of that, you get glued if you're staggered when you try to stand on top of it, which is even less space to work with. But going on to this map, it's actually Nicky to find the kind of the size plus power orb and getting a full cooldown reset, and XD is forced to spend the flip to get away. Twisty managing to miss the kill. Good wiggles from NX coming out, but the point is just still looking so scary for the side of EKC. Twisty on the field, and Nicky, more importantly, holding on to this flip, trying to find a good opportunity to either find the kill or to secure this barrier.
NXD just been smacked around since this started. I mean, Nicky and Twisty have surrounded NXD from the start here, but they do finally get at least to have health unshattered now, as the point is going to continue. The Maelstrom Orb taken from Nicky Middleton here. See if they could do something with a huge cyber swipe, and the sentry's going in. Still can't grab that final barrier from Soren, as Katsuna is going to help work on that first one. Gets it as well. The stacks of Rampage have been completely reset there for Twisty. Only one left. Big finish coming out. Not much more than possession here, as overtime is going to roll on through. Twisty coming in there with the pop-up. It's not going to grab it yet either. Katsuna has a couple cooldowns to hit it down. Yeah, that's what's going to happen with overtime. Juno, big red ball there from that strike with Friends. Is going to be such a deadly passive as NSDD on the front side. But, sometimes overtime really just gets the ball where it needs to go, and that's out of NXDZ's range.
But Nicky, once again, on her third orb munch to this point, is able to get the size and get so many turrets out. So many scary strike wars that Katsuna and Soren have to take. NXD looks for the dash from Stompy to find anything. Juno covering so much space. The Blobos completely denying the flip. But Twisty goes for the hook, finds the crooked leverage, and sends it towards the top side. Finny just not having the defensive tool set to kind of defend against this Kazan to open net for long. And that's the first set of this second game going to the side of Dog Slayers.
Well played there from Twisty to just quickly react with hook, with strike, and a perfect angle is going to get it through the entire team. Let's see what we can pick up here. Twin Drive. Such a good pick there for Estelle, especially on goalie. It's just so nice to have that when you're moving up. Berserker is pretty interesting here for Katsuna, although everyone is mostly taking a lot of damage, so I'd like to see some value out of that one. More size for Kazan. You can't write this stuff. You can't make it up. Soren getting as much damage as possible with Missile Prompt there. Heavy impact from NXCD is fair. It's good for Juliet for basically every dash punch situation, so quite good. And Nikki with Time as Creator, I mean, also quite good for Amy. I'd say everyone in the draft got something that they want, except for I hope Katsuna can find value out of this because they're going to need it.
We picked Berserker. That Awakening. Okay, into this game, it's probably going to see some value because people are dying a lot. And when you're on the Goo variant, there's a lot of ways to just kind of hit yourself on Clarion. But let's be clear. This Awakening is pretty bad. For the most of the game, I'm not expecting to see Berserker to get any value, but hey, if we see a point where Berserker manages to, oh my god, guys, that's Berserker value there, that got us a point, I will try my best to notice it. But that Awakening's kind of invisible for now.
That's fair. I was basically trying to not kill it too hard, but, you know, if top players are telling me it's garbage turd, well, I believe you. As Katsuna is, look, staggered, look all the damage. Berserker's activated. I don't even know how much stats they're getting, but it's probably something. Although both barriers completely down for Soren, they do get there and grab one of their own. NXDD playing a little bit of midfield. They're going to kick backwards and slay this Kazan. Twisty, no stacks of Rampage left here. Big finish coming out. Going to make things awkward for Weston, taking the final barrier. NXDD and Katsuna have a small 2v2 situation on the top here, though, as Triple Take is going to keep the ball. Oh my god, these blobs are getting insane amounts of value. Although Katsuna is completely powered up with this Berserker. It's insane. I'm watching the speed. It's pretty average.
There's no speed on it. 0%.
It's not speed?
Nope. It is power and CDR.
Why does it say 0%?
But an instant flip from an XD actually secures that point. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what was going on. But Berserker, low-key, don't tell anyone, looked kind of good there. Katsuna spent that entire point staggered, and I'm not going to lie, we were getting a lot of primary shots hit. And NXCD just securing the point with a beautiful instant flip on the Julie secondary, and I'm sure he felt very happy landing that in a live nasl match.
Live nasl match it is, and the Maelstrom into the dash punch is going to vaporize anybody it touches, including Twisty, Kazan. Not a lot of health there. Oh my god, the misdirection dealing actually 70% of Nikki's health there, and that's what I had expected to see from some of these Awakenings. It's all in the hands of this Finny if they want to get some extra kills. NXCD taking a whole lot of extra damage, trying to reverse it with the dash punch. Now they have nothing left except for a few evades, but they are going to beat the crap out of this orb, which I think heals you as well when you destroy it. But it is totally free for Nikki to get. Now they've become super powerful. They're killing Katsuna from outstanding ranges there. And now making a power play here for Dog Slayers. A little Twisty can't participate too heavily in this play. They're going to try to get in there. NXCD also completely shattered. There's outrageous amounts of damage being sent out in this game. Weston's turn to move up and make something happen. Maybe try to add on to the damage, get a kill for them. But it's not going to work out here, though. Still holding both of those barriers is Weston, as the damage is just being sent on basically EKC's side. And there goes NXZD on out of there. Big power play here. Let's see if we can get some teammates here for Dog Slayers moving on up, playing a bunch of defense there. Twisty waiting for some cooldowns. Big finish coming out. And nothing yet.
Yeah, I will say this point is looking pretty treacherous for both brawlers on the field. They are constantly being pummeled by every ability from both sides backline. And it's just kind of pretty miserable for both Twisty and XEC stay up in this game. But Katsuna looking for the overtime, Deadeye, Juno value, looking for the core speed, trying to get something up the field. I think he's kind of looking for some passing play, trying to get Twisty. But Soren has just been doing such a great job this point, keeping this barrier or keeping this point intact. But a great find from Nikki, gets the flip and actually secures a kill on Soren. The CCL line, unfortunately, Soren was found standing on it. And that was a bit of a League of Legends point, as some people might say.
Yeah, that was, man, just team fighting and murder left and right. Just to make quick traverse to that first barrier. Bouncy House is going to make things super hard for some of these slower walking goalies. So the forwards are going to push in onto the top side there. Once again, big finish comes out. Just does some damage, actually, to Twisty, and that was just enough to finish them off. Gets the blob on up. Katsuna perfectly taking both of those barriers. Soren blocking the last one. Power play coming out here. We can get a dash punch. Yes, sir, NXED, even with the evade onto Weston. I mean, she is still dash punch striking the ball. It is not an easy situation to win.
Yeah, great patience on NXT there, holding onto the dash punch that entire point until the very last moment where it was completely unsavable. Let's be for real. But the first early barrier going down for the side of Dogslayers, and this point's looking pretty good. Finny was just barely able to hold on. Good layers from NXT actually getting involved, but the Finny ultimate actually pulls the core back up. Twisty is able to find the last strike that she needs to secure the double barrier, but to secure a kill is what NXT was looking for, and that's a dash punch taking Twisty off the map, and that's no more rampage stacks for the rest of this point. Not as influential as a kill found in a bit of an earlier set. This is the 5th point of the set. This is kind of it for both teams. But a passing play from the going towards the downside. Twisty's not quite able to find a crooked leverage, and it means that this point is just not quite found yet for the Dogslayers.
Not just yet. Oh, a flip war there. Weston wins out. Katsuna can't get there in time. Man, Nikki is looking so weak. They do everything to get the kill, spending a dash and flip, and Soren helps finish him off there. See if they can get this final barrier with this power play. I mean, we are seeing a lot of cooldowns being spent, but a lack of barriers going down for EKC. I mean, they're getting the kills, they're getting the damage, but finally, in overtime, do they just lose the last one there. Dogslayers is still kind of core control masters here, especially with this Kazan, and the triple take did not really help Soren all that much there. And Dogslayers take the next set. I mean, Dogslayers, am I right?
They're looking like the Cat Slayers right now. I'm not gonna lie, they're looking so good out on the field right now. They are down 0-2, but they are fiending to get their first nasl win this season. And with a team player pickup from Nikki, they're looking to just kind of accelerate this game forward, kind of just secure these points as fast as possible. Look for the passing plays between Nikki and Weston, between Nikki and Twisty. And then a hot shot pickup from the Estelle too. This Deadeye, by the way, Deadeye plus hot shot means that all of these primaries are going to be red core, by the way. On top of a team player, means that these are the kind of like the really fast points that Kazan wants to see to kind of take over games with, which is a little bit of size. And obviously, the dash range is going to be looking good for it too as well.
Yeah, it seems that Dogslayers mostly went like lots of core control for that last Awakening draft, and we see EKC taking a lot more defense, a double health there, in addition to the specialized. Although a quick ball point from EKC is going to shut me up just about instantly, as they're playing ball just as much.
Yeah, but honestly, one more thing for draft. Reptile Remedy plus peak performance for the side of EKC. That's a lot of HP. Okay, that is like 600 stagger right there. NXED and Soren are now going to be extremely hard to kill. And honestly, Juno, with the Berserker, of course, wants to get kind of low. And she's honestly just a really hard character to kill in general. She's extremely high base stagger. Her secondary lets her kind of be evasive on a low cooldown. And primary being a kind of a strong like range ability, and she kind of able to press whenever she wants, means that she doesn't have to get that involved in plays and get in there and strike as much. So I'm not gonna lie, finding a kill for the side of Dogslayers is looking way harder, but it's actually both the midfielders on both sides going down to a dash punch flip from NXT, and a beautiful secondary into glitch pop from Nikki Millen. And now Twisty is looking staggered. When you're staggered against Juliet, the point's not looking super good.
That is true. Although there is that, well, as they get vaporized, there kind of that minor safe space on this map, right? Where you can sort of stand in front of that little barrier there, and makes it way harder to get a kill. But they're not going to have too much trouble getting Kazan the heck out of there and grabbing that kill, as everyone's going to run top lane. We do have Twisty returning back. Again, still that barrier is up through that power play. We do have Weston holding the line here with Nikki Minilan. Nice hit there from Soren. The primary is going to intercept that play completely. NXED having trouble dribbling during this mega overtime play. As Twisty gets in there with the hook. It's not enough to get that barrier. Once again, same situation. We needed a flip there from Weston if we want to keep it alive. Holy! With no flip from Weston again, which is mind-boggled me there, as NXED blows everything to get that kill. Nikki winning out, and a huge interaction there to save the ball. 3 more seconds here for Weston to come up. Twisty completely vaporizes the momentum on that play with that hook. Once again, we have our 3v3. Twisty looking super low. They kind of whiff on the dash or the punch there, keeping Twisty alive. Still, the barrier holds for Soren. Dogslayers are on the back end here, though, but Nikki has a flip. They could make it happen.
Oh, and a great strike shot from Weston means that NXT's dribble is completely denied But the Juno just makes sure the core stays up the field for as long as possible. Twisty's looking for some strike wars against Storm, but is able to find it with the hook. And honestly, one team player pass means the point is over. And Nikki does find the ball up the field, gets it to Twisty, and 2 flips spent despite being on the back foot for what felt like the entire point. Dogslayers are able to come out on top, meaning that it's only 1-1 to the set. EKC are kind of missing the fact that they could have been up 0-2 going into the set.
It is true. They did spend a lot of energy getting both of those. Getting that point, basically. Both of the flips are completely spent. Twisty almost saves the barrier there with that. With the hook, that would have been nice. NXDD now has no dash punch for a short while. Katsuna might be snaking for one of these flip kills. They do get both barriers, all the barriers vaporized just about instantly there. A flip there over to NXDD. Can't maintain possession of the ball, though. Katsuna has a flip of their own, but Mickey Middleton wins out pretty hard in the interactions against NXDD and the Slime. And now Dogslayers are on the literal match point for the entire series against EKC, who has no sets, but they do have a flip.
They have a flip, and they have a dream. They may be down, but they're not out. EKC always been an explosive team. If they are able to just find like one good play, their momentum can start rolling in their favor so quickly. But it doesn't look like Twisty cares. NXT trying to evade with the secondary, but the Kazan open primary just makes sure that NXT stays in that hitbox the entire time, is forced to go down. Twisty looking for some scary strike wars against Katsuna and Soren. Juno sitting on a flip, but an unfortunate jump into the Alex expanse means that Katsuna was just kind of stunned for a full second there. And a combo dash punch coming out from Twisty and Nikki means that this point goes down. And Dogslayers have claimed their first win in the North American Strikers League. A beautiful showing from our rookies this year. And honestly, they were playing beautifully.
Yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about Dogslayers' gameplay in that entire series. I mean, it was like they did just in general did such a good job of mirroring all the damage that EKC was trying to do, all the kill confirms that they were trying to do. I mean, mirroring in general, but like I feel like the possession that Dogslayers had on the ball was just so good. They kept that ball in the corner when they needed to. They peeled at perfect timings. I mean, the pressure putting on to Soren was just too overwhelming sometimes. I mean, the picks too. I mean, I love these picks right here. Like Weston moving up nicely with the Estelle and just putting so much pressure. Starting with the Deadeye, getting that hot shot too to make just really tough situations. Red balls take barriers all the time, and you can't really do a whole lot against it, especially when half of your team is completely staggered. And I mean, the synergy for Dogslayers, the Cat Slayers, as you're saying, bro. That was a well-deserved win.
It was beautifully played. And honestly, not only synergy between how they play, but honestly, I love to see the synergy in their comp. The backline, like I said, Amy, Estelle, high damage, are able to pelt people and keep the core up for as long as possible. And the ball being up in the face, when you're in the facing down a Kazan as Finny, is not something you want to see at all. And when you have to take all these glitch hops and all these Estelle beams, you're taking a lot of damage. And as we saw that game, whenever you do get staggered, you have to give up so much space to Twisty, who's kind of just looking for these kills on the staggered players. And we saw that game. It was able to just get so much value. And I'm just really, really happy with how well Dogslayers were able to play going into that game. They made EKC not look the greatest, and it's not something that a lot of people were expecting going into this game.
Absolutely. I mean, the Dogslayers, the underdog Slayers, have taken it over EKC, getting their first win in nasl, which is amazing. Now they can never go 0-9, never have to worry about that for the rest of the entire season. And well played. Congratulations to them. But we got more sets coming up here in just a few minutes. Guys, it's going to be Demon Time against the Rats in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with that one.
Match point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Welcome back, everyone, to the week 3 of the North American Strikers League Season 7. And now we're getting on to our second series of the day, which is going to be Demon Time against the entire Rat Pack, which is going to be pretty damn incredible. What do you think? I don't remember which you picked, Dropletto, for the winner of this one, but talk to me.
I did actually give it to the Rat Pack. This series is probably one of the hardest series to predict probably this season, but I think the Rat Pack has looked super good at all the series they've played. Scrimmed against them a lot, and they're just a really hard team to consistently beat. I think what Vaughn brought up on the pre-show is actually good to know that Gumi is a very good goalie at just walking up past the brawler. If they're trying to take up space and not give him like the opportunity to defend, he doesn't care. He's gonna go walk up and trick past them anyways. That's it. That's his defending. So there's a good chance I think Gubi has a super good matchup with Tempo Melon, but Tempo has opted into the Rasmus. None of the ABAB, X Omega Strikers, Asher gameplay that's going to be coming out, and Tempo is probably looking to, well, we're on app, of course. We're on app, and oh my god, it's a spec start. I just looked over, we got spec Rasmus, and Tempo's one of the better brawler, one of the best brawlers, actually just kind of killing people, keeping them on their toes, so I actually just got a little Rat Pack, a few more points in my head going into this game.
Yeah, we were just chatting a little bit about the Amy's app, and now we get to see it. Yeah, with as specialized training, they definitely going to ban Vice and Luna pick, so eradicating most of the super omega damage that we're going to be seeing here. But yeah, in turn, we do see specialized training Rasmus, which could, there's a chance this causes some problems, but, we'll have to find out. Yeah, can't say for sure, although Temple Melon winning out, and that interaction, Gumi can't get there in time with a strike. First point over to the Rat Pack. Yeah, I mean, they were like, yeah, let's just let them have Rasmus, and they were happy taking Estelle Drakkar, so I'm interested to see how this one plays out.
I do want to look at, I think Drakkar, once Xianzhu can pick up a level 2 and get the ultimate ability, I think Specialized Drakkar is like a sleeper OP pick. We saw it actually in the must-have tier in the tier list today. So that's pretty awesome. But I think that Spec Drakkar is not something that most people really put that much money on, but that thing can just kill you sometimes. So if Xianzhu can slowly but surely make our way to get unlocking ultimate ability, I'm expecting to see Xianzhu actually kind of contest tempo and a lot of kills that we're going to be looking for this game.
Yeah, definitely no stranger to like a dash punch situation. These characters are always enjoying that stuff, trying to act like Juliet on every front that they can. Temple Melon does end up winning that final situation given to them by Carmine. Frightfully Fresh going to hand the ball up onto the top, and wow, gets actually kind of bamboozled there by the Joker, and another kill. Huge double power play here from Demon Time. Can Carmine somehow hold the line? Doing a pretty solid job right now. Puts the ball into the corner, gets sniped away. Holds the line, though. We do have two teammates returning back. 2v1 situation onto Frightfully Fresh, which is going to make things nearly impossible. So, hey, Demon Time getting all those kills. They finally get their point, and that's what we want to see. We actually do want to see people getting rewarded for their efforts on the power play.
Yeah, great little kill found earlier into that point by Huss. Finding a beautiful secondary into flip. Fresh trying to walk up, try and get a really strong expanse angle out, get a big timeless value, and keep the ball up. But the Joker was not having any of that. Teleport, flip, immediately took him off the map. And on top of that, taking Carmine off the map with a beautifully placed primary. Not a single buff on that thing. No Bait Awakenings, no Death Pummelers. There's just a single raw stealth primary. And on top of that, finds another kill with the help of Xianzhu. And now that the ultimates are online, it's looking like the side of Demon Time is looking so comfortable, but Gumi not. Unfortunately, immediately kind of positioning a little bit too far up, but it doesn't matter. The Joker puts the ball in anyways, despite the little bit of a unfortunate barrier loss happening at that point.
Yeah, let's just say a rocky start here from the Rats. Demon Time is kind of putting in that work right now. Xianzhu tries to get a kill there, in addition to Gumi also spending their flip, blasting Temple Melon in the face. Still not shattered, though, actually. Temple Melon holding on, and they're going to try to find themselves just a little bit more health as Carmine's going to fight onto the top side. Carmine is now completely staggered. A revive there, which unshatters you instantly. Well placed by Frightfully Fresh, handing the ball on over to Carmine. Xianzhu is going to try to make a break here for the barrier as Joker and Gumi are really just watching Temple Melon. They're actually just defending the ball ever so slightly and really trying to get the ball, or really trying to get Temple Melon off the map. Xianzhu is going to help as well. Basically block mid. I mean, literally, we are just triangulating Temple Melon here. Forget the barrier, forget the players. Now, maybe it's time to get the barrier.
Yeah, we just spent 40 seconds of that point trying to kill Temple Melon. I think at least like 3 rotations of abilities from the side of Demon Time were spent taking out Tempo, and eventually it did all pay off. Tempo not coming up quite in time to help defend the last barrier, and that is a pretty strong looking 3-1 take for the first set going into this game. Demon Time, they just want to kill the Brawler. We saw it went down last point, and I'm pretty sure the Joker spent 2 Estelle secondaries trying to hit Tempo, and Tempo just wiggled out of the way. So that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was just the game plan. Was like, we're gonna kill the Brawler. I don't care how long it damn takes, and then we're gonna do it after we get this power play. And let's see what we can get to assist that. Joker grabbing some cooldown. Team player maybe puts a lot more pressure onto the opposing barrier, getting the ball through. Demolitionist also increases the range of Drakkar's primary too, since it's like a melee move. I'm like 90% sure. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Carmine, quick strike. I think that's exactly what they're looking for to play onto this midfield situation, although Gumi may be finding Carmine as the next kill target, who did in fact take Orb Dancer, which could go interesting here. And Temple Melon with Tempo Swing, which is, of course, as it needs to be.
Awakening.
Yeah.
But yeah, but honestly, one thing I think the most important awakening, both sides of that we have to look at here, is actually team player from Fresh, but unfortunately not able to find a team player pass and immediately stuffed out by the Drakkar primary lock and load. But yeah, team player is what Fresh needs to get a lot of value out of this game. When tempo is being gunned down by the entire side of Demon Time, you need to be able to say, like, make the other side of the map look scary. You force them to either lose their resources and then lose the barrier in the process, or force them to just kind of stop blowing up someone on their team. So I'm hoping to see a lot of like fast plays coming up from team player, get the ball up the field, but it doesn't really matter. Tempo is one step away from dying, 0 steps away from dying, and Carbine is just coming back from the respawn. And the damage from Demon Time is just looking too good to stop right now.
You know, I just figured out the downside of team player. You have to have a team. Both of the teammates are dead 90% of this game. So honestly, Demon Time is doing a really good job of completely nullifying team player as a concept. Gumi surviving that onslaught from Tempo Melon with a flip, and now they actually get the barrier out. They already got, or sorry, they get the ball out, but they already got the barrier. Xianzhu gonna walk up here with a flip. Tempo Melon trying to stall out just for a second. Gumi flies on in there. Can't get much work done, although, man, another fat kill. Look at him. He's taunting. Gumi literally just having as much fun as he possibly can, while Joker and Xianzhu do all the dirty work.
Yeah, Gumi's just happy to be here, playing on Amy's app, able to get a couple dozen kills maybe by the end of the game. Just having a great time, while the side of the Rat Pack is just looking so scary. Fresh able to find a great ultimate ability to barely keep Tempo alive for the rest of this point, but we're currently down 0-2. Barrier not taken yet. Gumi is sitting on a lot of resources, and the barrier not even found there. And it's kind of looking hard for the route for the Rat Pack right now. They're just not able to find any great interactions, not able to get any team player out, and someone on their team just happens to be dead almost the entire time.
Yep, there they go. Here we are. Another power play here for Demon Time as Gumi is standing on the midfield, gets the eject button with just a pixel left. Xianzhu handing on over to Joker, who has a couple extra cooldowns, spends them. Frightfully Fresh does survive the interaction there, though. Carmine is now here to help the ball onto the bottom side. Team player, yeah. Oh my god, Xianzhu, hero, saving that barrier. Honestly, team player makes it really hard to intercept the ball with something like Cyber Swipe, having a lot of startup. Although, they still are holding this barrier still. Frightfully Fresh trying to get the ball. Oh man, a kill from Temple Melon would have been humongous there, although could not find that one. And man, the team player is getting value, but not like really, you know?
Yeah, and I want to say, no like super scary team player shots. We had one kind of just go flying across that from the defense, but a great shotgun from Xianzhu was able to defend that barrier for the entire point. And now Demon Time is up 3-0, and up many kills as well. The Spec Rasmus has just not been able to find a single kill through the Amy's app here. And a Twin Drive on Drakkar just means that's a lot more primaries that are going to be empowered for the rest of the match. And things are looking pretty bleak if you're rooting for the Rat Pack right now.
True, but hey, core speed is what is going to take these barriers, and we do have a lot of core speed coming out here from Fresh, grabbing a hot shot as well, but, I mean, Joker getting stacks on stacks is pretty deadly. Carmine just denying, really, this prize fighter. Ain't going to do too much with that, and unless he gets super lucky. Gumi getting extra range on aerials is exactly what I could imagine would assist this Amy here. I mean, it's good draft here from Demon Time for the most part. Not super powerful, but we'll see if Xianzhu can get a couple of extra kills here with that Twin Drive. Oh my god, they just cannot manage to get this barrier. Gumi is just a stonewall here, and Joker wins out a situation 2v1. Grabs the barrier by themselves as they once again are just triangulating onto Tempo Melon, who is just running in circles. Can't really do much as this Rasmus, and now simply can't heal enough. I mean, we have now and Atlas, and it hasn't even been close to enough. And there they go. Tempo Melon is on out of the board. If we thought for some reason that Tempo Melon was the one who was going to counter Gumi, well, they really just haven't been around. So Demon Time is doing what they need to avoid that situation.
And a beautiful dribble play off the middle coming from Xianzhu to secure that point. And even though Huss has not been able to get that many stacks on either of his awakenings, I don't think he cares. He just is the game plan of just shoot someone on their team. It has always been successful, but is actually the Joker, who is looking very low into this point. Any abilities coming out from the side of Rats could be the thing to stagger him, could be looking to walk up and get the flip, but it's actually Tempo to go down to the Drakkar combo. Fresh is struggling to move up the field, look for a flip kill. They're forcing him back. He can't stay up for too long without being risk of dying to the Drakkar combo, and the flip goes out. Two flips, taking Karma Nuclear off the field, and Fresh is forced to spend Haze to keep the barrier up. And even though the side of Demon Time has not had a barrier for this entire point, they have just kept possession. They've kept the ball up on the field, and on top of that, they've kept the player lead for a good amount of time, and then again, the ball just keeps rolling for them.
Oh my god. Another double power play here for Demon Time. I mean, a little bit earlier we saw Joker was just about staggered. This was their chance, but it now is not going to be doing that damage, and Atlas cannot move. Atlas is a totem character, so they don't have something like Amy to help get those kills, and even if they do get close, it's going to be so rough. And man, Demon Time has all the damage and all the coordination they need. Gumi with a beautiful shot onto the bottom side from that flip. The aerial's giving them the range to get there. This is kind of curtains for Rats, I feel, but it's definitely like a wonderful opportunity to turn the page onto a new game.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I don't see too big of hopes for the Rat Pack this game. They just don't have any kill pressure. They don't really have anyone to dash punch ever. Maybe the occasional Atlas gimmick can come out. But Tempo has not been able to put into really any opportunities to look for a hook. Every time she has tried to get any spec value, she kind of has gotten blown up immediately. Gumi, once again, is popping a second and just kind of keep looking for it. And I don't really see any real win con from the side of Rat Packs. They have all these healing characters that they've opted into, and we're still going down. Barriers dropping, and possibly more kills being found. Drakkar looking for the secondary play. But I don't know. I just don't see anything that the Rat Pack can really do to be that scary this game.
I gotta admit, seeing specialized training Rasmus on Amy's app, I did have some thoughts. I was thinking a little bit. No longer am I thinking about that because Demon Time completely nullifying. Oh, nice reaction there from Fresh, keeping the ball safe. Oh, that's a point, guys. Guys. Gee, oh my God, they scored a point. That is actually huge. You only need one to win the entire series, so. Honestly, Rat Pack, you guys literally have this. Although, this specialized Rasmus only has gotten a single kill yet.
Yeah, it starts with a trickle, though. And honestly, Tempo had a beautiful play into that point. Not using the hook to kill, but actually just to control the ball in the top corner, taking a 1v3 strike war. But now Huss and Xianzhu looking for their signature passing plays. Huss looking for the score. Pops the flip, goes for the shot between Karma and Fresh. But they are able to defend it. And Gumi looks for the dash punch. Great reaction from Karma. And as a first kill, we have found this game. Tempo Melon rocketing from level 4 almost to level 7 in a single kill. And is now for the first time, what feels like in ever, the Rat Pack has taken a power play.
Oh, it is over though, and Carmine is being smacked in the face by everyone on the planet. Gosh, favorable angle here from Joker, pushing it onto the top side. Xianzhu now just has one little now in mind, who does end up healing. A flip there from Fresh just to clear the ball pretty much, smacking Xianzhu in the face a little bit. They might get a kill from Tempo Melon, who pulls the ball, but not favorably enough to get it onto the other side. Joker holding the line. Oh, wait, that's another point, guys. The Rat Pack wins. The Rat Pack is going to win.
It starts with a trickle.
Oh.
Yeah, the point is all of a sudden now that Tempo has managed to get that kill are looking good. They're able to keep the ball a lot further up than usual. When they have control, it's a lot harder for them to justify just kind of dumping their entire kit on Tempo Melon. Plus, looking for the dash punch there is not quite able to find it. But Fresh pops the Atlas Res on reaction anyways, which means now the Karma has all popped ult. There's no more healing really left inside of the Rats, but it doesn't matter. He looks for the up clear, gets around the back of the barrier, and lots of resources were spent from the Joker looking for the barrier, but not quite able to find anything. But Rats are just doing. Now it's their turn. They seem to we're looking alive right now more than they have for the entire series.
They can't get the barrier though, although they do get double flip out of the opponent. Okay, barrier is open now for the side of Rats. A flip from Joker is going to whiff. They're going to go for a super kill on the Tempo Melon, who does have the res either way. Although not healing, kind of the worst situation for Tempo Melon. Goes to the backside to grab the final barrier, or to grab the orb from the opponent. Now there's too much pressure on Fresh, and well, yeah, Demon Time takes it, which is fair. Honest, man, Rats. gosh, honestly, I thought we could do it. I thought we could get that final set. You know, it only takes one set win, bro. You get your awakening. You're feeling good, man. But
Yeah,
all right, Demon time.
things were looking good here at the end, but unfortunately, the snowball from Demons just kind of it rolled a little bit too big before the side of Rat Packs were able to really take revenge on anything there. And I mean, just look at the kill numbers. We have 8, 6, and 2 versus a single hook kill coming out from Templeman. And Amy's app is all about kind of pressuring the opponent to kind of misstep and find your team's kills onto the middle death area. And the side of Rat Packs were just not able to play for it very well. Even though Rasmus is the kind of signature character of this map, when you get to a higher level and both teams are kind of like more aware of where Rasmus is positioned and reacting to hook, it's a lot harder to find value out of them than you might think, even with the spec start. And Demon Time just showed how much more important it is just have more higher damage and more dash punch pressure compared to just kind of trying to gimmick people with the hook.
If I could just turn everyone's attention to the amount of redirects Tempo Melon has. Now, I realize that these are good players, and we're hitting the ball, but this is just a really good example of how the opposing team said we're just going to kill Tempo Melon pretty much the whole time, and regardless of where the ball is going. I kind of wish we could see barriers taken just like in general, but we don't have a stat like that. But yeah, Tempo Melon got completely nullified, like as a player, as a character, for like literally the first 95% of that game. The last set is where we really had something coming up, but Demon Time pretty much had a chokehold on the entire game there. I mean, they played it well, right? The opposing team had Rasmus specialized, and they made sure that there's no Rasmus specialized to be found. So these are veteran players taking their game plan to the next level on Amy's app, volatile as it can be. So next game shall be different, maybe.
I would also like to point out another thing I was pointing out in the pre-show today. Double midfield coming out from Demon Time. The Joker opting to pick up the Estelle, something he's been doing a lot going into this season. And honestly, I think they look pretty good. Estelle is a midfielder who can threaten kills almost as well as the rest of the Dash Punch brawlers. And when you're playing into an Atlas, a character who really only has melee pressure, he can hurt, but only into other brawlers. When the Joker doesn't really have to stand at that range at all, we can see that Atlas just wasn't able to get really any damage numbers out this game. Only 7k damage, no kills. Of course, Atlas is not really the character you expected to find kills, but hey, sometimes when you eat a Monu missile prop primary, you die. But the Joker just kind of knowing that, locked in the Estelle and kind of just played completely outside of Fresh's range. And when you're playing into the Estelle, looking for passing plays on the team player that we saw, it's just so much scarier trying to cross on that open net. So I actually really, really liked the double midfield that Demon Time picked up this game as well.
True, yeah. Played it well. They dealt the damage. Got some good kill confirms. And that really, I mean, killing Temple Melon was like, I mean, obviously it's insane to get, a kill and a power play, but it made like half of Atlas not do anything, right? The team player wasn't really working out. Carmine just could not get past the midfield by themselves. So, I mean, the team simply could not play the game the entire time. But that's okay. These are good players. Demon Time is a pretty highly seeded team. Fifth seed here right now against 8th seed for the North American Strikers League. As we get into this next game, loading on up in just a few seconds. What shall we be seeing? Probably, there it is, Inky's map. We're also talking about how fun and interactive Inky's is, like legitimately. Like actually, like it does end up making sense at the highest level.
I love Inky's, but unfortunately something that we don't love here is Deadeye start, meaning that Demon Time has immediately banned the Luna. Yep, makes sense. That happened twice now. Deadeye start, just kind of get that out of here. And the Rats have actually opted to ban the Estelle this game. We did not like how play against it on the app and on Inky's, which has such a harder, compared to Hap especially, such a hard barrier to defend. An open map character like Estelle who can threaten, just attacking from either side, and also helping out on those rotates on both either midfield or goalie. I just think it's a really high value ban coming from Rats.
Totally agree. Yeah, I think Estelle is like super good on this map. Having access to so much range while the barrier is indeed that size is like super good, and also having like more effective range over the water cannon is also insane too. So I think High is also just about, probably not as good, but just about as good when making those like big singular plays to get that barrier. Sometimes it's really difficult to block out something like the barrage, and we'll see maybe a larger goalie for the opposing team. We do have Atlas showing up once again here, but it's for Demon Time, going to be blocking the ball. Or sorry, it's going to be for the Rats. Atlas for Rats. This is going to be the same situation here. I guess we're going to have Fresh on the Atlas once again. I think a lockdown goalie is... I think they feel about even to me when it comes to lockdown and ranged goalies for this map, because having effective range over the opponent barrier is so good because it's so big, but not being able to lock down your own barrier has its own disadvantages, of course.
Yeah, what I like about Alice is that he's actually in a really, honestly, perfect middle ground for this map, because he has the time, he has a secondary to defend for as much as he wants, while also, if he opts into the strike shot, that primary goes just far enough that if you're attacking the bottom side of an Inky's barrier, that Alice could actually help on offense there. And every brawler knows that trying to strike past an Atlas primary that's flying in your face, especially once he gets the projectile range, is really miserable. So he's like a character that we usually like to see on the map. But also, I'm looking at the Asher pickup from the side of Demon Time, the Joker on his signature brawler, and a character that I think is extremely annoying to play against on Inky Splash Zone. Asher's super good at shoving on either corners of the barrier. And of course, the dash punch pressure that you always have to be watching out for whenever you're trying to defend the bottom side. And I really do like the draft coming out from Demon Time. And I think a little bit of a wild card here is actually Rune, which could go towards Shianzu. But I wouldn't be shocked if Gooby decides, hey, it's time to pull out the Rune goalie, one of the few goalies to really ever opts to picking it in nasl. And maybe that's all you want on Inky's, just be able to hold down the barrier with these primers and still be able to walk up and just click it. You can try to gimmick people on Rune, check their toes. Something I'm really interested to see where this Rune's gonna be placed on the team.
I would be very wowed if it was Gumi on the Rune. Ending the match. Someone's picked the wrong thing. That's okay. Getting back into it in just a minute here. Yeah, I do think Rune is certainly the wild card of a pick, especially for this map. It's like Rune does have this really cool, his circle of affecting, his circle of, what am I trying to say?
Area of influence.
Yeah, area of influence. That's a good one. Area of influence is so unique to where he could pull the ball, push the ball. He actually he can put the ball in any direction he wants because of where you can spawn the pillar. So having that kind of range on I think a midfielder, super awesome. And I love Rune goalie, but I would be so scared to play Rune goalie specifically on this map, as of course we see exactly what you said. Gumi is hovering over this Rune, and that's what it's gonna be. And I'm gonna take some notes here as we get on into it, because Rune certainly does have a great amount of offensive pressure with those pillars to just completely block off sides. But this is a very wide open map, so it takes a lot of skill to block off what you need to. I'm gonna watch that one.
Yeah, but you'll see getting into this game. I will say the one downside I think that the comp of Demon Time has is actually that I don't think their kickoff is particularly scary. Of course, Rune can tap a primer and Shianzu can run up with the ball, but nothing to immediately just threaten, just kind of slapping damage into that middle area that both Amy has and Alex can threaten with his primary as well. And a beautiful water cannon setup, getting the shot immediately into the bot side, and that's Inky Splash Zone for you. First team to take a barrier has a huge advantage, and Demon Time, of course, are the team to watch when it comes to taking advantage of the Inky Splash Zone barrier.
Yeah, especially if you can ride the water cannon, you have access to a disgusting amount of angles with that red ball to make sure to get that goal. And there's the barrier down. There's a kill. There's a power play. An ultimate there. Flurry coming out from Temple Mountain is going to easily secure that one. No buttons needed. Rat Pack going to answer right on back with a point of their own.
Yep, and that was Inky Splash Zone, 2 points in a row. It's kind of the ball barrier just kind of goes down, and that team can, if they have a good setup, can immediately snowball it completely out of control with the water cannon. And a lot of resources coming out right now. Gumi, I don't think any abilities left. Maybe a primary, of course, not able to find the strike to defend it. And it's, of course, the side of a Rat Pack getting the first water cannon. And beautiful setup there, but Shianzu was able to deny it just long enough. Yeah. The Temple Villain does not care. The ball gets up. She gets the flip and finds the shot to the top side. Gumi attempting to TP to kind of layer the strikes a little longer. Tempo, just good patience, waiting it out. And then seeing that Gumi's gone, it's time to just shoot it to where he's not. Getting the second point into the set.
Okay, I don't want Demon Time to simply lose because of like Rune Goalie. Like, I don't think they would just lose because of Rune Goalie. I do think it feels like a rough pick to me. Like that situation we just saw right there, that is certainly Rune's best aspect, is blocking off something completely like that, forcing Fresh to use like a flip. Getting people to spend resources is great. But on a lot of situations, the Rune Pillar is going to have to be like so precise. Wow, just sacrificing the own barrier to let Joker ride it on in there, and that simply worked out. They got the ball down there fast enough to just AFK on that button. That was interesting.
Oh no, honestly, I really liked it from Goomy there, knowing that because Huss had flip, if he could get a super strong angle in the water cannon, make sure the ball is pushed into it as far as possible with no opportunity to kind of get it out, Huss would probably be able to find the goal. And hey, that's exactly what happened. The ball made it up there, got it through the Atlas secondary, and of course just slipped not to hit the core, but literally just to hit stun them. It was a beautiful little sacrifice from Goomy there, but a vicious TP immediately gives up the barrier, and on top of that, the rest of the set. A little bit of a miscall on Goomy, trying to get a portal up and looking for like an early strike there with the TP positioning, but immediately passed down, and Carmine took advantage of it, taking not only the barrier, but the entire set in the process.
Yes, well played. Carmine was able to keep possession there after getting that barrier, smacking it against the wall, and got a little strike reset, I'm pretty sure, with the Cyber Swipe too, which is great. Gets extra special, which is one of Amy's really good on Amy. That's going to help get the barrier basically every single point. Get a little bit of health and some damage onto the Joker. Peak performance speed is going to help too. Kai, okay, getting explosive entrance. I mean, that's one of Kai's best aspects, especially on this map, going for those big plays. Frightfully Fresh Monumentalist is going to help defend these humongous barriers as well. So I think it's like pretty fair to say that both of these teams got decent stuff. I mean, Goomy getting size is like fine. That's not too great.
Honestly, I'm pretty surprised that Goomy opted in for the size over the cast to last. So I feel like the pillar duration is something that you'd really love to have on Amy's app, especially with Banish just becoming so much stronger of a tool. But I guess he just wants the size. He wants to get a little bit of a lead on the Strike Wars and make sure that he has the size to kind of make sure Tempo can't get any value. But unfortunate TP placement again means that Tempo is able to find the barrier, and the water cannon is something that the side of Rappack now has access to, but not able to quite find anything out of it. And we're kind of going to a stalemate with no sides having water cannon up for the rest of this point.
Oh, yeah, that's Rune. That's Rune right there for you. Tempomelon moving just a millimeter too fast with that peak performance is going to make it so that Rune didn't even have a primary. So sometimes that'll happen. As Rappack is now looking quite good, taking another point in this next set. Carmine spending the ultimate, dealing a whole bunch of damage to Xianzhu, not getting the barrier. Double banish is going to be great. Onto this double offensive pressure here. The Joker does end up finding a kill. Demon Time looking really good right now with this power play. Joker can't get their hands on the ball. Carmine gonna block onto the top side. A pillar isn't gonna do all that much either. Okay, Joker does grab the barrier with that barrier beam, which would make complete sense as the water cannon is going off and not going to score a goal just yet. Joker going to try to get the ball on down once into the hands of Xianzhu, into the hands of Joker one more time, who has a flip onto the front side, and they actually recognize that Tempomelon with a great kill to counter any situation. I mean, Xianzhu's the GOAT. Yeah, Xianzhu's the GOAT. What the heck?
Yeah, Giga Go coming. I'm completely calling out the pass from Fresh to Carmine, and immediately hits the ball straight back into the net. And even though Huss went down flip and the point was looking bad, a great play like that was all the side of Demon Time needed to take the point back. And honestly, I'm not surprised that Goomy isn't looking for many banish kills, because Fresh, he's Atlas' ultimate. If you can't react to the Rune Banish combo as an Atlas, we've got an investigation to run on your reaction time. So I'm not really expecting to see any more banish kills being looked for, unless Goomy knows that Fresh's ultimate is down for the rest of the game.
Yeah, facts and true. Let's see if Carmine can get close here with this flip. They probably waiting out for the Cyber Swipe, saying, "You'll hold the ball. I'm about to get the cooldown." Send the ball onto the bottom side. Goomy spends a flip for that one. Carmine not actually spending the Cyber Swipe just yet, which is great because the pillar was spent here by Goomy. They do survive here. Xianzhu holding the line onto the bottom side. Completely evades the Giga. Tempomelon sniffed that something was up. A flip from Carmine into the combo of a dash punch from Tempomelon is certainly going to be enough to get that point. And Rappack right now might be packing their things and taking this win to the next level.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised Tempo was able to get that out there. Not many, you usually see that dash strike from Juliet is not as scary of a combo that many other characters with secondary strike can beat because of how small her secondary range is. But Tempo still managed to secure the strike war on that. And Fresh is actually was caught just now looking to make sure that Carmine doesn't go down to a dash punch there.
Nice.
Which could mean that Gumi has a small little opening here to look for any banish combos that Rune can sometimes be known for. Unfortunate. Asher ultimate ability means that the cast was unfortunately cut from Shianzu to Joker. And no, okay, never mind. Barrier's taken, flips out, but a great defense from Carmine and Fresh means that the point is not quite over yet.
Yeah, there's the water cannon is just going to actually sell fast to Joker, which was actually pretty skilled there. I love that. Great. Like, the ball can kind of go a couple different angles there, but right to Joker there, which is going to be perfect. 2-2 in this next set. Demon Time certainly going to look for a point to even this one up, to extend this game, get a couple more awakenings before we see the ending. Rune Pillar is going to be a great angle to get that barrier, and there comes the water cannon, not even needed. In fact, Shianzu and Joker make quick work of that point. Demon Time on the board. It's even.
Yeah, the Carmine was just not quite fast enough there to defend that barrier or the open net with his primary, just popping it a little bit too early and ends up sending it still further in. And now that we're sitting at 1-1 in the set score, team player going to Carmine is actually, I think, not that scary. Midfield team player, it's still strong, but it's not nearly as strong as having your goalie in the back, especially when you want to be rotating to a lot on this map. And Shianzu getting Twin Drive, I already thought about it earlier, I didn't mention it, but Kai kind of has a lot of control over the midfield this game. There's not really any pressure on Kai getting hit from like Juliet other than like the occasional dash punch, and Amy's midfield presence is not quite as like immediately threatening as Kai, who has barrage and ability to kind of run all over the map. And now Twin Drive is online. It means that Shianzu is just going to be able to spend almost what feels like its entire game running all over the map, and a beautiful play off the water cannon means that not only will they find a kill, but also the first point going into the set.
Well played there from Demon Time. Making quick work of that point as well. Especially with the water cannon, always changing this game. I mean, the water cannon is momentum unlike any other. Nice pillar there from Gumi to defend that barrier. A perfect banish evade from Tempo Melon as well. Shianzu gonna get their hands on the ball here. Hopefully having the barrage doesn't even need it. The Joker flies on in there with the barrier beam, gets the stun. Ooh, close situation there for Fresh. Not gonna activate the water cannon just yet. Maybe setting up for it for just a moment. If they can get the ball into the hands of the Joker. Now the water cannon will come out in just a second. Oh man, Gumi waiting, actually, they're recognizing what's going on here. They get the kill, now spending the water cannon, although here comes the firewall sentry to block it. Frightfully Fresh gets the barrier by himself with the strike shot in this power play. Carmine in a tough situation, but the water cannon will not score by itself. Tempo Melon now back, dash punch, no punch, just dash. Getting the ult back down to Carmine. Man, tough situation, it gets banished. Carmine does have flip, is going to try to approach here into the center. They do get it, kind of whiffs the strike. Joker gets the barrier beam onto the ball, and now it's into the hands of Joker to get the ball in the midfield, or in the midfield with the flip. Finish this one off.
Yeah, but honestly, this point is just looking so scary for both sides. Of course, the ball has been up on the field for the side of the Rapax, but Haas has been holding on to this flip for the entire point, but unfortunately is forced to spend it on defense there. And a great mix-up from Tempo Melon. Feints the top side, going with the dash aimed up, and immediately strikes down, kind of breaking the ankles of Gumi there, and evening up the tally for the side of Rapax.
That was so wild. I feel like it broke their ancestors. Talking about their ankles, I mean, oh my god, the ball literally cannot score while the thing is closed, but if it could, I feel like it would have right there with that kind of particle acceleration. No problem there, though. A couple little glitches. Frightfully Fresh gonna get their hands on the ball here, though. Gonna try to get it to Tempo Melon. Gonna spend the flip to clear it on out. Gumi gets it. See if Tempo Melon can score here with the dash punch. Try to make it a little tricky, but doesn't end up getting that goal. Now it's kind of maybe in the hands of Carmine to get a cyber swipe situation going on, although Gumi is looming here with the pillars, which is making things quite difficult for Fresh. You have to actually be really careful about your clear angles when Rune is too close. Same with Estelle, right? You can't just simply clear in front of the barrier, so you have to kind of dribble it to yourself sometimes. Goes in with the cyber swipe, does a lot of damage to Gumi and Shianzu, but not going to find a kill just yet. Barrage Not going to take the barrier either. We still have both up. Overtime is just about rolling over here. Gumi has a flip of their own. Let's see if they can make something happen with it.
Yeah, Popsa immediately gets the ball back into the corner here where Showtime has been trying to keep for the entire time. But unfortunately, angle from Fresh was just not quite good enough. Means that the barrier doesn't get down. Gumi barely misses the water cannon timing, but it still is up the field. Fresh defending as well as he can with the quick strikes. And Carmine, I feel like that's one of the first team player procs I have seen so far. There's a pass to Fresh. Nintendo is trying her hardest to get something here, but is not able to find the strike after the ultimate. And now Huss is kind of up the field on his own, but nothing able to quite be found. And Gumi hits a band on both the core and Tempo Melon, but nothing quite is able to be found just yet. Almost going in towards the bottom side. And I feel like it just keeps going back into even. We're waiting on to see if Rat Packs can survive long enough before that side of Demon Time can get the water cannon back up.
Ooh, yeah, close situation there from the Joker. Getting a red ball hit with probably the help of... Xianzhu there, but not going to score until that next situation where the Joker does get it in there. Has flip as well. Try to make quick work of this barrier too. Fresh has flip of their own, which might be able to counter it, or assist in getting their own barrier from the opposing team. Tempo Melon getting a lot of energy from just that combo. Finds a flip and gets a kill too. Big power play here for the side of Rat Pack. Can they get this barrier? They get a triple banish situation going on here. Joker returns to the board. Another pillar coming up here from Gumi. Carmine is looking a little bit weak, but they're probably not going to have enough damage to get the kill. But wow, nice barrier steal from Gumi there is going to alert the authorities. The water cannon is going to come out. A pillar completely stuffing Juliet, saving it as well. And those are some situations where Rune is like kind of unlike any other, where they can just completely block off a side and there's sort of nothing you can do about it.
Gumi has been attacking the top side into this range, just so it kind of looks so uncomfortable for Tempo Man. Not able to get anything out of it. And a beautiful banish from Gumi, stopping a dash punch from happening, is able to move it up the field. And a flip from Xianzhu,
oh my God,
but holds the entire time. Waits out the entire kit from Frightfully Fresh and is able to get the barrier, strike warring at the very last second. And that means that's set lead for the side of Demon Time, and they're looking pretty comfortable going into this draft. We got a little bit of dash range, but I wouldn't be surprised if Kai Xianzhu chooses to pick up, but also stacks on sacks as well. That's something to keep in mind here.
Good picks already. Kai gets even stronger. All the synergies there with the twin drive is going to be pretty threatening. Hot shot for Atlas, of course. Can't ever sleep on that. Stacks on stacks ends up falling down to Joker, which will be fast. Asher, Timeless Amy with combination with the extra special is going to be kind of demonic as well. Gumi picking up Orb Dancer, who actually had picked up Omega Infused Accelerator, is one of the more interesting awakenings that we see in the game. Not a ton of damage being sent in this game, so probably feels safe-ish with it. But they get a power play already. Demon Time finding a kill. See if they can get this barrier from Frightfully Fresh. Hotshot is going to give them a little bit extra cooldown, so it's going to be tough to get it through this lockdown goalie, bro. Oh, I lied.
Unfortunately, Strike Primer is a little scary. And what else is scary is when your Brawler just goes down to the water cannon. The ball is still managing to pop up towards the top side, and the Joker just puts it in. The momentum is swinging so hard in the favor of Demon Time right now that so the Rat Packs has a pretty high hill to come back from.
Man, look how fast Xianzhu is now with those dash perks, with that twin drive. Just has the ability to just get there every single time. Oh my gosh, Frightfully Fresh getting bamboozled themselves by the expansion and could not just simply save it there. It's going to be sort of a little own goal from Rat Pack as we're moving on to match set series point for Demon Time. Gumi goes in with a banish, goes in with the Path Splitter as well, has the sentry to try to negate some of that pressure. Tempo Melon almost kind of finding themselves on off the map, but finds an orb to keep themselves alive. Ball into the top side, a little bit of pressure onto Fresh is going to be cleared out pretty quickly by that strike shot. Xianzhu running across the entire United States with that extra speed, whiffs the Giga, now in the hands of Gumi, and now in the hands of Xianzhu to help this double goalie situation. Even the Joker backing up as much as they can to try to make it so that this set point is completely secure. Gumi maybe has a situation with this flip. Yeah, gonna spend it. Nullify the pressure put on by Tempo Melon. The barrier beam is not going to make it. Frightfully Fresh spends their resource flip. Carmine maybe looking for a kill with the one of their own, but now it's kind of maybe in the hands of Carmine to get this, and they spend it now. It's just the Joker who has a flip to get this barrier. Spends it, doesn't even need to, and the barrier beam takes it, and the life of Frightfully Fresh. Demon Time, our winners, 2-0 here against the Rat Pack.
Yeah, Demon Time is showing why they're one of the favorites to win this season. They just had such a great look on the Inky Splash, though. The rotates from them were looking super strong. It would kind of single out either Carmine or Fresh on the offenses. And on top of that, the kills that Huss or the Joker was able to find were super not they were notable. Okay, they had Prize Fighter, I believe Bulk Up, and it's just saying that when they're attacking the bottom side, Asher is just a character that can find so many of these kills, despite the fact that Atlas still had Expanse up, was kind of forced to save it for when Gumi had Banished. But honestly, just a great look from the side Demon Time.
Absolutely, they look very well. They look very well seasoned on the Inky's map there. I mean, I know a lot of teams are playing it more often, using it as some sort of counter pick. They're trying to make themselves comfortable, and that's exactly what we saw. I mean, especially when you see Gumi just standing on the button, just saying, honestly, take that barrier. I'm standing on the button. I'm about to go crazy. And that's like the kind of knowledge that you need to win these kinds of games against a good team like the Rat Pack. We're really just on the come up here, bro. We saw, I mean, Rat Pack is up 2-0. Well, was 2-0, right? Now they are 2-1 against Demon Time here. But still, a really great team, and they have a lot to do as nasl has only just begun.
And I will say, I really did. One thing I want to point out here before we cap off this series, Rune goalie looked actually extremely strong that series. Tempo was not able to, whenever Tempo had a kind of a solo play looking for one of the corners, Rune was able to just kind of completely block out one of the lanes, and Gumi was doing a great job just kind of walking up, making sure that the Rune kind of area of influence of the primary was felt. And whenever he had to, he would TP back. And there was a couple of TPs, especially at the beginning of the game, where, yeah, let's be clear, Gumi completely misplayed and lost where his TP would put him. But other than those, Rune looked actually pretty great on the map. I will say, I would hope to see that maybe a couple other goalies might want to look into picking Rune up for possibly just kind of see how he feels. But hey, I'm glad that at least one person is making this character look good.
True. Can't say much more than that. I was completely shut up as I was not a true believer, but Gumi taking a lot of speed that game definitely helped out. Normally you would go for like creation stuff, but either way, great win for the side of Demon Time against Rats. Also a very strong team. We'll be seeing a lot of those teams in the next coming weeks, but we are going to go to a little break as we load up our next game. Don't go anywhere, guys. Boys versus HMG will be playing in just a few minutes when we return.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Welcome back, everybody. Today we got the boys versus HMG. Should be a pretty fun match here. Should be loading in pretty soon, but I'm joining the desk here by Fwop. What do you think about this game?
I'm leaning towards boys. I'm a big Bells fan. But I've seen HMG. They've looked very, very good this season. The 1-1 score, some should say maybe a 2-0 score, depending on, week one. At Taiko Temple moment. But I think there is potential here if they're really locked in and they're on their A game. But this is, of course, boys. It's a they're 3-time champions. You have to come with your A game and you have to stay on your A game if you wanna take them down for even just the regular season.
Yeah, because wasn't boys undefeated last season, or is that the previous one, or is it multiple? But they've been pretty dominant, right?
I don't remember. I'm sure it was one of them, but
boys has been pretty good, but we are on Goose. It's a fun map with a lot of things that could go potentially right or wrong, depending on how you look at it. So, going to be pretty interesting here. Boys going with a Drakkar Atlas Vice, so a lot of damage. And then on the other side, the Dubu Asher Luna. So almost SSR, but someone had to ruin it by not playing the Juno. Unfortunate.
I'm actually okay not seeing a Juno. I don't like that character. I don't like what she does. I don't like watching her. But it is interesting. I think it's going to come down to a lot of whether this Luna can get a lot of value. Because you do have the double melee here on the Asher and the Dubu. So this Luna is kind of going to have to pick up a lot of the work, and against a team like Vice Drakkar, who kind of are also melee, I guess. They do outrange you a bit. They do have a bit more mobility and stuff, and we can kind of see it right here on the kickoff and this first barrier going towards boys. You got to find your way out.
Yeah, there's been some great dribbling here from the side of boys. Able to go around the opponents on HMG there. Great pass from Bells down to Kainoob there, all the way back from Vaughn in the beginning of the play. Astral Protection not good enough to protect the barrier there. Kilius picking up the first one for HMG. Second one not to fall there, even with Pass Splitter, even with the Rocket Dash, even with the Tofu Fortress. There's actually Luna going off the map there. Great dodge there from Kilius, able to evade all of the damage that was about to come out. Bells not able to put it in with the sword angle, wins the strike war in the end. Milkman almost on the defense, but not quite. First point to boys.
That is the Pummeler's Missile Prop Drakkar. That would be the reasoning behind that first kill. And something to note is everybody in this lobby, besides the Asher, actually ended up taking this missile prop, which makes sense. Asher doesn't get any value out of it. But it is interesting to note, oh, that guy's dead. It is interesting to note how that may impact just how everybody wants to play the map in general. There's a lot more coverage with abilities.
Yeah, there's a lot of coverage all over the map from all these teams, or from all these players on these teams, I should say. Josh trying to get down there, but Vice looking to teleport in the face of this Dubu. Self-pass potentially. Tofu Fortress almost takes the Vice off the field there. Pass Splitter also going to go wide. Dash going to get a nice connection there. Kainoob has to run all the way away, but doesn't have any evade, so takes a ton of damage. Power Chord interrupts a potential goal attempt there from Kilius. Astral Protection, though, expended its charge on the first hit and almost got struck through. Kilius setting up in the corner here with the breakthrough, and just going to go back to Josh, who scores. Core flip invested by Vaughn, but just a little too far away, unfortunately.
A little too far away, and also that mag souls on the Luna, on both forwards for the side of HMG. Both Asher and Luna do have mag souls. That actually gives the Luna just enough speed there to be able to reach that and get that ball in where she needs it to be.
Yeah, playing a very dangerous game as well, dashing forward with no evade, no health, nothing. Great America going to come out and do a ton of damage to Vaughn there. Bell's passing up through the portal. Power Chord going to send it backwards a little bit. Stalls out the play a little bit. Rocket from downtown. Josh able to secure the first barrier of the point here, just with that throwaway on it. And Bell's trying to get it through here. One barrier gotten so far, but the second one is of course, a lot harder to actually get. Tofu Fortress going to buy a ton of time here. Kilius almost just shoves it right through Kainoob and Vaughn both, but doesn't quite get it in the end. Vaughn trying to find a clear there. The kill flip not successful from Bells. Core flip from Kilius doesn't find the angle. Finds a pass to Josh, though, but it's not quite enough to get the barrier. Neither does Bells find it on the rebound.
And it's going to go just around. A lot of damage here on Kilius. If Kilius could survive, which is a daunting task, and get the Missile Prop Drakkar and the Atlas for the follow-up. There is a power play for the side of boys, and they just need to put this in, grab this barrier, and you're chilling in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, just to see Vaughn playing very far up in the power play, getting some more forward pressure there. Bells almost sends it right behind Milkman, but Milkman is a little bit large on this Dubu, so is going to be able to defend it until the power play is overpassed. But of course, with that Mon, you're going to be massive on the bot side, but actually goes back as soon as it expires. Topher's going to be navigated around by Bells here. Almost just Roombas into the top. The arrow, or the rocket is really nice there from Josh. Milkman with a roll is able to save the day. The strike shots dribble from Vaughn. Immaculate on that as well, and Bells sends it to the top after a perfect pass from Kainu.
No flip needed. I thought that was going to be their play here. You know, Kainu looks for a Luna dash, try to beat it with flip, and then, you know, you just go around, but it's not even needed. The power chord will actually be the one needed to triple it up and set that. And Visolt's going to chunk both enemy forwards for the side of HMG.
Yeah, not too much damage on the Visolt, at least for HMG on that one. There's missile prop but no other damage, but never mind, Bells is able to get the finishing blows on that one. Bit of a combo onto the Asher. Now it's a power play once again. Core flip comes out from Kainoob there. Strike behind, gets one barrier. This could be the set right here. Shotgun from Bells secures it.
Ricard just does this, where sometimes it looks like he just has a million abilities. Like, just, even though he's got, like, really the same amount as anybody else, sometimes it just looks like he's got a shotgun for every interaction. And, I mean, whenever you have the Vice and the Atlas DPSing behind you, just setting up these easy kills, you get rewarded pretty heavily. You know, Atlas here is going to be able to pick up this prime time. That's more damage, more defensives, the peak performance is going to be denied, and Drakkar is going to end up picking built different as well, which is pretty helpful. You know, like, it's looking like the damage game just got a lot more.
Yeah. I am curious as to why Vaughn doesn't take the team player there. I guess maybe it's just to do more damage.
I would assume that's the case. I think just opting into, like, what you're trying to play for, right, which is hitting this Asher, hitting this Luna, because without the Atlas damage, you actually kind of don't have the raw damage to kill through everything, especially if, like, an orb gets taken.
Great defense there, though. Milkman playing up in the power play, but actually lose a barrier off of that. So boys might actually turn a power play into a double barrier. Never mind. And Luna misses the dash. Unfortunately, it is some Luna activities every now and then that happens, but didn't quite get the perfect steer on it. Kilias trying to secure one barrier. Doesn't even get that much as Vaughn gets the perfect angles just along these goo barriers here. Kilias finds a nice clear to the bottom. Strike shot is actually going to whiff, and Vaughn gets hits on them, but it's not enough. Cratermaker comes out as well. No self-save on this one, but is able to heal up a little bit. Kilias very low on health, not going to be taken off the pitch just yet. Core flip from Josh. Rocket as well. Does not get the barrier. Bells racing off across the field. Vice as well. Can they get it in here? Not quite just yet. Somersault is really good. Kainoob does not get the strike shot, but Kilias very low on health. Strike shot as well just tags him, so he cannot regenerate. The Luna ult comes out as well. It's almost a dime up there, but there's not enough damage to actually kill from the middle of the field on that one. Thankfully for Kilias, actually is able to get the return kill onto the Vice. Now Bells looking for some invisible lizard action there, and Atlas a little too premature on the astral projection, and that is going to be a point scored by HMG.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of damage we put on the Kainoob specifically, whether intentional or just, you know, by habit. This Vice is probably the one that's going to have to go and touch the core, you know, with Strike often, and this Asher is just going to chunk you a little bit. Oh, that was almost a kill on Milkman. If he was...
Yeah, if he was anywhere else, that absolutely does kill. It was really fortunate for Milkman on that one. As you can see, immediately runs back and plays very defensively. As we see Drakkar also having to dodge through the pass splitter there. Vaughn, good guy goalie, leaving up the goalie orb for his forwards on that one. And also playing up to give a chance to regenerate. Milkman having to use the core flip there was actually very close to death, but there were too many cooldowns behind it as well, so well navigated there by HMG. Kilias potentially trying to find a dash angle there onto Kainoob, but doesn't quite find it. Kainoob going up their power chord as well, sends it backwards. Vaughn is able to pass over to Bells, interrupted by Kilias. Bells shotgunning Josh, trying to get something done. 2 for Fortress Cratermaker both come out. Atlas on defense as well. Barriers not falling just yet, but they're so close so many times. Josh very close to death as well. So is Bells. It's going to be Luna going down first. The pass backwards to the goalie there. Really nicely done. The core flip comes out as well from Kilias. Atlas here with the core flip in the corner here as well with the Vice. Just in case something happens, it's a core flip on the goal line. And Kainoob gets the goal.
I don't even know if the second one was really needed. It's kind of just, you know, just go ahead and confirm. And honestly, there's so much damage being put out on HMG. Like, this prime time, that's really the only real damage awakening you got. I guess the build different. Wow, that shotgun almost killed Kilias out raw.
Yeah, there might be a lot of damage on this Drakkar here, even just with the missile prop. Kainu finds a self-pass angle there, gets one barrier, but it is an open goal here for HMG. They have the opportunity, but the rocket misses. Kilius not quite fast enough. The dash is also going to miss, unfortunately. Josh is trying, but not quite getting there. Kainu dribbling along the bottom here with power cord as well. It's actually going to open portal. Kilius has the opportunity here, picks up the dash with the dash, but gets Astro projected away, and Milkman a little too slow on the strike, is going to lose a barrier. Open goals on both sides now. Log gets it through the portal, but Kainu finds the intercept. Cratermaker sends it backwards to Milkman, and the Molten Bolt from Bells gets it in.
Wait, what a read. Oh my, that's actually a crazy read. Because like most goalies, I think, are probably just gonna like not take the cross clear, especially into like chain lightning. But to just have the foresight to try and throw that and also make it work.
Yeah, one of those brawlers with a brain, able to read the goalie, get it done, and an absolutely beautiful read on that one. I do agree. Ashbush comes out as well. Barrier beam not enough, but does get a strike to get one. Josh picks up the second. Milkman looking to fight back as well with this core flip. Sends it down to Asher. Cratermaker as well comes through, but it's not quite enough. The dash canceled by a core flip from Atlas. Nicely done. Josh low on health, almost dead. Ash protection as well. Milkman passes. Power cord goes wide. Viceult is a little too little on that one. Doesn't actually tag the Luna at all. And that's going to be Kilius killing Vaughn on the backside of the play there. Can they get it to this Asher? The answer so far is no. Great intercepts from the shotgun. Pass comes forward. Dash as well. Strike through. Kill Vaughn. Take the power play. Score a goal. Take it to .5. HMG coming back in the set.
Absolutely, and they do have a core flip coming up on their side with or not coming up. Kilius has his core flip ready to go. But on the other hand, this Vice has two enemy players on the enemy. Has two players on the enemy team that they can just supernova at any moment and possibly just kill them. But Boys is down 2 barriers.
Yep, they do get one back there, but they do still have that open goal. They open on the other side, double core flip there. 2 core flips just to get it done, just in case. Well done by Boys to find that, but very close from HMG, and I'm looking to see what they can get for the next set if it's not a ton of damage going the way of Boys.
Actually, looking at it, this is a pretty good draft for HMG. This Atlas isn't going to get too much, maybe a stacks, a little. Okay, going to take the Reptile just to try and survive. That makes sense. But now this Asher ends up getting what I would assume would be the stacks. Okay, nobody wants the stacks, actually. I'm just wrong.
I think they want to deny the Vice because, of course, if Vice gets any damage on that ult, it's just going to be brutal. We saw so many times. We even saw earlier was Drakar passed the Luna into the Vice ult, but there just wasn't enough damage to kill. So I think that was more deny than anything.
Yeah, no, I agree. That Asher is dead on kickoff. Not much you can do about that.
And I quote, "That guy's dead. Didn't even have time to register that the point even appeared." Luna goes as well. Milkman maybe soon to follow here with all the damage coming out, but the barriers certainly will. Passbitter comes out, does a fair bit, especially with that Manu combo, but the shotgun again, talking about earlier, Lizard with a shotgun, he's got a bunch of those, loads another shell, loads another gold.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking at HMG's Awakenings, and none of them have anything that's really scary. It's like the missile prop's doing most of the work for their team. You know, you have this Orb Dancer, I guess. If you could end up getting this scaled, maybe you can look for something like your Luna can play for the orb speed. But otherwise, your Asher has no size, no speed. Honestly, it's a Vice build on this Asher player.
Yeah, it basically is, because she had to deny the Vice time and time again. Kilius just not getting the option. Unfortunate, Topher Fortress locks in the corner. Core flip from Bells as well. Doesn't get it through. Great log from Milkman, and gets the up clear to follow. The Supernova comes out as well. Kilius now able to clear all the way across the field there. Milkman passes down to Josh. Interrupted, though. That's going to be Kainu finding the angle down to the bottom on that one.
Fortunate. Pauldrons just makes you a little bit too slow. Can't reach everything like you need to be able to. And this is a scary spot to be for HMG. You have very little energy. You know, Boys is pretty comfortable with where they are right now.
Even had the flip invested there from Kilius just to stay alive. Flip from Vaughn, countered by a Cratermaker, but not really, because he just goes back, picks up an orb. Bells picks up a double, and now this is potentially just a few seconds away from securing the game here. All Boys need is one more point, but of course this could be the opportunity for HMG to get the full reverse sweep, and they're putting in the work there. Trophy Fortress getting a lot of value on the top side here. Josh on the bottom side goes to the portal. Milkman into the log there, really nice down somersault onto Bells there. They're putting it all forward. Dubu's gonna die, but does that matter? Core flip sends it forward, doesn't get the goal. Josh on the defense here, Achilles forward with pass splitter as well. Vaughn goes through the portal. Bells whiffs the strike. The dash comes out as well. The multiple didn't get connection either. Great America comes out. A lot of abilities invested. There's not much left on the side of HMG, but it might just be enough. No! It's going to be a full team effort from boys, but it puts it through in the end. HMG is so very close to taking game one, but boys getting it done in a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, it's a bit brutal. You know, I don't really know. I want to say maybe it's a bit of a character issue with the missile prop. I understand why you picked the Dubu. Like, you can get a lot of value there. But you just have to survive, and missile prop gives so much damage. It doesn't really matter who picks it. It's a 20% buff or whatever. That's a lot of power, and it's so hard to survive that as these characters that need to kind of play on the ball.
Yeah, and as the characters that boys picked as well, not only are they great with the damage, they're also great with the extra range on it too. So they don't have to have that, like you were saying, but if they have it on top of that, I mean, Drakkar with missile prop is one of those things that's been really OP. It's never been the flashiest missile prop. You know, if you think missile prop, you're probably thinking something like a Luna, which Josh picked and did fairly well on. But Drakkar with the missile prop, the shotgun range, the molten bolt range, we saw the read from Bells earlier on in the game, just gives him so many more tools to use, and he was just able to oppress the enemy team so well with it that he didn't really have a chance to play in so many of them.
Yeah, I agree, and you know, it really shows in just like the damage and the KOs here. Boys well, honestly, looking at it again, it doesn't. Actually, I think they got out damage on just about everybody. It's probably pretty even, but so many of the kills, I guess, felt more impactful. They were just, I don't know for sure, but I'm curious what the game plan is for the next map, especially for HMG, because if you're boys, you can probably just run it back.
Yeah, I mean, the Atlas Drakkar Vice comp is a pretty solid comp. You have that Atlas in the backline able to just offer so much defense, and then Drakkar and Vice can run around the field doing a bunch of damage. And, you know, they have to control the core a little bit, but they have so many opportunities to find and kill the opponents and then make use of those plays. Of course, if it's not a missile prop start, then that does hamper that a little bit. They're not going to be as powerful as we saw in this last game, but I do think I agree. HMG kind of has to go back to the drawing board because this Asher, Dubu, Luna comp, it's three very immobile people. Because Luna, love the dash, one of my favorite characters. You get the eject button, you get the twin drive, it's amazing. You don't have eject button, you don't have twin drive. You use your dash, you're all in, you're on the other side of the pitch entirely, and there's nothing you can do to help out. And picking those three characters together, I think, just doesn't give you the opportunity to play around things. You basically just have to find a corner, shove it in, and even on Goo, unfortunately, they just were not able to do so.
I agree, and we're actually going Clarion for the next map, which is pretty damage favored, I'd say. A lot of the variants actually just straight up damage you, or they put you in these very volatile spots where you will be hit by the enemy team. And I'm really curious, because there's a Super Surge Reptile Remedy start. So do you go in for the Super Surge, like the Amy's, or the Amy, the Estelle, Centauro, or do you take like the Reptile and try to survive it and maybe get some stagger scaling?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, personally, I favor the Super Surge a little bit more. Maybe that's just, being in a goalie position, sitting in a goalie box and not having to worry as much. But I feel like if you take 3 Reptile Remedies and then the other team takes 3 Super Surges, you've just played to not lose. And the other team is just going to have so much more agency. And I think seeing these picks, the Estelle really favors the Super Surge. She can take Reptile Remedy, but the damage that comes out of that Rose Warp, I think, is going to be very valuable. On the other side, the Era Kai, I mean, I can see them taking Reptile Remedy, but as well, so much opportunity for so much speed coming out there.
Yeah, and I'm really curious how the Brawlers round this out, because there's not a Zentaro pair. Mm-hmm. That is something to note. I imagine Boys is pretty comfortable. They're probably... Well, you wouldn't really pick Zentaro here with your comp, I don't think. It's going to be the Julie. That makes sense. Put Bells on what he knows.
Mm-hmm. Also, to point out, that could have been a Zentaro ban, but Vaughn is a noob and forgot to turn the name on, so I'm going to make fun of him for that one while I can. But no
happens to the best of us. So, Estelle, Asher, Rasmus. Either that Asher, I want to say that it is Milkman Asher, but it could be Killius Asher again with a Milkman Rasmus.
I think I personally favor having the Rasmus on the defense on CTC with the Asher on the forward, because I think Asher can shove the angles a lot better, and I think Rasmus can defend, because it's kind of got that night market gold lock situation where it's so long that the pendulum swing, the whiplash really help out a lot. Asher, I think, doesn't do as well in this map goalie, personally. So I think if they have the Rasmus in the goal line, even with their Estelle compilation, I think it's not as powerful as just sticking him. Or I think not as powerful as having the Rasmus goalie Asher forward. Sorry. But yeah, the other side, the Era Kai Julie. Kai is very squishy, even with Reptile Remedy. So I think there's an opportunity here to actually take out the Kai. Now it's probably going to be Kai Noob on the Kai. Could also be a Vaughn Kai goalie. But either way, going to be a Kai probably running close to the edge. You talked about it earlier. Some of those variants just force you to the sides. So I think there's going to be an opportunity. I think that's probably going to be the way that HMG is able to win this if they do, is by taking out that weaker link on that Kai.
We are loading in here characters drafting. And I think what it's really going to come down to is if this Estelle can put up the performance you need to be able to get Killius this ball. Or assuming this is actually Milkman on the Asher. I am sorry. Oh, wow. So that changes things a little bit, because now you have this Estelle Rasmus, which has been always very good, very reliable comp. But it's not solely on Josh to end up getting the ball forward. Killius can come back, help, look for hooks, look for secondaries.
Yeah. Josh as well can look for a Rose Warp to get a barrier there as well. Kai Noob, though, on this Asher, or on this Era, sorry, against the Asher, able to kick up one barrier, and Boys opens up the goal pretty quickly into this point. Bells with a nice dribble off the top. Kind of loses control, but the barrier beam sends it forward. Whiplash strike not enough from Killius. Rose Warp from Josh sends it forward. Fight over the orb in the middle. Doesn't go the way of anyone just yet. They're going to stall it out for a little bit. Piercing shot from Estelle is going to be enough to get it. Josh, very large Estelle, got the cooldown reset as well. It is pretty big on that one. They just can't clear from this corner, and it's actually really well played by Boys to actually diffuse the size on the Estelle. Not really anything too much happening from it. The dash punch comes from Bells. The NATO as well from kind of almost killing the Asher, and Session be the core flip forced out of Bells, though in the end the Witching Beam comes out as well. Vaughn playing up, trying to pass it up to Bells, who's very low on health and trying to get things done, but not enough so far. Game Blast comes out as well. The punch gonna miss as well. Witching Beam not gonna hit either. A lot of misses on that one because people are just trying to read each other and hit it away from one another. Up clear into down clear on that one. Milkman pass into Josh to send it back down through. And it's going to be the Era this time. Midfield is really hogging the orbs on this one. Vaughn passing forward, core flip from Era, not enough, kind of not getting connection. Witching Beam through. The ultimate diffused really nicely there. Core flip as well, just in case from Milkman. Goes for a full cycle around the map, though. Killer's trying to pick it up, but gets an unfortunate angle there. Bells through the barrier beam. Vaughn up to Kainu with Witching Beam as well, but Killius finds the barrier. It's an open goal. HMG has the opportunity to score. The core flip, fortunate from Josh, doesn't find the perfect angle that he was looking for. Killius, though, racing forward with zone core flip. Can it get through with Crystal Thorns with barrier beam, or with the garage? No, core flip at the top. And it's going to be HMG taking the lead 1 point here. They are eager to win and make it 2-1. 1-1 overall, and looking to get that 2-1 overall in the season.
I think every person flipped for that first point.
Yep.
Not dominoed flipped or anything, but just throughout that point, every single person hit their flip button. And I mean, yeah, these points are going to go close, and it's going to come down to those flips, because that's really the only way you can break through for both teams. This Asher Estelle is very strong. Era Kai is going to have, perma mobility to keep possession. And especially everybody took Reptile except this Kai. So again, this Kai is even harder to get it away from.
Yeah. Is it going to be looking for dash punch into core flip from Bells? Piercing shot. Oh, just strikes it through. Nice patience from Bells there. Unfortunate read there from HMG. They have too much left over and just didn't even have a strike at the end of it.
Absolutely. And we're going to the Bouncy Castle, which I want to say probably favors this Estelle Rasmus a little bit. But we'll see. Core's going to go fast, which is what you need against these haste characters, because if it's slow, they're just going to catch it. And they will be rewarded with the first barrier, and a Giga Blast is actually going to take out this Rasmus from the game.
Yep, no Rasmus means the power play, but, I mean, Josh just takes control in the meantime. The piercing shot finds a lot of value there. One barrier does go down the end, but now Rasmus is back on. Flip into counter, flip into clear. Even though the counter flip didn't quite get what it needed to, it did in the end work out. Barrier beam into Death's Touch, doesn't find the clear there, but Bells does take a lot of damage. Milkman not finding the angle onto this bouncy castle for the speed, but does get it around the punches there. Josh taking a little bit of damage here, but isn't going to be too low just yet. Crystal Thorns gets it forward. Whiplash does not. Pendulum Swing, though, is able to pick up a barrier. Now again, HMG on an advantage here. Vaughn playing forward, has the core flip as well, looking to use it. Great dodge against the Arenado there from Milkman. Sends it up to Josh. He's trying to get it forward. Rosorp, Death's Touch. Pendulum Swing. Core flip from Vaughn, really nicely timed on that one. Able to keep this point alive for a little bit longer, but it's going to bounce along the bottom. Finds a great corner angle that favors the side of the boys as Kainu picks it up. Going to be passed all the way around once again. Crystal Thorn sends it to the bottom, but doesn't get it to Kilius. Pass up there to the Estelle. Whiplash, Rosorp, piercing shot, everything invested there. It's going to be a core flip on Josh that I'm looking at here. Goes forward, but right at Vaughn, and Vaughn does not fall for that one. Is able to defend once again. Going to bounce off the top here over to Vaughn again. Punch is going to whip. Back pass from Josh down into this bouncing bounce pad as well. Piercing shot trying to find the clear angles. Bell's trying to find the dash punches, and somehow that barrier doesn't fall through all of that. Kick Blast comes out as well onto Rasmus. Going to stall in the midfield for a little bit longer. Butching Beam, best touch up to the top here. Will Kilius misses the strike, unfortunately.
Core boy thanks. Vaughn knows, and he wants to rub it in a little bit. And, you know, the second barrier's fallen. The flip might actually put this in. What can you do? The whiplash and the piercing shot are going to come out. You know, hit stun the goalie.
Kilius just farming a little bit on that one.
What a point.
Farms a missed flip. Yeah, what a point B.
Something I want to give some credit to for Milkman especially, but also Josh, is they are playing to rotate this around the double haste midfielders pretty frequently. They have no of that immediate blink to get in and get out, so they're playing around that really well.
Yeah, it's been a lot of great control from HMG. Secures a barrier as well. Bells gets a nice clear up the top here, gets it forward. Doesn't get it to the bottom though. And we see the Crystal Thorns as well, keeping it up to the top, helping out the goalie there. This Asher, of course, very slow on the open net, not able to cover every possible angle, especially a dash punch like that. Well found by Bells. Even with the corp on Milkman, he just was not expecting that one.
We are set point for the first game, and I think it's a very important set to win. Because, you know, I've seen so many dash punches from Bells just barely not kill, where if he had any power, a heavy impact, a bulk up, anything like that, I think he'll be finding a lot more kills. It truly gets a lot more threatening. Oh, a good shot around is actually going to take the barrier and even it back out.
Now we have a lot of damage there from the pass splitter as well. Pendulum Swing. It's a lot of evade, and there we go. Death Touch comes out while the evade is still on cooldown. Even tags the center thing there as well. Maelstrom comes out from Era. Milkman playing super far up here. If a clear goes, it could go very wrong for HMG, but it doesn't get done. Josh off the middle there, not able to find the barrier. Bells is back on the field as well, dribbling up at the top here, trying to get it through this Asher, but the preemptive dash barrier beam and piercing shot is going to be enough to get it past Bells, and the clear is complete with Pendulum Swing. Arenado charging up the top side there is going to tag Josh, but doesn't get too much damage. Death Touch comes out, but does not get the core nor Vaughn on that one. Butching Beam tags the Asher, but doesn't actually tag the barrier. All importantly, Vaughn pushing forward, but goes with the barrage, does not get through the barrier beam pass splitter. Bells caught between that and the middle, takes a ton of damage there. Core flip comes out from Milkman just for a bit of speed, trying to get the clear here, but the punch comes through and the prediction is not perfect. The Eagle Blast actually fouls the play. The goal is not scored. Whiplash comes out. Bells trying to get it done here, but does not get it just yet. Does find it in the barest of angles. Threads the needle between Milkman and Josh on that one to secure the first set here for the boys.
What a way to finish that set out, and Kainu may get rewarded pretty heavily. I can see a lot of things here. Peak performance, namely to go with that to go with the reptile. But you also have stacks on stacks if you want, quick strikes if you're feeling that. It's going to be the quick strikes, which is very scary because now this era gets to walk up behind their brawler and just quick strike to win. You know, hers is up before yours is.
Yeah, very powerful in that midfield fight. That's become all important on this one. But stacks on Asher is pretty nice to see, as well as peak on that Estelle. Means that there is a lot of speed for the side of HMG to counter these haste midfielders who didn't get any. So kind of utility versus speed on that one. And it's even going to be OIA on Kilius there. A little more vulnerable to potential deaths, and I think we might see some of those coming out here with the glass cannon and the spec training there. You can see a double barrier coming out as well. Pass splitter, piercing shot, both found. Kilius gets a nice pass, sends it through as well, stuns Vaughn up with pendulum swing, wins a strike war as well, but gets killed by a specialized training Giga Blast on that one. But piercing shot picks up another barrier. Does the kill matter? It's not going to, maybe, but Bells is not able to get through. Does with the dash punch in the end. Power play in the end favors boys, but it was close.
That Giga Blast killed from so far. I think it was the era buff that made the difference, as long as with the spec trading, but wow, that killed from so far away. I was amazed. And we're coming back to this. What's this variant called? I'm going to call it Era's variant.
That's what I do as well. The Era variant here. Giga goes up into the corner but doesn't find it just yet. We see it's going to be the Juliet picking up that center ogre. For a second I thought it was a piercing shot, but it was Julie who got large. Pass splitter counters the core flip really nicely there as well. I think it was a double core flip even. As we see the barrage come down, piercing shot tags Vel's butching beam, does not find the correct way through because Milkman is there. We see the punch forcing out the flip as well, and Milkman goes all the way around. Giga Blast does not save the barrier, but may save the goal still in the end. Kilius rushing down here with the pendulum swing, or with the whiplash there. Pendulum swing is not going to get the connection. Tiniest Arenado I've ever seen, able to complete a clear on that one, as Vaughn rushing forward here with all of that speed from his path, or from his secondary on that one. We see Kilius rushing forward well with the whiplash. Not able to get it. Does pick up an orb for a core flip. Very important ability we're going to see, but the Giga Blast! Vaughn sees the angle, knows that Kilius is going to be a little leery to waste that core flip just for safety, but it's not just for safety. There's so much damage on that. We see Era picking up the orb in the middle, and it's witching beam size as well, so it's going to be a massive Era. The NATO comes through as well. Vaughn with the barrage comes through. Core flip not going to be used as he teleports back, but is going to bait out the death touch there. Piercing shot comes out as well. It's a very fast core in overtime. Kainu brushing forward here, trying to get something done. Pass to Josh, pass back to Milkman, pass over to Kilius. Not found as Bells is looking. He's lurking in front of the goal for this goal.
Yeah, and he might end up getting it with the flip built off that. This is a very scary spot to be. Bells with flip, Kainu with flip. Vaughn's got his coming up. And flip into punch. A barrage follows behind it. It's a brutal clear. I don't know how you save it.
I think the save there is play Atlas and have secondary up, or maybe do Uto from Fortress, because there's not a lot that you can do other than those. And even then, I'm sure there'd be a way for the boys scoring that one. Great core flip saves the second barrier there. First one did fall, but yeah, the first one doesn't really matter too much as well. Barrage counter by a barrier being really nicely found. Milkman, of course, on Thatcher pretty well. But of course, as soon as I start speaking, they do lose a barrier there. It's 1-1 once again. Kilius pendulum swing does get hit for half his HP with the Giga Blast. Does fire off the death touch, but doesn't really get Vaughn for too much, so it's kind of a half-hearted revenge on that one. And Bells Kainu up on the top there, secure another barrier here. HMG, they're not looking as strong in this one. We saw them super strong earlier, but it's going to be another 3-0 sweep as Bells just sinks it in. 2 sets. Boys 1 set away from the full 3-0 sweep. HMG has to lock in.
Yeah, and it really does feel like boys showed up and said, what if we locked our best characters? You know, the Kai Vaughn, the Bells Julie. Kaidu's a little left out, I think, him on Amy, but the Amy was actually banned, I believe. Yep. So, what can you do? And, Vaughn's going to pick up a prime time, which is huge. He's already doing so much with just one barrage. Now he's got a second one. You know, Julie's got some more size, a twin drive on this Era. Everybody's going faster. I think the only saving grace is that HMG did get a lot of power in this draft with the 1-2, the heavy impact. If you can find some kills, that might even this game out.
Yeah, Tempo Swing is also nice on that OIA. I mean, it's max health damage, and OIA does reduce your max health, but it at least gives you some survivability so you can heal a little bit, so you're less inclined to die on these edges from random Giga Blasts. But Barrage comes through as well. We have the barriers falling so quickly for the side of HMG, and a dash punch from Bells, even with the 1-2 punch tonight, is not going to be enough. We have the Flurry actually invested, but not getting the goal there. Nicely defended by Milkman, but, ooh, Milkman trusting Kilius a little too much, unfortunately, as there's only so many strikes he has, and all his abilities were gone earlier, so Kainu just sends it right back through the Rasmus, knowing that with the quick strikes advantage, there's nothing he can do about it.
And this is a bit of a dangerous spot. You really need to build some momentum if you're an HMG player. You need to find something that you can latch on to, whether it be that the damage game or, just figuring out how to avoid these dangerous spots. Otherwise,
Yeah, but you can find a goal like that, Vaughn teleporting back to the eject button, but Achilles sending it down instead of up, and that is a goal, and that could be just the mental shift necessary. Momentum, you're talking about it. Sometimes it's as easy as just playing better. You start playing better, so you play better because you have a better mentality. It's a really good positive feedback loop. So we're going to see if HMG can pull it off with that. Pass up to Josh here, pass down to Achilles. Death touch on Vaughn is a little too late to actually stop him from getting the intercept on that. But a great Crystal Thorns just ekes it through the top of the map to find that top barrier. Gonna bounce around for a little bit. Vaughn not getting a strike, but barrier still lives for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's gonna go around and around, and Vaughn's walking up with his flip. Bells has his. Vaughn's gonna manage to keep this one in play for a little while. And oh, this is a scary spot to be for HMG.
Yeah, but navigated really well with the pass splitter from the Asher. The barrage comes out as well. Bells at the top here, but does not get it through even with Kainu's help on the bottom side. Killius takes a lot of damage here, and he doesn't have that much health to spare because of that OIA pickup, but it's going to be Bells finding to the bottom. No, goes off the corner. Josh takes a little bit of damage, but not too much. Great piercing shot, forces Vaughn to back off the eject button on that one. Milkman able to find one thing, able to find the clear to the top, but Bells sends it back up there. Just a great offense from boys there, not letting it get through at all. Clear, just not able to be found.
This is series point even. If boys manage to put this last point in, HMG does have a bit of a flip advantage. I say that, and it's not looking like much of one. Killis has his soon. Maybe you can find something there, but it's now or never.
Yeah, Josh has to run back front orb as well, which kills a lot of the momentum in the play. Core flip from Killius is not going to be enough either. It gets completely interrupted on that one. Not able to find too much, but does find the bottom barriers. That's one. They need to find another one. They need to open up the goal. It's not looking good though, as Josh takes a ton of damage as well. Kind of takes some as well, so there's an opportunity to maybe get a clear or to get a kill here, but it's going to have to be found very quickly as the Butching Beam opens up the goal. But there we go. Era down. There is no opportunity for her to do anything on this one, but the pass from Vaughn to Bells almost gets completed there, but Josh executes a great interrupt by just knocking Bells away in the middle of the flurry. The goal is open as well. HMG could come back here. Piercing shot, not enough. Curse of Thorns also invested. Vaughn sits on it for so long. Glass comes out as well. Josh takes so much damage. Milkman playing up as well. He knows that he has to do something here. He can't just play defensively. He has to get it a little bit more forward on this one. As we see the hit stun from Josh forces the forwards together. And we see the core flip as well. Not going to be found. Whiplash actually sends it backwards as well on that one. Vaughn rushing forward even through the poison field. Piercing shot comes down to the bottom. It's actually going to be Killius finding HMG another goal here, finding the opportunity that HMG needs to potentially reverse sweep the series.
This is we're 0.5 again. They may actually have a little bit of life in them. And this is a variant that they could have a lot of success on with this Asher being able to eat up like this entire lane like this. But you do have to be very careful because with these lanes you have this Julie that could do a lot.
There could be some Julie activities. There could also be some air activities. Great. It's a weird core flip, but it works out great. Protects both the barriers, allows a clear to happen. These corner angles are hit very well here by Milkman and Josh for a long time, but the barriers go down. The core flip in front of the net goes through. Bells is the one to take the boys to a second game here. 2-0 here for them. HMG sadly going to be going down to 1-2 overall in the series, while boys maintains their perfect record.
And I said I was rooting. I said I was a Bells fan, so obviously I was rooting for them. But there is a reason they are consistently the top team. They're just so good at what they do, and like you have to be able to find. You have to not find, because you're not going to find like a weakness or like anything like that. You have to kind of make one, and it doesn't really feel like there was a lot being done to make. Like we saw like a lot of offense happen, but Vaughn kind of just felt so comfortable. I felt like whenever they didn't really get put in many situations where I was like, oh, this is kind of scary. They were just always there to bail one another out.
Yeah, that's one of the hallmarks of Boys is a very mature team that has had so many seasons together, and there's been some shuffling around in the rosters and such. And HMG played pretty well together. They seem to know their team very well, but it seems that Boys just has a level advantage in just their ability to play with one another, to know what they're good at playing, to have those team comps where they're just playing well together. And I think HMG had some great ideas, they had some great plays, but even from the beginning with the way the drafts went, I don't think they really hit the nail on the head with what they are able to play. I think that they were able to play good characters and fine picks and, good things on the maps that they're playing on, but they didn't really feel like they had a comp that could win. They just had a comp that could play.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, if you're HMG, honestly, I'd be pretty happy with that. Like you put up a really good fight against them. I wouldn't worry too much about this. I think anytime you're going into Boys, you're like, well, we'll give it our shot, but we kind of know what to expect.
Yeah, there is an opportunity there to learn as well from it. I think probably the best mindset to have when you go against a team that is, I think it's not even maybe arguably the best in the league at many points in time, that you try to go into it with a learning mindset, try some things, see what happens, and I think Boys does a really good job of finding the flaws in their opponents and finding things. So if you're able to learn from that and work on it, then I think that HMG is going to be able to do a lot better in the season. I think they had a really good fight for a lot of this, so I think that we're going to see better from them in the future. And I think that even though it was a 2-0, and even though a lot of those were fairly low games for HMG, so many of those points went to overtime. So many of those were so long-winded, as HMG was just able to hold it down and push across, and it was so back and forth for a lot of them. So I definitely agree that HMG is not to look down on this match. This is not a shameful one at all, as they really did push Boys quite a bit on a lot of those points. But I think we're going to have to see a lot more of them in the future, as that's going to be all for them today. Good game to Boys and HMG, but we're going to cut to a little bit of break before we continue. See y'all around.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're back here again with AJ Cannon, and this one will be RTF versus Bomba, both 1-1. It's a pretty important game to decide who will have their comfortable. Well, I'd say is a comfortable lead. 2-1 feels a lot better than 1-1. What are your thoughts?
I'm right there with you, especially since I think whoever's 1-2 might have to face HMG next week, and with how strong they were, don't want to be risking that too much. Any team that starts low, going against good teams, you want to be careful of. But I think both these teams also deserve to be pretty high up as well. I mean, we've seen a lot of good plays from both of them in the past. A couple of clips here and there, even from this season, just really stick out to me. So, really good to see on that one. So, I'm also kind of glad to see Demon Dice. Personally, I hate the map because I don't like to play on it. But also, I am cruel and vindictive, and I love to watch other people get brawled on it.
Yeah, I mean, that tends to be how a lot of people feel about it. And on a prize fighter glass cannon start, it's going to be a bloodbath. Wow. Fini ban, the Amy ban, those make sense. And something important is that RTF has picked up the Hungry Boy Vice, notoriously one of his, I would say probably his best pick. The pick most people know him for, I think, is the Vice. So him getting that is a huge boon, I think, for RTF.
Yeah, that Hungry Boy Vice is the stuff of legends, especially from the land. That's where I personally had the first, major introduction to Hungry Boy, and seeing him on the Vice there, whew, good stuff. Joined as well with the Julie and the Rasmus. That's a lot of damage. On the other side, though, X does exist, but also Kai exists, and personally, I'm a little worried about how long this Kai is going to last. I'm going to say that in at least 1 point, he doesn't make it past 15 seconds. I think he'll last longer than most of them, but 1 point, I think that this Kai is going to be going down in about 15 seconds.
No, I can definitely see that happening, especially with 3 prize fighters for the side of Return to Form. And it's really going to be whether or not Bombardiers can keep this alive, and that Estelle is already almost dead.
Never mind 15, that was almost 8 seconds, I think it was, when that dash punch hit. So... almost getting it, but a great defense there from Moffin until I say something. The pendulum swing goes a little wide, but that is Estelle going down 20 seconds. First blood is going to be found here by RTF as they really are leaning into the damage comp here. Triple prize fighter versus triple glass cannon actually on the other side. Corflip's going to come out as well in front of the net. Going to wait until the Kai goes back to get the kill. Just the big brain on Leo, knowing that Kai's probably going to try and do something, and just having the punch ready. Luke goes down, the goal is scored, and RTF, they're stacking.
They are stacking. Hungry Boy with 3, Leo and Moffin both sporting a healthy 2. You're sitting very comfortably. Barrier's going to be taken, but that, very little. Actually, the second one's concerning. But as I was trying to say is, all of Bombardiers has opted for Glass Cannon, which I feel like is kind of a dead awakening in this game.
Yeah, especially on Demon Dice. Great flip there, but great Rose Rope as well from Stealth Rock. 3Z up on the top side with the Bull Rush as well, setting that all up, just a lot of pressure. So Moffin not perfect on the defense, does give a point over, but really that's just more opportunity to stack up Prize Fighter. So they're happy with that. But 3Z gets another barrier there, and the dash punch is actually going to miss from Leo. That's a lot of damage off the field. Another barrier taken down. 3Z low on health, but does have the core flip. Death Touch goes wide. Bull Rush, though, with the strike mix-up, not actually able to get through. But the Bell Ringer, Giga Blast Bell Ringer pass. I don't know if there's a name for that one. The Giga Ringer, but either way,
Giga Ringer.
the Bell Blast. You could also call it that. But either way, really sickly set up there by Bomba as they're showing what they're made of, even as 3Z almost dies and might be made out of tofu. It's tofu that scores goals.
Yeah, and he is going to get that orb at the cost of his evade, which honestly may actually seal the deal, but he actually managed to get back up. Leo's going to claim this barrier and that orb, maybe a second one. And you're very comfortable if you're an RTF player.
Yeah, very comfortable indeed. Even though you are 2-1 down, there's an opportunity to just take X off the field and have the opportunity to stack up. Stealth Rock trying to get through the Crystal Thorns isn't going to find too much. The orb in front of the goal is calling to Hungry Boy. It was calling to X for a little while there, but it's not going to call for too long as he goes down. Stealth Rock trying to play up here with the Rose Rope. Actually does. Supernova comes out a little too early, forces the evade without anything actually coming from it, and takes a ton of damage. As the goal is just going to be scored, and that's actually going to save Stealth Rock. As Moffin and Leo still not fully stacked, but Hungry Boy is at 4 of those prize fighter stacks. 190 power on this one.
Yeah, and something a little scary is that Vice has 2 options that she can choose to nuke right here. Maybe both if she gets lucky. Stealth Rock, who just now got their first evade, or you can just pay the energy tax, get Luke's flip gone. Just kidding, it's already gone.
Did not last long on that one. It's going to be another flip there, forced out from Leo Leon as well, low on health. Running back for the orb there, 3Z Breezy, low on health as well. Bull rushes through, X Maximus not enough, but does get a little bit of damage done. Bellringer comes out, the Giga Blast behind it, not a pass this time at least. But the Flurry takes 3Z out a little bit. Not expecting that one, so didn't have the opportunity to use the Corp. And that's going to be the Kai going down as well. That's going to be Leo Leon also getting up to 4 stacks, and it's going to be RTF getting up to 1 set, as, I mean, Leo Leon is going to be the MVP there. A lot of damage, a lot of kills coming out of this Juliet, and that's going to be, oh no, it's a 1-2 punch off rip, oh no.
Yeah, that's brutal. I imagine you probably just take the 1-2. I don't think the peak performance is all that scary by itself. I think you have more than enough to kill through. Actually not even taken. There's an opportunity for Vice to take it, and oh, that's suddenly pretty bad, because now this Vice can do it in a bulk up scaling, or just deny and be happy with the peak performance. And Bombardiers, I mean, you got pancakes, but can you live long enough to get those up? Yeah. And I guess you got Twin Drive, which will help your Kai survive a little bit if they're feeling like, you know, feeling like they're in the Matrix, going to dodge a lot of these skill shots, but there's not a lot of skill shots to dodge.
Yeah, especially if you just get CC chained like 3Z was, just hit stun into regular stun, into hit stun, into dash punch from Leo Leon at the bottom there, trying to go for an orb. Free comes out, forces out the evade. There's no energy left on Stealth Rock. We are 20 seconds into the point. The barrier is going down. There's no energy. It is so unfortunate here for the Bomba, or for Bomba on this one, as we do have them coming back online. Crystal Thorns comes out, Bull Rush as well. They do get 1 barrier. We also see Luke running up and taking a little bit of damage, but not too much just yet. But Pendulum Swing finds 2 as well. Moffin putting some damage in as well, even from the goalie roll. Passes coming through here. Power Chord X Maximus as well. Core flip from Hungry Boy, not finding too much purchase. Nova forces out the evade on 3Z. And I think that if Nova actually might have gone long enough to take 3Z even through the evade, she does last a little bit longer. Great death touch there from Moffin into Pendulum Swing as well. Intercepted, but Core Flip as well is going to come out. We have 3Z hit by the Flurry once again. Lilian is just hunting down this X, trying to prove who the better brawler is just as a character. And I think it might be Juliet with a triple kill just on his own, getting all 3 finishing blows there. The X earlier, and then the double kill and the core into the net. And Lilian might be a bit of a brawler this game.
He may be. He has been around a long time. He knows how to confirm these kills. And also something to note is that if you get staggered in this game, Leo's going to kill you. It doesn't matter where you are.
Yep. So the trick is to not get staggered, but how can you do that when you're against Vice and Rasmus as well, putting in a fair bit of damage? And even Leon's doing dash punches, and even if he doesn't get the kill, he later hits him with the flurry to actually secure the kill. Stealth Rock almost dying, but not quite. And actually, is actually going to be X scoring the goal. 3Z Breezy fighting back and getting a goal for Bomba, if I can speak at all. Sheesh. But that is going to be a tie here in the set for Bomba.
Yeah, and, you know, it does look... We are talking a lot about RTF here in these prizefighter stacks because, you know, they are getting a lot of kills. But it is important to note that these sets are actually close. 1-1 this one, the last one was 3-2, right? Bomba is putting up a fight if you can either blitz the enemy team fast enough or if you can survive the damage. You do have a Stealth Kai on these barriers that are very, very easy to take with a Barrage, with a Crystal Thorns, with a Beam. And especially whenever you add the X into the equation.
Yeah, but it seems that RTF is very intent on taking the X out of the equation. A lot of damage goes onto him and the Estelle as well. Great setup there by the side of RTF. Corporate comes through up at the top as well. Not even bothering trying to finish any of these kills, just going straight for the goal. That's a 2-1 lead here. Another thing as well is it's not exactly the easiest because there's not a ton of damage on the side of Bomba. But if one kill happens, that is 2 prizefighter stacks off the field, and that really could swing the game pretty dramatically.
That could be it, and we may see it soon, depending on if this X can get a good awakening in this next one, but he's so far behind, I almost guarantee he's probably going to be last. And that's another dash punch for Leo. Will this X be given the chance to scale? I don't know.
Maybe, maybe not, but it seems that the Flurry is going to sink the goal once again. No kill this time, at least Luke is spared from that much, but RTF takes another set. Depending on the amount of damage here, it could be rough. But if Bomba gets 1 or 2 things that they really want, there is a bulk up in there, there is a stinger in there, there could be the opportunity to come back.
I don't know, though. This Julie is more than likely just going to take bulk up. Yeah, that makes sense. And then this Rasmus could go so many things. It could go size. Honestly, could even go stinger and make this X's life miserable. The tempo swing will alleviate some of this damage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. And I mean, your Stealth Kai didn't really get much. I don't think Quick Strike is doing too much for Stealth Rock here, and I don't think Stinger's doing too much on the Kai either.
Yeah, I think Kai pretty much just had to take it so it doesn't end up on the Vice and make this even worse. And the dash punch does so much damage as well. Stealth Rock has to pick up the orb, and is almost low. It's going to be the Flurry taking out 13 seconds into the match, or into the set here. Leo finds another kill here. Low as well, though, so opportunity for 3Z to remove those prizefighter stacks and even up, but never mind. Hungry Boy saves his brawler, scores the goal, and RTF, I think it's safe to say they might have returned to form on this one.
They may have, and I'm a Giga Blast almost going to catch that kill, but not going to be able to do it. Leo is just so dominant this game. He's got so much power. On top of playing Julie on this map is already so nice. Julie into these barriers feels so good. And you've got all this power, all these kills.
Yeah, you have a lot. You also have the Flurry there. Great angle from Leo to secure the goal. We even have the core flip pass into the Nova. Well played, just as a team. That wasn't even, like, they did get a kill. They had a really good amount of kill pressure on Stealth Rock for basically the entire point. But even just the core control aspects of RTF were perfect on that. Like, the core flip into Nova was just beautiful team communication and team play on that one to not pop the Nova too early or anything like that. But you get a perfect goal off of it.
Absolutely, and this core flip, honestly, a large part of it is these core flips from the side of RTF are doing so much damage to everybody.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage to be had in pretty much everything on the side of RTF. The core flip from Moffin gets it forward as well. Not the damage one. It saves Bomba a little bit there, but it's going to be X having to use the core flip, unfortunately, there. Doesn't get a chance to use it for core control, has to use it just to survive. Bellringer comes out, and that's going to be a lot of healing off the tempo swing. He's back up to full HP, so 3Z Breezy has the opportunity to come back in this one. Giga Blast sends it forward as well a little bit, but it gets countered again. There's a chance here for Bomba to come back. They're pretty low on experience, but if they just get a kill, if they get a goal, anything, but it's not gonna matter. RTF finds it with a great pass from Hungry Boy through Leo Leon, finishing off the last point. And just a nice, peaceful bit of core control. Just, you know what? Let's just take a break, take a rest for a second. We've done enough murder. It's probably going to be like a 20-kill game or something, maybe even more. But RTF absolutely slamming on the prize fighters. Well played.
Yeah, and surprisingly, not a 20-kill game. Didn't go long enough to get there. Only 12, but it did feel like a 20-kill game.
It was a 12-minute game with 12 kills.
We were on the right, on the right track. I think if you're Bombardiers, you really need to. I feel like maybe this was a comp that could work. I see the vision. The Kai, the Estelle, they have their place, but I think like you have to accept that it just, you can't force that into like something like a prize fighter start, especially on Demon Days. Maybe that's not their map. I don't actually remember, but I feel like you need to be able to. We can't. It really did feel like they were playing from the start with a Dead Awakening. Glass Cannon just did not get any value at all because you're playing against Vice, Rasmus, Julie. They're just gonna hit.
I think part of that is that, Prize Fighter would have been an even more Dead Awakening. If they're just getting killed, that would be actually no benefit, whereas Glass Cannon gives like a tiny bit of benefit every few seconds that you're not being constantly hit. But yeah, I agree. This does feel like a comp that was very much kind of forced into a place that it should never be played. I am, maybe it's just me being a scrub, but I am of the opinion that Kai just has no place on Demon Dias in general. He's just way too squishy, way too easy to kill. And even though it wasn't really Luke being killed all that much, the fact is that there were so many times that there was 3Z or Stealth that was the target, and then Luke just incidentally took like 3/4 of his health bar just from like the AoE from the other abilities. And so he had to play super safe and wasn't really able to have as much pressure as you might expect from a Kai to normally have. And, to be where credit is due, Luke had the most redirects in the game. He just didn't have them when it really counted because he wasn't able to get the pressure that he needed consistently enough. Barriers were taken and a few goals were taken. There just wasn't a consistent pressure at any point in time from the side of Bomba, unfortunately.
I agree, and I'm very curious how Bomba is going to take this next map, because we're seeing the Vice ban. I agree. I think especially on this start, we're going to Clarion Corp is inner focus explosive entrance. So this is leaning towards KO. And you have a lot of options. Ban the Vice, I agree. That needs to get out. Get it out of here, okay? It's Hungry Boy Vice. Just get it out, okay? Like, we don't need it. And they're going to try to answer with the Estelle pick, which, Stealth Rock is very comfortable on and does get a lot of value out of explosive if they want. They could also go inner focus. I think it's kind of personal preference. And then you're going to end up picking up this Julie as well. And probably, if I had to guess, you're going to put Moffin on some lock it down. Maybe the Kazan. I would like to see the Kazan. Mm-hmm. If you're listening, Moffin, lock that. Get on that right now. It's due.
Yeah. I think that blue team is Bomba on this one. So that's going to be Luke on the Dubu potentially, unless we see something crazy like 3Z on the Do Brawler. But most likely it is going to be So again, we have it again. We have that Asher Rasmus once again. Not HMG this time, but it is going to be a toss-up as like which one is goalie, which one is forward. On CTC again, personally, I still favor the Rasmus, but Milkman did have a really good job of holding it down. Now, doesn't have the Estelle to back up this time. This time it's the Kai instead. But it is going to be the Rasmus or Asher in the goalie most likely. Unless we're going absolutely insane and we're putting the Kai in the goalie, which could work, maybe.
It might be a bit of a stretch. I imagine this is probably Moffin on the Rasmus. Just run it back. That is probably the pick I would expect. And I think I'm not really too upset with either team comp, especially not with Bombas. The Estelle Julie Dubu, it's a tale as old as time. What's the team name?
Bomba?
I don't know. No, not Bomba. The Canon team name.
Frostfire.
Yeah,
With
Frostfire. It's been here since start.
Yeah.
Been here since beta. Very reliable. But on the other hand, this is kind of I'd say this is a pretty common RTF. You put Leo on either the X or the Asher. You kind of just let him do what he's going to do. And then you got the Hungry Boy Kai, another notable pick of his. Rasmus on Moffin. There's potential for both here. I can definitely see this game going either way.
Yeah. I am a little sad that we don't have the Bomba Luna coming out just yet. Kind of the mascot of the team, if you will. But understandable, Luna's not necessarily in the best place, and sometimes, if you just pick an X and shut her down, or a Rune, or several other characters. But it is going to be Moffin on that defense, as you predicted there. Stealth Rock, it may be a different map, but it is not a different story, as Stealth Rock is instantly taken down off rip, just like the beginning of last one, which does not bode well, but it does bode well that Hungry Boy is able to get another point here. We do see the Tofu Fortress being the Dubu Particle Accelerator on that one. You see Piercing Shot getting in the corner. Dubu roll, the Somersault coming out as well, but it's not quite too much just yet, even with the Barrage.
And it's going to go around. This is a very comfortable spot for RTF. Maybe if 3Z can even this out here in the corner, but you're going to have to stand in the poison. You don't have a lot of HP. The Barrage is going to stagger, but now you don't really have a lot of kill confirm unless Moffin can look for a hook. It's a very close set, and 3Z's alive.
Yeah, was a really great setup by Moffin with the Death Touch into Pendulum Swing, but didn't have a Pixel Perfect. I don't think you can do a Pixel Perfect true combo on that one. So 3Z was able to dodge. Giga Blast gets Stealth Rock away from position to Core Flip. Leo off the map. Core Flip countered by another flip. Counter flip from Stealth Rock there. Whiplash gonna red core it over. Piercing Shot doesn't quite get it through all the way. Rose Warp does, though, as now it's an open goal, but Leo Leon breaks the ankles of Luke as the Somersault, fairly necessary in that case. You can't really just let it go to a 50-50. The Somersault's not fast enough for that, but unfortunate for Luke, as even the Core Flip won't save him on that one.
And something I want to mention is that this inner focus has been taken by a couple players, namely Leo Leon has it. So this Asher, if she gets this scaled, will have a lot of cooldown. But the entire backside of Bomba opted into inner focus. So both Estelle and Dubu sitting at 9 CDR, 10 CDR, they will have this fully stacked soon. And when they do, they're going to have so many cooldowns to play with. And I'm curious if you can ever shut that down.
Yeah, I mean, Dubu is not necessarily the best at stacking it, but if he is able to get it, then that is going to be pretty insane. Moffin trying to get another combo onto 3Z, not quite able to, but Stealth Rock able to get the strike up to Luke there, who's gonna play a little bit more passively there, stay inside the goal box, doesn't want to go too close to the edge when Leon has exactly that, as he is able to dash flip the Estelle off the map. Great back angle there from Luke, as he's able to use the core flip as well to get a great defense. Moffin is able to keep the barrier from going down, but even in the power play, we have Bomba showing they have what it takes to defend, to get the core rotated around. Leon taking a lot of damage once again, an opportunity here for the side of Bomba to secure a kill potentially, but goes into the stealth zone, is a little harder to track down in that one. Log is going to get the tag to prevent the regeneration from coming through as Tofu Fortress betrays Dubu there. Somersault as well is going to go a little bit wide. Barrage tags 3Z as well on that one. Stealth trying to get through, and Will with a great vomit combo from Estelle, just throwing everything at the goalie there, hoping that something works on it. And in this case it did, so well done by Stealth.
Yeah, and notably, both Leo Leon and Luke have managed to get this inner focus stacked up. They're both sitting at a very comfortable 26 CDR. Breezy's, of course, almost dead again. What can you do? The enemy team really hates you, honestly. I'd be very upset.
Yeah. Almost gets the kill.
no.
That's so tragic for 3Z on that one, as Hungry Boy is able to just walk away after a full combo from 3Z, who of course doesn't have power, but 3Z shows off the big brain on that one, able to use that center Atlas expansion thing to get a barrier. We have the Death Rush coming out as well. Stealth Rock going to be taken off. Lilion similarly big brain there. I guess great brawlers think alike on that one, as we have the core flip as well up to the top. Hungry Boy there just in case, but it's not even necessary as a second goal goes the way of RTF, and I mean, the way it's looking, I hate to say it, but it's looking like a second game's head their way as well.
Yeah, there is definitely still time for Bomba to make it up. You know, if 3Z manages to get his hand on a Stagger Awakening or something like that, just to relieve some of this pressure. Oh, an unfortunate Giga Blast is going to kill Stealth Rock outright. That's a 12-second timeout.
Yep. 5 seconds now, and still only one barrier going down so far. Leon not able to confirm onto the second one. Hungry Boy in the midfield with the Giga Blast. Dash Punch Core Flip from 3Z, not enough to get the kill onto Liu, who is still going to live for a little bit longer. Pass Splitter going to really put a damper in this defense, but in the end, the barrier does still stand. Muffin racing forward as well with the strike, countering the Piercing Shot. Crystal Thorn Pendulum Swing goes through. As we see the core flip from Kai down there, trying to catch Luke off guard with a direct shot there, but isn't going to be found. It's going to be, once again, the Estelle picking up the air nade. We saw it last time when HMG was playing on this map, but Estelle surprisingly good at picking it up. Also picks up a barrier as well does Bomba, as it's now not as far away as it once was. Leon, a little low on health, gets a somersault as well. 3Z Breezy not going to quite get the connection there into Hungry Boy. The Path Splitter comes out as well, piercing shot. Leon with Barrier Beam, not enough. Does that with the core flip, though, is looking for it, but does not find it onto Stealth Rock. As there, I think it was a Rose Warp right when that hit. Barrier Beam as well. Barrier's going to go down here. We have Asher, though, picking up a lot of size. It is a very large Asher here in front of the net, but still does not get the goal open as 3Z Breezy running across the field here, puts it up to the top to Stealth Rock, who sends it and the goalie through the goal, taking us to a 0.5.
Yeah, what a really good dash from 3Z to set that up into the open space. Yes, you can take the dash punch. I don't even think they added punch, but just the dash strike, that is an option. But just clearing it into this spot in front of your Estelle so she can blink in and confirm. It's really good that you're able to notice that and definitely play it towards her when you otherwise could not do it yourself.
Yeah. It was really good team play there from Bomba, and a little bit more team play as well. You got the first barrier. Second one, though, not going to fall just yet. Luke playing up with the Tofu Fortress is going to have a bit of an awkward angle on that one, so it is going to let the core through. We have Luke racing forward here with the somersault there. Dash punch from 3Z opens up the goal, and there's another core flip here. We have the Log getting it forward. Core flip up to the top. Hungry Boy, though, has his goalies back. Even off the Vice, he's still pretty good. As he piercing shot steals the core away from Leo Leon, just stuns him up, and it goes right on by. The Path Splitter sends it down instead of up. Somersault gets it through the Asher. 3Z Breezy once again trying to be in position to get this core, but has to play a little bit more back earlier. Now Luke once again getting around. Great pass up to Stealth Rock, trying to get all the way around, but Muffin Curry gets a clear past him for a little bit longer. We are, of course, in overtime now, so we are going to have a very fast core bouncing off these bounce pads, but somersault core flip pass. 3Z Breezy gets the pick up there. Just absolute blitz as soon as that speed was there from overtime. They saw the angle, saw the core flip, and saw the set, as Luke is now going to be the set MVP, having the opportunity to take or deny some things away. And, I mean, there's a team player right there.
Yeah, I do believe you probably just pick up the team player and then you start getting these passing plays going. If you can just get this red speed up and off, right? If you could force this Kai back into his net, right? It kind of sucks because it feels really bad to score on Kai, especially whenever he's got a goalie beside him. But if you could force him back, that means he's not able to quickly blink forward and be as threatening as an Amy or a Luna or something like that. And on the other side, RTF is going to get some power. This Asher getting some knockback is a little concerning. But I believe Bombardiers has done a good job so far of not dying to it too often. I believe there's once or twice that first set. But they weren't very dire deaths, I would say.
Yeah, but dire straits as another barrier falls here for RTF. as Bomba might be looking to secure an entire game here. Leon not quite able to get this barrier just yet. Great angle there by Luke. Stalls it out a little bit longer, but in the end, RTF able to get another barrier down. A little bit closer now to their goals here, but goal is still not open just yet. Crystal Thorns comes out, Barrage as well. Pendulum Swing gets not the clear in the end. Stealth Rock taking a lot of damage. Luke deftly evading the orb there while still getting the defense can be surprisingly difficult to do at times. We do see the Pass Splitter doing a ton of damage to the Dubu. There goes half his health bar, even in the goalie box. We see a great Tofu Fortress locks up the Asher from getting this Dash Punch onto the Estelle, potentially. But a great Core Flip does get the barrier, even as Dash Punch doesn't get the kill. But it doesn't matter, as the piercing shot from downtown Stealth Rock just stealthened the rock into the net on that one. Just really nicely found.
That one feels... It's a good, like, max range shot. It feels a little uncharacteristic of Moffin, but it's okay. And 3Z here has his flip. Stealth Rock almost on theirs. Luke's going to have theirs. And this is a pretty good spot for Bombardiers, with a barrier taken to boot.
Yeah, we also have Hungry Boy close to flip, passing back and forth with Moffin, maybe trying to get some more energy, maybe just trying to figure out how. Doesn't matter, though. 3Z figured out how, and it's Dash Punch Flip the goalie, score the core. As that is now, Julian has another prize fighter snack and another goal, and I think it's safe to say that Bomba are beginning to turn some things around. Maybe I don't want to curse them too hard, but they are playing better. They have the prize fighter this time instead of on their opponents, and they're beginning to stack it up.
Absolutely. Whoa, what an Asher primary. That, like, magnetized. She was not willing to let that ball go. And Hungry Boy's flip actually going to be used to get this out, but I think you're okay with that. You just need to survive, right?
Yeah, we do have Dash Punch coming through as well. A ton of damage there. Hungry Boy low on health, so is Moffin. We have another rotation around through all the bounces, and we almost have it taking the barrier, but good defense. Somersault comes through, gets it over to 3Z Breezy off the kind of back pass angle on that one. Back up to Stealth Rock here, through with Crystal Thorns. Death Touch, though, perfectly found. 3Z Breezy not able to strike board there. The Giga Blast intercepted by Stealth Rock, actually, to prevent her from going forward and getting the core into the barrier. Lilion trying to go forward with this core flip to open up the net or do something. But it's not found just yet. Flurry comes out from 3Z, sent to the bottom with the core flip. Hit the punch and the strike, finally gets it through. It took a lot to do it, but now that is an open goal, an opportunity for Bomba to close out a second set here. Piercing shot comes through as well. Pendulum Swing whiffs. 3Z Breezy gonna get the pass from, and it's gonna put it straight into the goal as a 3-0 set this time for Bomba as they are beginning to blast away.
It is starting to look like it may actually be going to a game 3 if Bomba wants to lock in and finish this game out. Your Estelle already has dash range. There's actually no need for aerials. You can pick up a heavy impact, get some more damage, CDs, or twin drive. It is going to be the heavy impact. I agree with that. I think that's very good. Rasmus, I don't really know what Rasmus wants here. He actually wants a twin drive. 3Z finally got that stagger I was talking about. Set 1, right? He's just going to survive more. I think that's really good. And among Titans on the Dubu. But he's going to be gliding.
Dubu on ice. I mean, did pick up the Pauldron, so now this is just a Dubu of usual size, as it is going to be a very fast Dubu. We have the Tofu Fortress coming out as well. 3Z Breezy taking a little bit of damage, but does get a great evade there. Rose Warp Crystal Thorns not enough to get the double, but does put some pressure on 3Z Breezy, spending a lot of time in the poison. Is going to be very low on health now, has the Reptile Remedy to do a little bit, but it only does so much, and 3Z Breezy is going to have to run back in order to get the ore, but he can't even get it as he has to strike war a little bit there. Still loses one barrier. RTF trying to return to form on this one as Death Touch comes out. Stealth Rock able to get the other barrier, opens up the net. We have Luke rushing forward with the log as well. 3Z taking a lot of damage, but he's staying in the play for a little bit long in this one, trying to get something done. Dodges out of the way of the pass splitter really nicely, though of course that is going to be the extra special on the Ashers. That's going to be back before too long.
Yeah, and RTF is pretty comfortable here. The piercing beam's not going to find anything. It is going to go just kind of be rotated around. This is a pretty scary spot. 3Z actually finds the kill.
Finds a kill. Can they find the goal with the piercing shot, core flip combo? That is really nicely done by Stealth Rock on that one. Just doesn't take any chances, doesn't just use piercing shot, doesn't just use flip, uses both of them, and it's basically a checkmate. There's not a whole lot you can do about it.
Brutal, and I think something to watch, keep an eye out on is Hungry Boy here with this explosive, with this aerials. When he hits that secondary button, he's flying. Okay, he might be able to actually go from side to side of the map multiple times if he felt like it. Let him get a slick kick Brock.
Yeah, he do be gliding there, but so is the Dubu. able to fight in the face of Leo, even with the core flip counter by a nice Tofu Fortress there. Hungry Boy with the flip in front of the barrier, though, isn't going to let it stand for too long. Threezy gets a great redirect down to the bottom, but doesn't actually find it into the barrier as Hungry Boy tries to get around here. Pass Splitter comes out as well. They're not able to get it through the side of Bomba yet, but they're keeping it on their side of the field for a very long time. Dash Punch comes through, not enough either. Somersault goes a little wide, but in the end, it's going to be Stealth Rock picking up the core, picking up a barrier here. Open goal still, Lilion rushing forward. Hungry Boy up the top side here. Can they get it through? Not quite yet. Threezy Breezy, a little bit of an internet problem there, but he's going to be back in the fight before too long. We're going to finish out the point and see what happens, but Stealth Rock trying to play for his life here. Rose Orbs backward, piercing shot as well. We have Hungry Boy Giga blasting it through. Beautifully done there on the offense. But we're going to probably settle down for, I believe it's up to 5 minutes as we wait for 3Z to return.
Yeah, and I want to talk about this. Talk about this Dubu is still backline because, I mentioned it earlier with the team player managing, and they picked it up. I was saying how that could be a very, very big pick, and so far it has been very good for them. Right, it's so easy to just kind of rotate this ball around the Asher, and you really force this Rasmus to walk up and cover what Asher cannot. And then this Kai also has to do a lot to make up. Like, Asher's so slow by herself. She needs so much help. And this team player makes it where she really needs a lot of help. Otherwise, you're just going to pass to your Estelle. Your Estelle can pass it out, or they can pass it back, and then you red speed it. I don't know what we're calling that. Are we calling that particle accelerator anymore? I don't remember.
I've heard it called the railgun. I've heard it called a lot of different things, but core go fast.
Yeah, the core does go fast.
But yeah, we do have, of course, a little bit of a wait time here. 3Z should probably be back before too long. Salute in the chat I see there. But we have, standard nasl rules for those that aren't familiar. If someone DCs during a point, you finish off the point, as we saw last time. And then you wait, and I believe it's up to a 5-minute timer before they have to resume the game again. And there's that rule, of course. Sometimes it happens. It's, of course, not great that it happens, but there has to be something for it. And so these teams are playing pretty good sportsmanship with it, doing exactly what they're supposed to do, and I appreciate them for that. We do, of course, in overtime, sometimes there is an argument where it's like, oh, one team is favored in overtime or not, so that's why we finish the point out, so that teams can't really stall it out voluntarily, which is one of the reasons. It's probably more beyond the scenes. But as soon as 3Z gets back, this is going to be a very fast point, because it's going to be overtime, and it's going to be team player. It's going to be bulk up on the other side of that. It's going to be 1-2 punch on the other side of that. And of course, Pauldron's on the other side of that. So this core will be going basically light speed. We also have a core flip available. One on the field right now. We have 3Z Breezy. Second core flip back on the field. Gonna walk forward here, test out to see if he's going well, and is going to kick it off. We have Lilion starting off this. Dash punch comes through, piercing shot, whiplash. Of course, everyone has their cooldowns back. The barrier does fall. Pass Splitter comes out, almost kills Luke on that one. Took Fortress comes out as well. 3Z, great angle off that diagonal, but doesn't quite find it. The piercing shot finds a little bit of damage onto Leo. The goal is opened up as well. 3Z Breezy coming through with a dash punch, but doesn't get the core with it. Just does a tiny bit of damage to Hungry Boy, not even really all that much. But there you go, 3Z Breezy gets the pickup, trying to find the angle, kinds of core flip. Piercing shot does not find the connection, but neither did the Death Touch Pendulum Swing. So, of course, red coring all over the place. We have 3Z Breezy getting the core. We have the Somersault coming out, and we have Moffin in the back line, making sure that it's not scored just yet. 3Z Breezy going forward. But Pendulum Swing says no. The Giga Blast goes wide. Stealth Rock playing up, intercepting the core with barrage. Counter intercepts on it, back and forth. Core flip off of Hungry Boy from the flurry from 3Z. We have the dash punch coming through as well. We have the Rose Warp coming through. Log comes out. We have the core speed on this. Core flip from Moffin. Not enough. Stealth Rock goes right around. And Bomba looking to potentially take this one.
Yeah, and this could be the point that decides whether or not we go a Game 3, and if you're Bomba, you really do want to go that Game 3, especially with how your Game 1 went. And so far, it's looking good. Oh my god, that Dubu is dead!
That is the power of that 1-2 punch Asher, especially on the bounce pads. You cannot underestimate them. As we see another barrier opening up. We see RTF trying to get some stuff done. They don't want to go to Game 3. They want to lock it out in 2 games, call it a day, have a snack or something. But We have the pass player coming out as well. Leon having to play very far back to regenerate, getting to pick up the goalie orb and get a core flip from it. It's a very powerful ability now available. Stealth Rock letting it go to Luke to get the team player proc there. We have a barrier being taken here by Bomba on the other side. They have, of course, 1 point away from taking this point away. We have the core flip from Stealth Rock, not getting too much done. Somersault going to bait out the core flip there from Leon. Of course, Wisely investing in it so he doesn't die, but is not going to have it for quite a while now, and maybe not even the rest of the game if Bomba has something to say about it.
And 3Z does have his flip here. He is going to probably look to put that in. A good evade's actually going to keep Leo alive. If they can close this out here, Bomba's going to be very happy.
Yeah, Leon doing a very good job of surviving the somersault in the face of the barrage,
No.
but it doesn't matter. Hungry Boy loses his forward and just says, nah, I'll win. Doesn't matter. Let's do to a 0.5 in this set.
And now this is pretty scary. This map... Oh, Stealth Rock does not care. He's just going to blink in, take that barrier off, kick off, and pass through is going to go wide, unfortunately. But this is a very, very scary spot for RTF. He'd be down a barrier already.
Yeah, down a barrier and 1 point away from a game 3 here. Luke trying to push forward. Core flip out of Hungry Boy, goes up to top, finds the perfect angle. Just that last little pixel of the barrier going to be hit. We have 3Z Breezy going to the bottom here. We have the barrier beam, very large Asher from picking up that arrow orb in the middle. Pass, we're going to go wide again from Leo, unfortunately. Of course, it's extra special. It doesn't matter too much, but you still want to hit a couple of them. As 3Z Breezy not going to find the connection on the barrier. Dash punch is going to go wide. Hungry Boy low on energy, but not actually too much kill pressure just yet, as there's no dash punch there. The flurry gets a little bit of damage, but not much else. Luke on the back side of this play, trying to duke it out here, uses the somersault once again. We do have the Asher going down. 3Z finds the angle. Actually, sorry, that wasn't even 3Z. That was Stealth Rock through 3Z with a piercing shot. As we have the orb in the middle appearing once again. We have the power play. The Giga Blast not going to find the connection, although it very nearly did. And of course, in overtime, Juliet is going to pick up the orb. A very large Julie is going to do a bit of damage here, force out the evade from Hungry Boy, as Stealth Rock is trying to get it forward, but Lilian is just putting up an iron wall.
And it's going to go around and around, and you don't have a lot of resources here flip-wise, but you might not need it with the Estelle Julie. This is honestly anybody's game, but it is a monumental task. Oh my god, and the hook cannot save it. 3Z is going to second hit it with the dash punch just to confirm, and Bombardiers is taking us to a game 3.
Game 3 RTF versus Bomba on this one. Really good to see this one. I want to see more of these teams. But what a play at the end. There's so much speed and the perfect dash punch there from 3Z, even in the face of the death touch from Rasmus, which, by the way, was a crazy play there from Moffin to get the perfect timing on that death's touch. Unfortunately, there was another hit behind it, but credit where credit is due on that one. Really looking forward to see what they play, and it really seems like Bomba found a little bit more of a strategy in this one. Found that they were a little bit more able to, well, really not be killed on repeat on Demon Dias. Was the big problem with game 1. But that didn't happen this game. They played a lot more safely, and it wasn't Demon Dias, so they were able to really show what they have, and they showed it pretty darn well.
I definitely agree. I agree. And, depending on what this next map is, I believe it's Amy's app. If I'm not mistaken, that would be a crazy map 3. An Amy's app against these teams. You have... I think both of these brawlers are very comfortable on the Julie. I imagine it's going to be a high prio pick, but they're also very comfortable on the Drakkar, I want to say. Moffin has his Rasmus that he will probably try to prio again, if I had to guess. There's a lot that could happen.
Yeah, there are a lot of picks here. It might even be a thing where, it's kind of like Drakkar, Julie, and Rasmus are kind of like the big 3 on Imy's app for the most part. And Bomba are the ones that selected the map. So that means that RTF actually gets side selection. Now, we'll see when we go into the draft, but there's a world where RTF just decides to take red side over blue side, because then they are guaranteed prio on 2 picks rather than just 1 pick. So of those big 3, even if RTF goes red side, there's a world where Bomba bans one of the big 3. Let's say they ban Rasmus. Picks a Julie, you still get the Drakkar minimum, and you get that other pick. So you're guaranteed a solid pick, and then it kind of starts the draft from the second side there. We'll see what the teams cook up in the draft. There's a lot of strategies going into this. It could just be pick blue side, slam Erasmus, and see what happens.
I definitely agree. That is certainly an option. I think it will heavily depend on what the Awakenings, the start is, for sure. I mean, namely, a couple things to watch out for is... Did we have a Happy Star start on the first game? No, we did not. We had a Prize Fighter start. So Happy Star is still on the table. That could be a very impactful starting Awakening. Heavy Impact. I don't really know what's left. There's a lot of questions. A lot of question marks that could really just lead to either team having an advantage. And I think both of them are... I mean, both of them are wanting to win this game, obviously, but RTF won the first game pretty decisively, and I'm willing to say Bomba won their second game pretty decisively. So I think there's a bunch of drive. There's a lot of drive for both teams.
Yeah. Picking up on that, though, the Bomba getting the win in the second match, and actually having their map pick for the final one, a little bit more comfort and momentum from Bomba. On this one, being that, you know, they're coming off a win, so there's always that high off of that. It's like, oh yeah, we are good. We do have what it takes. We didn't get killed 12 times in 12 minutes on Demon Dice. That didn't happen. We're starting it now. We're playing through. It's basically just 2 out of 3. If we just win the next 2 games, then it's fine. So they win that second game. Great. And then they go to their own comfort map. They picked Aimi's app on this one. So kind of twofold momentum and mental on that one. So excited to see what they pull out here. I think that Bomba really does have a shot, despite the fact that on Demon Dias, a kill map, Aimi's app, another kill map, you might expect RTF to really come in guns blazing and be able to do a lot more. But I think that Bomba's really going to show up pretty big on this map.
I agree, and we should be getting draft soon.
Should happen relatively soon. Could be some problems. I mean, we did, of course, have 3Z disconnect in the last match. So there might be something going on there to say, hey, you know, let's see if we can maybe work out a server or different things. There's a bunch of different strategies that people have for dealing with ping. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, download this app, or, you know, switch to Ethernet, or sometimes it's like spin 3 times in a circle and, you know, hold a duckling over your router and, you know, something like that on a full moon, and sometimes the internet will work better. And so we'll see what 3Z opts on this strategy. But should be pretty good to see once we get into the game.
I definitely understand connection issues. I played with those for plenty long. I'm so glad I'm done with them, but hoping that they ended up getting fixed, because it just sucks for everybody, you know? It sucks whenever you see somebody crash as a viewer. It sucks whenever you crash as a player. It sucks whenever you're an enemy player and you've got like momentum going and somebody just crashes and you just gotta... It sucks for everybody. So I do hope it ends up getting sorted out, and I'm down to like take a minute, make sure it is sorted out. Do what we need to do to make sure that the games run smoothly.
I agree. Ping is not fun. It does mean that we have to yap a bit, but I do tend to specialize in yapping, so excited to see what we see coming out here. But one question. Of course, we talked about the big 3 on Aimi's app. We talked about a lot of good characters. What do you think the odds are that Bomba still shows respect to Hungry Boy and bans the Vice?
I would say it's pretty high. I think, and this is just my personal preference, I think Rasmus especially is not nearly as threatening as like a Julia or Drakkar are. I would definitely say he's still part of the big 3, but I think players, as we've gone on, I think players have gotten a lot better at just watching how the Rasmus moves, because the hook tends to be pretty slow in comparison to like a dash punch or, you know, bolt shotgun. So I think you're okay with leaving that, especially because you have Muffin, right? Like Hungry, they're not going to get rid of Rasmus, because I think your options as RTF are, right? You leave the Rasmus open and you either get that for Muffin, who's very comfortable on it, or they ban it and then you get your Vice, or they have to pick your Vice. And either way, I think you're fine. I don't think Stealth Rock has a Vice. I'm sure they probably do, but I don't think it's nearly to the same level as Hungry Boys. I would be surprised if it went. I think that is a pick that Hungry Boy is just so dominant on, so comfortable with, that on a map like Amy's, like you can take over a game by yourself.
Seems pretty good. Yeah, I pretty much agree. If we don't see a Vice ban, I'll also be pretty surprised by it. So yeah.
Here's what the goalies are going to look like. Because, I know Muffin's kind of a bit unusual with his picks.
Hear
but-
me out.
Okay.
Muffin has a Fini, correct?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Now, I know that Imi's app is a lot about knockback, but there's also room for damage, and speed, and putting a giant black hole anywhere you want it, and hitting people with a misdirect into the hole on your own side of the map because they don't expect it. So, I don't know if it's necessarily the pick or the correct pick, but I think it would be funny to see the Fini on Imi's app.
No, I think so. I think that's possible. Especially if the Vice ends up getting through somehow, right? You just say, okay, well, we don't really care about knockback. We'll just drop Fini secondary on your head. My Vice will hit you. My Brawler will come clean you up. But even without the Vice, right? You put an Amy. Hungry Boy Amy is very comfortable on that as well. Even like an Estelle, honestly, any midfielder that can just hit the enemy players, right? You throw a Fini with them, and you're probably gonna die, or at the very least be forced out of the play for a while.
Does make a lot of sense, and we've seen actually a lot of midfielding today from both the games we've watched. There was quite a bit on both sides, although it does seem. From we saw Bomba playing Kai Estelle on Demon Dias of all maps. Maybe they'll pull out something crazy again, and they'll go like a triple midfield, like a Kai Estelle Imi, and try to pull something crazy out like that on this one. Who knows?
Anything's possible. Honestly, there's part of why I like watching TF so much is because they just have such a wide character pool. I think they all kind of have a pick that's not traditional, besides Leo. Leo has a pretty traditional brawler pool, but this Vice doesn't get picked too often. I'm not saying it's bad, but it tends to be one of the less favored picks. I don't think a lot of people gravitate towards picking Vice as yeah, this is my pick, or even this is one of my top 3 picks. They're kind of just yeah, I have this in the pocket if I need. And then Muffin's got all these, the Rasmus.
Guys, have we heard from Saya?
We have not.
Is Saya dead?
What happened to my tournament organizer?
That may be why we're waiting so long. Apparently, Saya is the one that has been dead.
Oh, are you guys still on screen? I don't have it pulled up.
Yes,
we are. It's okay.
Yeah. What's up, chat? Yo, Saya is.
How's it going?
Guys, help Saya. This guy is MIA. What? Did someone kidnap my TO? What's happened to him?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
What's up, Vaughn?
All right, this is the nameless Atlas from earlier. He is currently masked on and is not going to be revealing his identity. Please respect his privacy.
Facts. And they subbed in some bum in the next game.
Where's my Saya duck? Someone have his phone number.
I don't know how long he's been gone.
It finally came to pass. He died, and nasl's over now.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Jesus.
No, we're saving nasl. It's happening.
What kind of plan?
Well, how's everyone's day going, guys?
It's good. I'm ready to beat RTF, but I'm getting iced by Saya's kidnappers, bro. What's going on here?
Pretty good.
The Uma Musume horses, they took him. Major McQueen, get him back.
Now, Saya was rather taxed. This is, by the way, the second tournament that Saya has hosted today, because he's an absolute beast. There is a potential world, Saya hasn't done this to my knowledge, but there's a world where he did fall asleep in his chair because of running 2 tournaments in one day. I don't want to say that he's ever done that before, but...
Yeah, he also could have gotten kidnapped.
Is a possibility.
The Uma fans are pretty crazy from what I hear.
Guys, in nasl Stage A, I'm just watching a NASA team that is just a nasl team in disguise.
Yeah. It's kind of messed up, no?
The Cosmic Pause? Oh,
Yeah,
I was
with
talking to
Lizzie 12.
I was talking to
Loaded
Box the
in-
other day, and he was like, "I can't wait for our match. Are you guys ready to play against the entirety of Bun Bun Bonanza?" And I was like, "No, I'm actually not."
Oh, lucky if he doesn't come back. We gotta start the game soon anyway. Fork it, and then someone
Yep.
can stream it on their own stream. That's the workaround.
yeah. We
Yep,
wait, like,
I was trying to think
how
of a
long
way.
do we
If we
wait?
were on the webcam setting, then there's a world where we could like hold up something to the webcam to like scuff the stream a little bit, but get it working.
well,
Bro.
he's gonna load in. He's gonna load into our game.
Oh, that
So
is
it's
fair.
just about draft.
Honestly, what did y'all
Oh.
draft?
Yeah, like he's still in the lobby, so he'll
Yeah,
he'll
just-
be able to.
That's a good point. Oh yeah,
So it's just
Just start it up, bro. It's fine.
Yeah, down to just
Um,
start it up, and
Just start it up.
if Saya gets angry, he should have been here. I don't know, man.
That's facts.
Okay,
That's
I'll,
facts.
I'll tell the ref and do it.
I hope Sai's doing well, but we do have to move on with the show. The show must go on. So we're going to be loading into game very soon here. We're going to see what the draft is when we get in there. We're as blind as you are on this one, but that's okay. And I think that we'll be fine going into it. It should still be a fun game. Might have to run the rest of nasl very creatively, but the good news, there is some good news in this, right? I don't know how many other games we have today, but if there are any others after this one, we can just keep cycling people into the same lobby, and it usually doesn't give the host to Saya. So
I'm gonna ping Leo and have him pass us.
yes,
That's probably better. We'll just kind of like drag him along for the ride. You know, we won't have any more transitions, but
yeah. So as soon as the players are ready, casters are ready, we are a-okay to go into game. Lock it in on Imi's app, I believe it was. So I do apologize for the interruption. These things do happen on occasion. They still have to draft. All right, so we're not going to have the draft on stream. So ignore us going into game very soon. But it is possible that we can have... if it's possible to send the link so we can talk about the draft while it's happening, but if it's too much work, it's already started, just go with it, roll with it, and we'll see it when he gets there.
a bit scuffed, but it's okay. We'll make it do. It's an Amy's app game. Awakenings aren't that important.
All right, we do have the technology. I don't know if there's really a way for me to easily pull it up so that everyone can see without a crazy amount of delay, although I'm beginning to maybe cook something up. But let's see. Let's see if I can pull it up on my phone and then have it be...
Oh, like
Does that rotate? Is that going to show? It's not going to rotate. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to talk about it and we're going to yap about it a little bit. So what we have right now, it's going to be Imi's app Quick Strike Timeless Start. It's going to be RTF on the blue side. They did opt to take the blue side over the red side. No funny business with that. It's going to be RTF banning the Imi. It's going to be Vice or Bomb. Red team going to be banning the Vice. And then we see that RTF is going to first pick up the Estelle, and then it's going to be Juno Asher picked up by Bomba. As we see in the first three picks and two bans, none of the big three. We finally get one. Rasmus picked up on the 4-5 with Juliet blue side. So we have Restel with Juliet. And that's, I assume, going to be Moffins. Rasmus again. Rasmus goalie actually surprisingly very good on Imi's app. Even if you generally like to have it on the brawler position, it's actually really good on the goalie. Pick the pauldrons, have the extra size, and is pretty nice all around. Last pick is going to be Dubu. So again, one pick away from a cannon team. We could have had SSR if they went Julie instead of the Dubu. But we do have Bomba playing Juno, Asher, Dubu versus RTF playing Estelle, Rasmus, Juliet.
Okay, so I'm sorry. What were the picks again? Are there any notable time? Anybody here taking timeless? Is that realistic?
I think there is a chance that we see it on the Dubu, but I think it's much more likely we just see quick strikes all around. There's a weird world where Erasmus takes it just to get more presence around the hole, because of course the longer the hook lasts than it is a creation. But I think that's kind of dubious at best, and he would much rather have the quick strike. So it's almost definitely going to be 6 quick strikes, and it's going to be pretty fun all around.
Okay, I'm down for that. That's a pretty neutral start, I think. That doesn't really favor either of these teams, right? It's not a heavy kill comp like RTF, showed they're very comfortable piloting, and it's also not a super heavy, bombardier start either. So it could really go either way. And just as a heads up for anybody that just joined the stream or whatever, the overlay is going to be wrong for a little bit. Just ignore it. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yep. So, to clarify, it is going to be Bomba, red team on the right, with 1 game, and then RTF, blue team, going to have 1 point as well. So it's 1-1. This is the game 3, and we do have... we have 3Z Breezy taking the first barrier. Bomba coming in with it, trying to get something done. And we do have some passing back and forth. Plasper going to be dodged really nice there by Moffin. We have Luke playing all the way up. Stealth Rock, unfortunately, fouling the pass on that one. I think maybe could have left it up to the just auto slime to score a goal, but tried to go for a pass instead, trip him up. Lilian winning a strike board here, trying to get it through. Crystal Thorn's going to go a little wide. The log comes out, so does the barrier beam, but not too much purchase found. We have a slime, we have a dash, but we do not have the last crucial strike to get it in the goal just yet. Somersault going to be stolen away by a slime. Breezy gets it up to the top, but we have the Rose Warp and Hungry Boy right behind to defend and help out his goal.
Yeah, and Luke is going to have this flip. Breezy will have his very soon as well. Actually built it up right there. That could be it. Stealth Rock, a little unfortunate bounce. There's a lot to be scared here of. Stealth Rock and Luke, they're just going to lock this down, I imagine. Juno, Dubu are just going to be an impenetrable backline. There's so many slimes, all of Dubu stuff. Breezy's not going to be able to find, or Leo is not going to be able to find the kill. And Breezy is in a very threatening position here.
Yeah, Luke actually going to lose the barrier there as well, playing a little too far up. Great bait against Hungry Boy. Good read on that. He would Rose Warp down. We have a core flip, sending it up, but Moffin, great checkmate there, or anti-checkmate, I guess, with the Death Touch up at the top. There's not really an angle that 3Z can get it through there beyond just striking out the goalie and hoping. So we have Gun the Core going to do another cycle around the map. It's a very long first point, I will say, especially how explosive these teams have been all day. Piercing shot just barely doesn't catch the core. Back pass from Stealth Rock as well, trying to buy some time, get it away from Leo here on the bottom side of the map here. But so far, no kills, no goals, and I don't want to jinx it, but 3Z Breezy is going to live through that combo from Leo. And we see 3Z losing control of the dribble, red corning across, but just barely. The jump in Juno does not get it in.
Yeah, and this is a very, very scary spot for our 4 Bombardiers. They've managed to clear it out, and as long as Leo doesn't get something crazy here, I think they're actually going to reset back to neutral. As Timeless Creator Juno, look at how long these slimes last. These are basically mini Dubu walls.
Yeah, they are actually doing a lot of good work. Luke passes to Leo Leon there, and Leon is going to take it forward. Has the core flip, but countered by a Tofu Fortress there. Jumping Juno up to the top there is able to get something done, but a core flip from Luke is able to prevent the dash runs from getting it through. Stealth Rock gets it to the corner. Pass Splitter comes out, locks him up the corner. Can 3Z get there in time? No, he cannot. It's going to go all the way around the world as it just goes around Stealth Rock and around Luke. And it goes in, and what a first point. The entire lead up, everything, the last 10 minutes have been wild.
Yeah, both these teams, had the little delay, and they said, okay, we do not want to lose. We want to lock in. We want to go ahead and get this 2-1. Scoreline for the league. Stealth Rock here is going to be a dangerous save. Oh my god. Oh no.
Do have the barrier going down here. 3Z Breezy putting it in up at the top there, and Bomba with the overlay right once again. You can now pay attention to it. We are saved, but RTF is not. Well played with Bomba.
We are 1-1, and it's looking to be a long Amy Zap game, unless somebody gets some crazy knockback. stuff later in the game, I don't know. But as of the moment, Bombardiers just have this disgusting comp that is just going to keep the ball up forever against a corner with Judo Slimes, Tofu Fortress, Pass Splitter. There's a million options for them. And then you have the traditional Estelle Julie, who have to somehow get through the Duo.
Yep, and that's going to be very difficult to do. I think the easiest way is just to kill one of them, or maybe both of them, or just have it room in on the bottom and Hungry Boy scores a goal, as Luke is just a little too far away to get to it.
And this is... honestly, neither team's too favored here. 3Z might be able to find something with this flip he's going to build up, whether it be a kill or a score. Just kidding, it's gone. I caster cursed him. And an unfortunate behind the barrier is going to go tragically wrong.
Yep. Did stall the core for a couple of seconds, though, so maybe it was actually just a big brain play from Luke there. We also have Asher now back on the field. The goal was not scored there. It was just one barrier going down. Of course, it's the only barrier on IME's app, but, you know, still, it's just one barrier. And Luke's going to take it up to the top with the Rose Roar piercing shot past 3Z was really well done by Hungry Boy, but unfortunately not enough to get it through this Dubu. As we were talking about earlier, and we have the corner offense once again. The Slime not able to get up, but the core flip from Moffin was invested on that one. Dash Punch dodged away, as we have, again, the core settling kind of a bit more neutral territory here. Luke has the core flip if he needs it, but 3Z Breezy trying to make sure he doesn't. Great behind the clear. Moffin showing Luke how it's done on that one. And able to get it all the way around once again, but it goes right back over and all around. So we are just passing back and forth, goalie to goalie, basically, with a couple of people in the way. Another barrier goes down, though. 3Z gets an excellent pickup on that one. 3Z trying to pick it up with barrier beam, doesn't quite get it. Tofu Fortress, a excellent backline on that one. Vlog as well, but Dash Punch and the goal. I mean, Leo Leon brawling and core controlling at the same time. That is quite talented.
I mean, buy one, get one free. Oh my. And that's going to be RTF. Pretty comfortable. I think you're pretty happy. Your Rasmus is going to get this twin drive. I would probably imagine that's what I would go here. You just accept. You probably don't want Dubu getting it. It's already hard enough to score on him. Giving him a second roll is always just an unpleasant experience. Dubu's got a lot of options. Just going to go size stacking. It makes sense. The barrier is super small anyways. And honestly, if this Estelle ends up picking up peak performance, I was going to say explosive, but peak performance is also fine. This is a pretty good draft for RTF.
Yeah. I mean, you have heavy impact on the Julie for a little more damage. You have some speed and survivability on the Estelle, and you have, again, some speed on Moffin with the twin drive. So even though, yeah, it's a die from Dubu, it's also not bad on Rasmus. And see him using the Whiplash there already. Doesn't get a ton of damage from it just yet. Doesn't have a ton of power behind it, but is still very close to death. Was Moffin, or was Hungry Boy up there with Tofu Fortress. Got distracted for a half second on that one because that was so close to just taking out Tofu Fortress.
Yeah, and this little corner offense here, Luke, good save's going to keep this alive, and, you know, now you have to break it free, but also do you have to break it free, you have to manage to get a real offense going, which is Leo, which seems to be what Leo excels at whenever he finds these dash punches.
I mean, Leon has been on fire today. I mean, we saw so many creative things earlier. We saw the BOGO combo earlier, the Brawl One Get One combo, as we have another goal scored here by Hungry Boy, but Leo Leon, just the excellent, like, Shaolin kick sideways, backwards into the hole. Just really well done.
Yeah, and here we are. Honestly, we're still pretty neutral for both sides. Neither team has any real flips to worry about soon. 3Z Breezy is dead, though. That is an Avengers level threat that they... Oh my god, save Dubu.
The particle accelerator saves the day. The core is not able to get into the barrier on that one. Somehow still the excellent layering of strikes there from Luke and Stealth Rock must be studied at some point, because that was just crazy. And, I mean, the Dubu wall also fair amount of layering on that one. But just really well played there. Moffin with a great death touch does rotate around, and Leo Leon just picks it up again. He is tired and wants it to be over. Passes it to Hungry Boy, sends it through. RTF. It almost seems like they might have just pulled a sigh and fallen asleep in the middle of last game, because how is this the same team that was just playing?
I don't know, and now for Bombardiers, you have two flips on the side of RTF, and I'm just kidding. Every time I say something, every time I talk about their flips, it ends up going wrong. But you still have A flips coming soon, and a huge breakaway is actually probably going to be the barrier. Oh, no! Oh my god.
Very close. That's actually going to be the other barrier. That's the barrier you're talking about. As Luke played a little too far forward, we almost have it. Bouncing off the middle there and going into the goal. We have 3Z trying to knock Hungry Boy out of the play. Log as well. Leo Leon is just in front of the core. Luke got hit down a little, hit stun, slowed down, and couldn't really get there in time. So it's going to be a 3-0 sweep here to RTF. As I was getting a little fearful at first when you had a couple of slow points and some very back and forth ones. And then, I mean, yeah, Moffin's doing pretty well. Yeah, Hungry Boy doing pretty well, but Leo Leon is just not the same player from last set. So actually, Vaughn was in here, now he's not. So maybe Vaughn just like went over and like logged on or something, because this is kind of crazy.
Right. And I mean, this Julie's gonna get already finding a lot of KOs. You know, depending on who you'd ask, Book Up might be the best awakening in the game, and your Julie just picked it up. It's seeming a bit nightmarish, but on top of that, you got a happy star on your Estelle. Always happy with that, right? But Estelle, Crystal Thorns aren't something that's like very impactful in the same way you think of like a Vice ult or a Luna ult or, you know, an Amy turret. But it's still a very important tool for her. And if Moffin Kirby ever gets active in this offense, he can build himself some more size.
Great find from Lilian onto Juno as well. But 3Z Breezy picking one up, ending the kill streak of RTF. Leon is still on a kill streak himself, but RTF not going to be at least in Ooh, never mind. Never mind, RTF is going to be finding another kill here. It's a good thing that Adrush isn't in the game right now for the side of Bomba, as Lilian is making very good use of it. But as it is still the pummelers on the Julie, so that's a lot of speed from these power plays. We do have some nice offense there from Rock, as he's able to put it forward a little bit more, gets the stealth, or gets it forward to 3Z, who puts it through. And we finally have signs of life from Bomba. Lilian was doing his best to put them in the hole, put them off the edge of the map, do whatever he could. But Bomba is not going down quietly. They will not be going down without a fight, and this could be the opportunity for them to launch a comeback.
Absolutely, and something I didn't mention in the draft, but it is very important. Luke has once again picked up this team player. We've seen how proficient he is with it, especially with him and 3Z. I feel like whenever he picks this Awakening up, it feels like he's always just, once it hits overtime, he's just red speeding it to 3Z. Dimer after dimer after dimer. But I don't know if you can make it to overtime.
Yeah. We do have some back passes there between Leo and Moff to buy some time. Core flip, counter flip, but counter struck. 2 core flips, but in the end, it's just the strike that gets it through. RTF 2 points away from taking the entire match.
Yeah, and, you know, it feels pretty RTF favored. Obviously, because they're up 2 points, but even this set, right? It feels like there's not a lot of real offense coming, and maybe it's because Leo is just killing anybody who tries. But it does feel pretty dominant.
Yeah, that is maybe even an understatement, as even Leon with no HP is still to be respected here, and there's not really an answer to Leon. And like, even if you kill him, it's not like this is a Julie that's powerful because she picked up like stacks on stacks and prize fight. This is a Julie that has no stacking awakening, so even if somehow you kill the Julie, it's only a 15-second stun, which isn't nothing, but she just goes right back to killing again.
Yeah, the core flip's going to be forced to be used. That core flip's actually going to find somebody. And once again, RTF back in this power play that we've seen so many times. Dugu's going to have the CDs to kind of stall it out here, I think. But can you survive after this is the question.
Yeah, I mean, Hungry Boy not looking too good. An opportunity there for Bomba to come back, but he's going to play back, pick an orb, and be pretty high on health right now. 3Z Breezy takes half his health bar there. Looking to potentially kill the goalie, but doesn't get quite enough to justify the flip, but does justify the flip up the top side there through the Death's Touch, as he takes a 2-1 lead. Again, Bomba, we saw them last game especially, were playing very well. If they win this set, which is only 1 point away, there's an opportunity for them to get a lot more core control awakenings and really turn the game around. Like a hot shot on the Juno, 1-2 punch on the Juno, even to deny the Julie as well. A lot of opportunity here if Bomba wins this set, but they have to get there. And Lilian just dash punch. That's 20 kind of free seconds. As the Tofu Fortress almost gets the kill onto Leo there. Rose Orb to defend the barrier. It's going to still stand a little bit longer. Lilian is going to use the flurry there. Probably has the dash punch for too long, but it's going to take a lot of damage here. 3Z Breezy looking for the kill here, but does not quite find it. Luke up, passing down to the bottom. is going to try and cycle it once again. 3Z in the corner. That's where the Asher wants to be. Finds one barrier, opens up the goal. And Luke on the defense now trying to get it past Hungry Boy, who will not be able to get it. Stealth Rock jumping up the top with the slime as well. Down to the bottom, tries to break the ankles of Curry, but Curry will not let that happen. 3Z dribbling, but hits the corner angle, unfortunately. But doesn't matter as he strikes it right on through. Quick strikes on the Asher. It's quick strikes on the Rasmus as well, but 3Z just a little bit quicker on those strikes. And is going to secure one set for Bomba, making it a match, making it a game. There is a hot shot. It's probably going to be denied by the Estelle, but there is hope for Bomba.
There is, and something that I feel is really important is that there's this prize fighter, which is going to be taken. That makes sense. And that gives 3Z a real win con. We've been talking about Leo's dash punches today, or this game. But Asher can do it too, albeit maybe not as well. But hey, with the prize fighter, you get one, and then you basically have four, right? Like, let's be realistic. And Jude, oh wait, Julie actually took the Among Titans.
Honestly, it's kind of weird, but I kind of like it. Because it means that you're a little harder to hit. But also, one of Julie's big things is that she kind of needs the right angles to set up some of the kills, although with the Shaolin kicks from Leo, they've been kind of on point. But to set up some of these kills, you do need a little bit of speed. And so that Among Titans really does just give you the ability to just speed around and get into the right position. You can see 3Z kind of hunting Leon there, but 3Z's not looking at any brawler. He's looking at the goalie and the goal, taking Moffin right out of the pitch.
And the belt just got a little bit heavier. And that's a little concerning, you know? Not, you know, the points, whatever, but the prize fighter stack, that's almost a permanent loss, you know? Like, that plays into more than just that point, you know? Also, something to watch for is this glass cannon on Juno that may, if she gets it fully stacked, may be enough to give her some red speed. Just kidding, watch for the spectrating Dubu.
I mean, Dubu does hurt. You know, it may be tofu, but that is some, like, extra firm tofu. It, like, is basically just like a rock. And it's going to be the slime going forward, countered by a flurry, though, really nicely. We almost had a goal there scored by Bomba, but not quite. 3Z trying to send it down. Core flip from Hungry Boy, not enough. Leon is trying to find something here, but Stealth Rocket was invasive, and 3Z Breezy just takes it through. And, you know, maybe I cast our cursed RTF. Maybe Bomba realized that they actually have to win the game by scoring points. But either way, they are just knocking it out of the park here. One set, and now another 2 points. I don't know if it was quite 5 goals in a row. Never mind. No. Moffin with a great snipe onto Stealth Rock. Takes the orbs out of the equation. No more of those. And Leon is trying to find something once again. Crystal Thorn's core flip as well, though. Moffin not able to get the fences, playing up in the power play, of course, as you usually do, but that gives Luke the opportunity. And now, once again, Bomba is favored in this point. They have the open goal. They have opened the net of their opponents, and Pass Splitter and a bunch of slimes are a pretty good way to secure it, but not when a Hungry Boy is there to defend. Leon gets the pickup very close, but a great death touch there from Curry, proving that you can actually use that ability for more than just killing on this one. But that's going to be Leon getting killed into Juno, but Moffin goes down as well. 3Z up the top here, back passing to the Dubu, building up some speed with the team player. But it's not quite enough. We have the 2v2 for a little bit longer here. Log countered by a dribble. Leo trying to get something done. Piercing shot comes out as well. Crystal Thorns too. Happy Star makes it a little easier to get those done. The great pass there from Hungry Boy, not intercepted. Tofu Fortress comes out once again. Hungry Boy trying to get it clear, but misses the strike. Piercing shot comes out, gets it over to Leon. Can he get something done? No, he's taking so much damage here. Red coin from team player, but it doesn't go to 3Z. It's intercepted. We have the piercing shot, not finding the connection. Hungry Boy gonna have the core flip here. Dash punch goes a little bit wide. Muffin trying to get it forward, gets Hungry Boy, uses the flip, does bounce it. Does get it over to Leon there. Not going to go for any creative angles on that one. We have the slime bouncing it up to the top, and that's going to be 3Z securing yet another goal for Bomba and a 3-0 sweep for Bomba.
And that's pretty scary because the prize fighters started scaling. On top of that, 3Z's just been playing kind of like a beast these last 2 points, and that's a 1-2 punch at the small price of a prime time, which I don't think you really care about. I'm very happy. Oh, actually not.
Leave it for the Juno.
Leaving it for the... Oh, you might be onto something there. Estelle's going to end up taking it, but even still, this is still a great draft. This Dubu is going to pick up the center focus. 26 CDR is a little strong. This Asher has now prime time. She's already a bit of a menace with each primary. And then stacks on stacks with Stealth Rock. Juno is going to speed run that.
Yeah. There is a lot of speed on this Juno. It is Mag Souls, Orb Dancer, Glass Cannon, stacks on stacks, and a barrier going down as well. Token Fortress going to be taken to the bottom side here to just keep the core in this corner. And 3Z trying to get things done, but does take a lot of damage. There is, of course, the pickup of the 1-2 punch on the Estelle. There is the Reptile Remedy on the Juliets. They're a little bit more capable of just brawling it out. And we have the Juno trying to get it forward once again. Luke able to keep the barrier alive for a little bit longer. Muffin missing the pendulum swing there, a little bit unfortunate. But not too big of a deal just yet. 3Z Breezy looking at the top side of the map, trying to get things done. We have the Slimes getting it through to 3Z, who puts it through once again. And it seems like Bomba has really secured what they need. They have a Juno with infinite speed. They have a Luke sitting in the back line, just holding it down with everything he has. And the goal is just get it forward to this Asher. Dubu Particle Accelerator backwards to buy a lot of time because the massive brain on this Dubu, and it gets it to Asher in the end, who goes forward. And that's just what they have to do, is just get it to the Asher in front of the barrier, and they've finally gotten what they need to be able to do that consistently.
Absolutely, and with this flip on Luke, you can honestly go walk up incredibly far. Gonna play a little passive, doesn't want to like overgreed for it, which is definitely the responsible play. 3Z will have his flip very soon, but on the other side, Hungry and Muffin both building theirs, actually going to lose the RTF barrier. Oh my god, and it's so beautiful. The passes are so clean.
We also have 3Z very close to a flip. Hungry Boy Muffin flips as well. Very close to them. Probably one strike, one orb away. It's going to be 3Z taken off the pitch, though. No more close to the flip on that one. No more prize fighter stacks on that Asher. So that is a dead awakening right now. This is the opportunity that RTF has been looking for. This is where they have the opportunity to just surge forwards as we have the core flip to do a little bit of damage to the Juno. Keep her a little bit low. Luke is low on health as well. We have the piercing shot coming out. Barrier beam as well. Pendulum swing comes out as well, but the slime there just a little bit. Unfortunately, Death Touch does not find the connection to 3Z, but it was very close. And we see Muffin going for these longer shots with the ability of that Deadeye that he picked up in the last draft. And we have the Slimes once again getting it forward, countered by a core flip, really nicely done by Muffin to keep this barrier alive. The punch from Lilian, not quite enough to knock the Juno out of the field just yet. That's going to be out for a while. Barrier beam from 3Z opens up the goal, and this could be it if it goes forward just a little more, and 3Z gets the strike, and Bomba reverse sweep the match.
Wow. I mean, from a series that was honestly looking pretty doomed, I would say. Game 1 did not look great. It was a bit of a slaughter for RTF, and then to just be able to block in and come back from that, and you know, Game 2 was pretty decisively in Bomba's favor, I want to say. This one did go set 5, which is good, but god, what a stat line by 3Z. A big 10 plus 0. I mean,
3Z is a man who gets it done. Let it be known. 3Z is a man who gets it done.
Yeah, that was a beautiful game. Beautiful series, honestly. You know, even though they were... It felt like both teams had things that they were very good at. It really just came down to what team managed to get to do what they wanted to do, I think. And then we really saw it Game 3 where it showed where both teams kind of had a game plan. At the start, it was a Leo Leon bloodbath. That guy was dash punching left and right perma, but it was kind of the curse of playing any knockback brawler or any not brawler, you know? Like, if you dash punch somebody enough, especially at the level we're playing at, people are going to stop. They're going to learn, right? And then it kind of felt like at the end there, Stealth Rock and Luke were just a lot more dialed in and gave Leon or Leo a lot more respect on these edges.
Yeah, I think it really was a big thing of just Bomba finally showing a little bit of respect, because they were absolutely disrespectful in Game 1, locking in Kai Estelle on Demon Dias into Prize Fighter. And rightfully, they got kind of wrecked in that first match. Second match, they showed a little more respect. Third match, when I first saw their team comp, the Asher and the Juno and the Dubu, I was kind of immediately writing it off. And it was almost a write-off. It was very close to RTF just sealing the deal and taking it all the way. But Bomba finally started showing some respect to Leo Leon and playing a little more safely, playing away from the hole a little bit. and just being able to live so that they could do what they needed to do. And in that moment, they picked up a little bit more speed as well, helped with their survivability, and it just helped Stealth Rock to just get the core from Luke to 3Z, because that was the thing that was missing. It was so difficult to play that midfield on Imezap when Hungry Boy is in the way, when Moffin's in the way with the pendulum swings, when Leon is in the way with the dash punches. But as soon as they solved that problem, as soon as Stealth Rock was able to play the game and get it forward, Bomba just kind of ran away with it.
I agree, and a good way to end the series. Bomba will be taking that 2-1 for the season, and I believe we'll cut to break. Next up is Polar Cortex versus Bozo Bunch. There you go. Struggling with the names a bit. Stay tuned for that. We'll be back very shortly.
See ya. Match point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Hello, everybody. We're here for the final match before we enter into our break week, and this is closing out the first chapter of this season of the North American Strikers League. We've got two teams here. We've got Polar Cortex and the Bozo Bunch here. Two teams that I think would really like to scrap it out for the middle of the pack right now. They're going to be facing off in what feels to be probably an important series with some ramifications down the line.
Yep, certainly. We've got Bozo Bunch at 1-1. Would definitely love to get a win, start pulling ahead, get a little bit of motion, and Polar Cortex 0-2. A win would be very big for them, put them on the board, and get them going for the rest of the season. But for right now, both these teams facing off against each other. Did we also mention Deathmatch? The team that loses dies. So one of these teams is not going to be walking away very happy. It's going to be an important game, but here we've got a big Juno Asher forward duo out of Bozo Bunch, just kind of tearing up the Polar Cortex defense right now.
Yeah. And looking at compositions here, we do have the X into Luna scenario where if the X gets big enough, that Luna can be thoroughly shut down. We actually saw that happen, I believe, against the Bozo Bunch last week, so we'll see if history repeats itself here. A good banish coming out from A is now going to open up the map for Polar Cortex. Grimella not able to get that corner offense going. The X Maximus, unfortunately, just a bit too small, and the strike from named Chaotic isn't going to be there. Dropletto not able to get possession of the core. The Bell Ringer also going to go wide as well. This is a little bit of a scary scenario. Merchant allowed to play, but Dropletto not able to end the point there. Maybe an opportunity here, maybe to get the goal. Not going to happen, though, as we enter overtime. Dropletto with a flip, actually going to get whipped. The Fool played that perfectly. Dropletto now not able to do anything, doesn't have the resources to really get this goal done. Going to need to be able to get assistance from Grimella. We'll see if that happens, though. No, A now able to get it to name Chaotic. The dribble is going to come here, but the strikes are not going to be there. The Bell Ringer is coming out as well. Nothing just quite yet. It feels like we are going into a bit of a back and forth here. Neither team has been able to score here in this overtime. Things are heating up right now. Merchant's able to get the flip as well. Doesn't need to use it just quite yet. The Fool once again going to be on the defense. The Crater Maker comes through the Juno Slime as well. Dropletto now is able to close the gap, but not going to matter. He's not going to be able to sink it in. It's going to be a pass from Name Mechanic up to A to end a very, very long first point here of the series.
Yep, we just saw some great defense out of Polar Cortex, and that's really the name of this team's game, is the Fool and A are going to just lock it down. Even on the Finny, it's going to be no cores going through. Everything is completely sealed tight, airtight, watertight, however you want to go about it. Whereas Bozo Bunch is very much the opposite, a very offensively oriented team, and so I'm curious to see how these two teams will match up. I really like the Finny, and of course the X pick out of Polar Cortex. X has been a hot topic. Very good characters, it turns out. And boom, just going to get a KO right there. I think that's, going to be the pick to get through the Bozo defense, but until then, Merchant's just going to make a gigantic play right through the portal right there, and that's showing a little bit of what Bozo has to offer with this team comp themselves.
Yeah. Feels like Merchant's character pool, you ban out the Vice, you just go on the Luna, and somehow he's making it work against what I think is considered a decent counter pick here. Already 2 barriers here from Polar Cortex going to go down. Unfortunately, the airship's going to go wide. It means Nate Chaotic going to have some assistance from A. It's going to try to get one goalie barrier, but it's just not going to happen. Dropletto, the dribble here with a barrier beam. Looking to maybe find something, but it's Merchant almost getting sent off the map, but still is able to continue that pressure. Name Chaotic with a Bell Ringer looking to find something. The double evade comes through. The Crater Maker is going to take out Name Chaotic before he's able to find too much of an opportunity. Strike from Morella comes through, but the Fool is playing so well defensively, positioned so incredibly on this Finny, making it very hard to find any sort of checkmate for the side of Bozo Bunch. Name Chaotic now able to send it through the barrier, but not able to find too much. Again, the pass splitter going to go wide on the Asher. Flip comes through onto the top side. Not going to be a goal. A sends it up. The Bell Ringer almost scores an own goal, but it's not going to be found right just quite yet. A is able to find one goalie barrier for Polar Cortex. Dropletto now again with the core. Is able to find an opportunity with this maybe. Barrier beam again goes through, and a little bit of a field goal sends it through. A and the Fool, a rare defensive misplay, and I say rare because I already feel like we've got a trend going on. It's only 3 points in the series.
Oh yeah, it might as well have been 3 sets. Holy moly. But right between the legs right there, what we're really seeing is that Boza Bunch is able to steamroll these barriers really quickly, which makes a lot of sense. They have the Asher, and just the name of the game is get in the corner and get through. It's a lot harder to get through the open net, though. Asher not as strong in that scenario. And even so, Boza Bunch is still pushing Puller onto the defense all the time. They have so much control with this Luna, this Juno, and especially just anytime the ball is in open space, Merchant is on it. And that's going to be getting them the set right here.
Yeah, well played. Dropletto gets the MVP, though. Honestly, felt like any of them could have really got it. That was such a long set.
Yeah, and here we see not an abundant number of, like, not really Brawler Awakenings. You're not sitting here, Asher, being like, some bulk up, some, I don't know, fill in the blank. There are so many good ones. But Primetime, probably going to be the best pick, going to be very nice. A great deny from A as well. Just good value all over. Glass Cannon on the Luna also very, very nice. The speed, I think, on A with this Among Titans is going to be a big difference maker. Again, we've been seeing Boza Bunch control the open space so well, and so having that extra speed to fill in that gap, get a little bit more control, so that once they get it out, or once their defense has been settled, they're able to mount an offense. I think that's going to be incredibly valuable, and is definitely the biggest pick that they have here. And we're already seeing a lot of the value. That's one barrier down, and A is just moving all over the place.
Moving just a little bit, this Rune. Now you're able to cover even more space, make Dropletto's life that much more miserable. Strike Wars come through here on the corner offense. Named Chaotic now able to open up the gate. Merchant tries to find a sneaky little play there with a Luna Burst, but it's going to cost him dearly. Named Chaotic able to get a dimer from the Fool's special, sends it right into the net. That's a point on the board for Polar Cortex.
Yep, that's one big boom. That's a Monufinial right there. Going to be facilitating that one. Almost certainly many more to come. I look at the matchup of Luna goalie into anything Finny does, like anything. And it's not very favorable for Luna. Obviously, Merchant has been great on the offense. Oh my god. And, like, we're seeing it there, just a play spearheaded by him. Going to be getting one goal right there. But once pushed on the defense, he's doing well in the open net, but still just, it's very easy to overwhelm Luna, the character. It's just not a whole lot, especially if Named Chaotic's going to sit on him, if the Fool is going to be putting these big finishes in his net. It's going to be very tough. But if they're able to weather that storm, they can make big plays just like that last point.
Yeah, flip could have come through. Whoa, that redirect looked a little wonky. No way Merchant could react to that one. That's going to be Nate Chaotic accredited with that. What hit that? I didn't even see. I thought it was a Finny secondary.
His aura, I don't know.
Just pure unbridled, just brawler stank. That's right, unfortunately hit the core, caused the core to just run away from him and just pure horror. And right now, speaking of pure horror, Finny in a 1v2 actually manages to save it here against Merchant and Dropletto. Gramella not able to rotate there on time to save that final goalie barrier. Things are looking up and up here for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, definitely. They have the ball, they have the open net, and they're able to rotate it around. Not quite able to get it to Named Chaotic right there through the portal, but still, this offense is looking very strong. They're able to consistently maintain it. The Bozo defense holding strong so far, but that's going to be the X Maximus getting it right through. Again, only so much the Luna can do. You saw Merchant rip the dash there to try and get it through, but by that point, the ball was already behind Named Chaotic, coming back to him, and at that point, it was wraps. And hey, last draft mentioned that there weren't that many Brawler Awakenings. Welcome, X. Take your pick. You can have bulk up right here. But that is, I'm looking at Deadeye, eyes peeled, maybe even Hotshot, but that's going to be taken by the Fool. I think we're getting Team Player and Deadeye on the Juno instead. Gramella picking up that Deadeye Reptile Remedy, going to A. And, well, again, Brawler Awakenings, welcome heavy impact to Dropletto on that last pick. I do think this Hotshot's going to be a big threat. Luna does not have a lot of ways to deal with core speed, and picking up the Team Player is obviously going to be great. Plenty of core speed for the Boza Bunch themselves. So now, going to be a bit of an awkward battle, especially once it hits overtime. I do think, though, that if the hotshot's going to be getting value for Polar Vortex, that means that Boza Bunch is already in a position where they're kind of cooked. Because, again, the Luna can only do so much. So I think hotshot will be doing very well for them. Once they're in the positions to make it valuable, that value is just going to go straight to the moon.
Oh. Yeah, Strike Roar won by the full, but unfortunately the bounce just sends it right back into Dropleto's hands. Takes that freebie, sends it into the top side of the corner. He's able to find that goal there. Bozo Bunch, a slight lead here in the set. Things are looking up for them, but we'll see if they'll be able to close it out. As you mentioned, a lot of threats coming around, and one that has not reared its head just quite yet here is that X, who's already on his way to scale.
Yep, certainly. We are witnessing right now, peel them eyes, set 3X. Famous power spike for the character right here. He's looking pretty good. Has quick strike bulk up, like, not bad. Gotta be pretty happy if you're named Chaotic. Just gonna be skating around. Has the stacks too. Has his flips, gonna be using it right here. Getting the barrier, and a Polar Cortex is due for a bit of a swing this match here. They got the last set. They're carrying the momentum. And I think that they have a good chance of taking it, or at least getting...
Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you, Z Yoshi has passed away. Seems that he has died in a car accident driving over to his mother's anniversary. So, unfortunately, we are going to take a moment of silence to honor his memory. And he's back with us. We can hear him from the grave right now. Yoshi, what's it like in the afterlife?
I'm dead. I don't know. I was talking the whole time, and I guess my Discord has crashed. I stopped talking, and you weren't talking. I was like, that's weird. What is this guy doing? What does he mean? That's my fault. But that's going to be another Boza Bunch point right there, as we are getting back into the match. And a third one. Hey, what if there was one more real quick? A swift 13-second point to seal out that set. Wow.
Yeah, that's a quick point coming out from Boza Bunch. They're going to be able to seal out this set. And it looked a little bit back and forth, but Boza Bunch now going to be able to pull themselves away here. Grimella here, not too much of a pick. Going to actually just take the Timeless Creator as a deny away from the rune here.
Yep, going to be very nice to just not deal with. Rune with Timeless. Very annoying. Big pillars sprouting up. The built different being picked up, just size denied from the X, not letting it go through, is going to be picking up Super Surge. Still, not bad. X with a Dash Awakening feels really nice. The Super Surge does a lot of damage. It means that he's going to have more range, turns the Dash from a stubby little nothing burger into a full-fledged move. Which is going to be really nice. We're going to have to see if we can get some value. Again, like, both sides Awakenings denied. I think if one was picked up, Merchant's Life becomes super giga hell of no fun and infinite agony. Not happening here. Size denied, but still gonna have to deal with the X in the first place. Size or no.
Yeah, we'll see. Dropleto now going to be in a good position as well. I think both brawlers pretty set up here to take over the game should their teams enable them. Speaking of enablement, Dropleto is able to find that off the bounce, but named Chaotic, unfortunately, a pass is just not great. Gets sent right past two team members into the waiting arms of named Chaotic. He's going to convert immediately on that mistake, and that's a point for Polar Cortex.
Yep, right there. That was the Super Surge, just dashing in. It was saved, but still put the ball in such a difficult position that named Chaotic was able to capitalize. And now, we are seeing, before earlier sets, Boza was just getting these barriers super easily. Not the case anymore. We're seeing, I think, the Asher value kind of fall off. Dropleto is having a much harder time getting through the rune and the Finny, and they're not having as easy of a time getting the ball over to the enemy side. That being said, big KO. Named Chaotic down, stacks gone, and that's going to be both barriers right there. Perhaps a new win condition is opened up right here, as this is looking like a great Boza Bunch point.
Yeah, the corner offense looking very strong, but the Fool manages to thread the needle there on the clear. Now another opportunity, but the Juno blob is right there and waiting to deny any sort of shenanigans that the Fool wants to do. It's going to be an evened up set as Boza Bunch look to take back this set and take the game for themselves.
Yep, right here. I'm looking at A, no energy. Dropletto also no energy. Could it be targets? But it seems like neither of these teams are really like feasting for KOs. You know, last match we were watching a real couple KO heavy teams duke it out, but this match is definitely much tamer, much more control focused. A lot of energy burned, not a lot of energy to be seen, but that's going to be Polar sitting in a very comfortable position, able to get both barriers and almost get the goal. The defense from Bozo is good, but still no energy right here, looking to make something happen. And that's a big dash kill for Polar Cortex right here.
Yeah, it looked real good. The primary from the Fool immediately sending it into Name Chaotic. Name Chaotic able to find a second one as well. That is a strong point coming out of Polar Cortex. The energy reset, what little energy Bozo had, has now been sent even farther into the gutter. Name Chaotic just a few swings away from getting his flip. And from the conversions that we've seen so far, if given the opportunity, it can be quite devastating. 1 KO already going to be found.
Right, 1 KO. That does also mean stacks on drop has been reset. Everyone in the lobby has stacks. These KOs are going to be super meaningful. No energy for Name Chaotic here, but still barreling through this corner. Both barriers down. Merchant looking to get the ball forward, looking for any chance to make an offense. That's going to be flip burned. Now energy kind of reset across the board. Next flip coming up is Dropletto, but Bozo Bunch is going to have to suffer through this onslaught if they want to get any value out of it. Otherwise, the set's going to end right here, and it's going to be set 5. Tie game.
Yeah, that's scary. That is not a situation you want to be in. Oh, the banish is so scary, but it's able to be cleared away by Bozo Bunch. Grimella, though, not able to catch the rebound off the rune pillar. That's going to be a set 5 coming out here in game number 1. A going to take that credit, but the Fool going to have your first pick of draft.
Yeah, an unfortunate miss right there, but we are looking at second pick for Grimella. I'm looking at extra special on the Fool. That could be devastating for everything Bozo Bunch cares about. Inner focus, not too different. Still going to be a lot of CDR on every ability. Another stacking awakening. Not like they're going to be getting a KO on the Fool. It seems very unlikely, but that means extra special going to Grimella. Peak performance onto Name Chaotic in tandem with Bulk Up is very scary. Getting that third pick is a huge threat. Set 5x. Talked about set 3 earlier. Here, this guy is just a monstrous build. Bulk Up and peak performance alone are enough. He's dead. He is gone. He is not on the field anymore. Wow. Goodness.
Unfortunately, Stagger does not protect you against the wall, as sometimes the dash punch is just going to happen. Yeah, Polar Cortex immediately falling apart after that disastrous start. 1 point here for Bozo Bunch and a big point in set number 5 of this game.
Yeah, just an explosive start. We see the Fool, no energy. Almost got KO'd. That thing that I said wasn't going to happen, we almost watched happen. And obviously a lot of CDs burned for Bozo Bunch. Not quite able to happen now, but still, the threat of that KO coming out is very tangible, as we just saw. But here it is, the big finish. Able to be defended away. Dropletto coming back on the defense to help. Going to be getting a lot of value out of that.
Oh.
Has these primetime primaries to just stop any sort of onslaught and really help with the big finish. Still, though, that's going to be a nice shot from Name Chaotic. The net open, and Polar Cortex are going to be taking a point for themselves, tying up this game. It is back and forth here.
Yeah, I want to call out A there. What a beautiful banish on a Dropletto, preventing any sort of flip shenanigans from happening. Just what saved them on that defense. It's going to put Polar Cortex in a good position here. One barrier already going to go down in the hands of Name Chaotic. A second one, though, maybe coming out. No, going to be defended by the Fool. A going to maybe look for another opportunity. Name Chaotic very comfortable in the opponent's corner here, but look at Dropletto. So confident in his midfielder to get it to him. The dash punch comes through. The flips are going to be exchanged, but it's going to be the pillar that defends this final goalie barrier. Bandage comes down for now. Name Chaotic finally able to get the strike that sends it out, but it's going to be right back into the fray. Flip comes through. A now on defense is able to rotate back, but that pillar, it would bite him in the chin just a little bit. Name Chaotic. The dash forward sends it right into the net, and finally the X has come alive. We talk so much about the defensive core of Polar Cortex, But this is the brawler that these two have believed in this entire time, and right now he is delivering.
Yep, Name Chaotic right there had the space to get what he needed to, able to get the dribble, the dash in, and punish Boza Bunch's positioning. Great play. Now 1 point away from winning the game. Here, one barrier away from opening the net. Going to be very nice. A ton of damage coming in. Just the X special, but a big dash punch KO from Dropletto right there, shutting down A. And now Boza Bunch has almost all the control of the ball. Is just looking for an opportunity to get their offense going. Merchant coming in, not quite able to get it, but almost had the flip. Energy burn to evade the banish, and this could be it.
Yeah, it's going to be an open net. Those creations were just so overbearing. Dropletto trying to find the score here. It's going to be up to all members of Boza Bunch on the offense, but they cannot make it happen. It goes again into the hands of Name Chaotic on this monstrous X, and he sends it there. The unreactable 50-50 into the bottom side. Polar Cortex is going to be taking the first game of the series.
Yep, very well played from Polar Cortex. Took a little bit to get their bearings in that first set, but were able to get everything they needed, get a grip, and it's, I think, plain and simple, the X scaled. He showed up, was not abundantly valuable early on in the game, but once that bulk up came alive, that was it. It just able to mow through everything that Boza Bunch had, and again, Monu Finney doing a great job. Just every time it was on the barrier, it was a nightmare. For how defensive the team is, the Fool on Finney was able to get so much done on offense that it always felt like both teams were throwing these three-man offenses, but obviously the defense from Finney is a lot stronger than we can see out of Aluna, and it ended up giving them the edge in that match.
Yep, 100% agreed. I think that this Finney pick is incredibly strong. I think most people can agree on that, and just like you mentioned, the three-man offenses that we saw there on the final point, just the Rune Pillar and the Finney creation going down and just creating quite literally just an unwinnable situation. Nothing outside of like a Dubu barrier would have been able to save that. And I just want to draw attention to this 8+1 performance on Name Chaotic. Incredibly strong. Obviously, the Fool in A looked so good in the back line, and they were there to enable Name Chaotic when he needed it most, but he was the one to deliver. I think that the story that we're going to see out of Name Chaotic for this season is going to be something that's really, really interesting. I think that a lot of people kind of rated him probably at the lower end, if not the lowest ranked brawler in the entire league. But this is still a nasl brawler. This is still a brawler that the other two team members have invested in and really, really tried to kind of bring up. And I think that we are seeing that performance here. An 8+1 performance in nasl is nothing to scoff at. And if we continue to see that, Polar Cortex are going to be able to take some wins off of some veteran teams here.
Yeah, absolutely. In nasl, we've seen kind of a historic trend towards midfielders helping on offense, getting goals much more often, especially on picks like Estelle, Aimee, sometimes Vice. Like, those are picks that are able to help the brawler score. And, that's how you win. You want to put the ball in the net. And so seeing a big 8-1, it warms my heart. Kind of I can't say return to form. That's a different team, but kind of a Polar Cortex if you really think about it. And they move so well. Like you said, both A and the Fool have invested so much in Name Chaotic, and obviously he showed up, he delivered. I really appreciated how, like, everything that A did in that match. Obviously, the midfielder, something I've said before is that if they're doing a really good job, you don't notice as much what they're doing. I think that's what we really saw. It looked like the Fool was going crazy on defense. Name Chaotic was going and tearing it up on offense. And there was being the glue, if you will, just holding everything together. I think a big thing that A was doing that I really appreciated was every time Drop had the ball and was looking to make an attempt on the barriers, he always had a pillar to shut it down. And it was very effective about doing that, which made it difficult for Boza Bunch to get any sort of offense down, always getting interrupted, which is really hard to deal with. I think the Rune on paper should be very good into this team, and we just saw it right there in action. So we'll have to see how Bozo Bunch is going to react to that, what they're going to do. Could just pick it themselves, not deal with it. I don't think they would ban it, but I don't think it was like so overwhelming, but obviously it did really well into the team, so it got to be something that they have to respond to.
Yeah, I'm very curious as to what is prioritized into the upcoming draft. Obviously, I think it's shown now X, pretty big pick, just in general, but also between these two players in particular. It's named Chaotix like go-to secondary. Dropletto is quite literally known for his ability to pilot the character, and with how strong this pick is, it might be worth contesting. Obviously, I think that Merchant is kind of that ban magnet. You never want to see him on the Vice. It's just a tried and true eternal thing. It feels like that Vice is just a cut above everyone else's, but we'll see what both teams opt to go in for. Is actually is going to be an X ban coming out from Polar Cortex, just saying, all right, not going to deal with it. We don't want to be on the opposite end of what we just dished out to you. We're just going to give you that Vice and see what you can do.
Yeah, right now, I think X has been incredibly... He's been in the position where he's pick ban. If you're not first picking X, you better hope you're banning him. You better hope that there's not something you want to ban more, because nobody wants to deal with the X. And so, like you said, Puller realizing that they do not have the first pick, just not dealing with the X at all. But that means Vice is going through, and I think Vice is disgustingly broken on this map. Vice, it's so good. You are always in kind of that midfield space, always in the fray, always just churning out damage like butter. There's so much buttery damage all over your lobster, and it's so effective. And with how Merchant plays it, it's beautiful. I'm excited for this match. We're gonna see some vintage Merchant, and also Finiban not dealing with that. They've been banning Dubu, I think, every game in nasl so far. You'd have to double check, but Dubu, I don't think is that guy on this map. Definitely not that scary. So a Finiban, incredibly, especially after that last game, incredibly reasonable. And they have Merchant Vice. I like the Bozo draft. I'm excited.
Yeah, I wanted to point kind of attention to what you said earlier with the vintage Merchant. It really does feel like Merchant is a player from a different era of a Mega Striker. It's where we're kind of in the day where everyone picks everything and just plays what's strong in the meta, except Merchant. That guy picks Vice or Luna and just rolls with it. So I'm super excited. He's probably the only character specialist left as a starter in the North American Strikers League, and this is that specialization we're about to see in Demon Dice.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like he was playing 2026 Omega Strikers in 2023-24. Like, this guy is he's been on it since day one. So again, I'm strapped in, ready to see what this game can bring us. I'm super excited. And until then, well, we're loading. There's no until then. It's going to take like 10 seconds. Welcome to the filling space portion of the cast where we have nothing to talk about. I'm looking at Juliet. I'm looking at Vice. Like, I'm excited. We're getting into it right now. We're almost there. Aren't you excited?
Woo! Yeah! Omega Strikers! Woo! Yeah! Well, we're going to be here loading into the game in just a second. There they are, the emotes flying out. I'm a punch from Dropletto, and immediately starting a drive at downfield. Almost taken off the map to start, but we've got a corner offense going. We've got a corner offense done. We're now in the game proper.
So I'm noticing something, and that's not Merchant Vice. Am I stupid?
Whoa. Wait.
It seems like
they're blue team. Whoa.
It seems like Polar Cortex has the Vice and everything we were talking about. Not quite. Somewhere along the line, there was a little misinformation fruit. Took a little nibble. It was delectable. But here, Polar Cortex is kind of getting railed. The Vice is having some trouble getting it through. Able to get it out, but complete paradigm shift. This is a full Vice, which is also very impressive. I'm also excited. We still got the Merchant Luna, etc. And it's going to be putting it in the net right there. Boom.
Yeah, that was a bit of a cash money goal cha-ching there. Dropletto absolutely just dabbing it up to Merchant, getting a beautiful first goal of the game. Grimella, though, has flipped to make plays of his own. We'll see. Maybe Name Chaotic has something to say about that. Flip from Merchant, forced to be burned defensively. But oh no, 2 KOs have been found as both teams exchange that first KO.
Yeah, 2 big booms right there. Merchant getting taken out, and A also falling. Dropletto looking for anything, but here the shoes on the other toe as Polar is getting their offense, got both barriers down. Dropletto has no energy, could be a big threat. The Fool has a big flip. Name Chaotic forced to burn the flip. Merchant taking that right there, getting his one back. Name Chaotic doing some dribbling and taking the shot in the bottom, able to get it, and that's going to be an even score. Polar Cortex looking to bring it back after that first point, and kind of the story of their last game too. I think that they have much more fight with their team comp early on, with the Juliet, the Juno, both out of the box, nice characters, as opposed to Aimee, Luna, Rasmus, which are all characters that I think will do better later in the game. So we'll have to see if Bozo is going to be the one scaling this time, or if Polar Cortex is able to just take every chance they get and run away with it.
See this early game going to be pivotal for Bozo Bunch. It's right now the goal is going to be taken off the map. Merchant looking to maybe score himself, but not able to find it. Rest of his team there is going to back him up. Pendulum swing not going to connect in time. Merchant now awkwardly has to run back. So again, the triangle starts to form. The offense is once again begins. Cyber Swipe comes through. The flip, unfortunately, is going to miss. A now an opportunity to follow up on that mistake. Name Chaotic looking to march the court forward and maybe get some goalie barriers back for himself. As a Flame Flurry comes through, 1 KO going to be found, the pull goes away, now the flip's going to be burned. It's going to be an open net, but this is a little bit scary now as we get in overtime. Both teams, the ability to score instantly off of these teleports from the goalie. The stalling is perfect as well. Carmella able to rotate back and finally find some footing. His Name Chaotic, though, is able to find it. The signature feels like single dribble from Name Chaotic, causing so much chaos among the roster of Bozo Bunch. That's a second point going over to Polar Cortex.
Yep, he just he's able to get these over and over, I think in part because he's playing into Luna. And so Luna's not really a character that demands a lot of space outside of Rip and ult. And without abilities, something like a dash to cover the wide net, it's just been a very comfortable, like, I'm going to dribble and shoot where the Luna's not. And it just keeps working. On the other side, though, Bozo Bunch kind of roaring back to life. This frog's got fangs or something, as they're getting both barriers and looking to get their offense going. But I think they're just having trouble with that offense. They had the open net last point, but we're just not able to get it all together.
Yeah, I could agree with that much. And we'll see as Bozo Bunch once again on the defense. Looking to find any sort of value out of these Juno blobs, but I think struggling quite a bit to get a lot of range going on. Flip going to be burned here by the Fool on the defense. Unfortunately, not able to snipe away that final goalie barrier, but the Supernova is here. Just going to deal 2/3 of Gramella's HP bar very, very casually. Now might have to burn this Flip defensively. No, playing with fire here, and that fire is going to allow Bozo Bunch to cook a little bit. They're going to be the ones grabbing up the goal and evening out the set.
Yep, Merchant dashed in there. It did not hit anything as Core's bottom side, and then walked down and put it in, which is just... It warms my heart. You know, he's not on the Vice, still on the Luna, but I still stand by this guy just going absolutely crazy, as that's another 2 barriers. 1, 2 big booms right for the Bozo Bunch.
And now looking to respond, but that is no HP and no evade. Able to find 1 goalie barrier, but every second you stay up there is another second. But oh my god, Merchant almost finds the goal out of nowhere, but unfortunately doesn't get the strike that they need. The Fool now has to defend this against Dropletto, but that no stagger on the Rasmus doesn't actually mean anything. Gramella finds that snipe into the top side of the net, and it was looking finicky for both teams, but Bozo Bunch claws their way out of this one and grabs the first set.
Yep, very well played right there. And hey guys, welcome to, we could be looking at Deadeye Extra Special, big Luna win. It does mean we could see the bulk up deny not coming through. That means Name Chaotic picking up that bulk up. That's pretty scary. We saw what that guy was doing last game with bulk up, and you know, X and Julie are different characters. Shocker, I know, but still just able to get the range at which they can KO just blows up so significantly with that bulk up. So that's going to be a big pickup, a big give right there. But obviously, extra specialized training Luna is a threat, a real menace to be discussed. If nothing else, because it demands all of your energy. If you do not evade it, you are dead. You are dead, and you have no choice. you are gone. And so I think that gives the Boza Bunch a lot of leverage here in the energy economy.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So we'll see some of those Crater Makers fly out, but soon enough, Grimmel is going to be the one to focus on his own life. Merchant looking to play that second midfielder, not able to give Dropletto the perfect opportunity to score in this one. Dropletto now swing for the hills, not able to find anything though in this situation. Finds a little bit of stagger onto A, but the defense is going to be made here. The Juno Slimes are perfect to get that clear out.
Yep, and we're looking at Merchant, just one hit away from that flip, going to be getting it off the dash. Barrier going down, but that's a KO onto A, which means Grimella also close to a flip. None of Boza Bunch needs it. They're able to just get it through Dropletto, hitting a nice strike war. Big win right there, one on the board, and Boza Bunch are looking a lot more confident this game.
Yeah, and with these energy bars sort of ramping up for Polar Cortex, there is that specialized training, extra special, just saying that if you want to use flip, you're going to have to suffer for it, and there is the Fool just using it to get it out, because holding your flip against this team composition with these awakenings is just poor practice.
And here coming in, just a nice offense. See Merchant dashing up, just a huge push into that corner right there. Dropletto on the out clear, able to cover. No energy, no problem. Just going to be putting that one in. Bing, bang, boom. 22-second point. And again, Boza Bunch are just, they're rolling. They are looking very comfortable. They're looking in their element here. And if they're able to score this next point, get it done, then this could be a very quick game.
Yeah, and just that damage from the Luna onto A. Again, Juno, quite literally, the tankiest midfielder in the game, is struggling to keep that HP bar up against the onslaught of the Luna here. Chaotic is able to get one barrier off the flip, but there is no stagger for this poor Juliet now. Has to limp away to get the orb, but Core is still able to come to Chaotic. Merchant, though, a good strike to keep that defense going. 22 seconds into the round, and both teams already has so many narrow escapes here on the defense.
Yep, Grimella looking low, but that's going to be the last barrier found right there for Boza Bunch. Looking to get this offense going, force onto defense here. And again, Grimella, big threat, big low right here. As that's going to be a KO onto A, a KO onto Dropletto. Here all of a sudden, oh, Polar Cortex almost had a great opportunity right there, taking out Drop. But hey, that's the Imi midfield. He's going to be scoring for the Brawler when the Brawler's not there, and that's Boza Bunch going up 2-0 in sets right here. Dropletto has his pick, can take some size, dash awakening. We're seeing the Fool hover that heavy impact. It's going to be taken. Not going to be letting that through. Not going to be letting Vice get the big guitar of 1,000 points of damage. But explosive entrance, definitely not the same flavor of the. Different flavor of the same thing. Sorry, got a little tongue twisted. Stacks on Grimella I think is very interesting, especially after that last point. Looking a little low, but if these stacks can get up, I think that's kind of game. An Imi with enough speed to cover the whole map just kind of crushes every other midfielder. Seems like a very, very difficult matchup no matter who you are. So I think Boza Bunch picked up a lot of big awakenings. The Fool with explosive entrance is going to have to kind of carry in the damage department, which is tough because, again, like, you're going up against extra specialized Luna. Merchant is going to blow your nose off if you don't evade. So I don't know how they're going to compete in damage. We'll just have to see. They're killing Grimella. They're kind of competing in damage right now. Oh, boom.
And unfortunately, Imi able to serve that first pick to his Brawler on a silver platter, and unfortunately gets punished for it. Is going to be sent off onto the edge of the map. The Crater Maker, though, where did the Fool's health bar go? Just shot dead here in the streets. Dropletto gets the pressure going, but Grimel is the one to seal it away, I believe, with a Firewall Sentry. That's going to be another point, and Boza Bunch continue their dominance here on Demon Days.
Yep, 2 more points to even out the game count this series. They're looking very, very good right here. Very confident. We saw the Fool taking a big evade out of Dropletto. Has a little bit of that energy influence that Luna has. And oh my god, the specialized ult has devastated the Bozo bunch. There's nothing left. Merchant's gone. Gramella's next. Oh, and it's looking a bit like a polar sweep this point.
Yeah, absolutely thrown right into the ring of pain. Damn Chaotic, such good Flame Flurry to just get all the damage, recognizing what he could get away with right there, and that is going to be the play that puts Polar Cortex on the map. Name Chaotic actually able to take a Crater Maker right to the chin. Unfortunately, it won't mean too much. A goalie barrier is going to be lost.
Yeah. Name Chaotic in A, though, looking a little low. Able to tank the spec ult from Luna, but still struggling with all the rest of the damage Bozo Bunch is putting up. And now one barrier for Polar Cortex. Looking for their opportunity. There's all the energy burned. Big value. Big KO on A right there. And here another Bozo Bunch power play. And they have so much control this game. They are dominating the tempo, as that's going to be just a gorgeous pass back right there. Getting them another point, 1 point away from tying up the series.
Yeah, that's the play where you look at, you do that with your midfielder and you know you feel good. You're both smiling after that one. And that is going to propel Bozo Bunch into potentially game point here. Gramella is able to get one barrier, but at the cost of most of his HP bar. That isn't to say that the damage is just done quite yet. Both Polar Cortex and Bozo Bunch have a lot to dish out should the opportunity be given. We'll see, though, what comes forward here for this game.
Yep, that's going to be barriers down. That's going to be almost the goal right there. Dropletto has this flip. Gramella is still half HP. Flip burned. Name Chaotic forcing it out with the Spec Julie ult. Hook going wide does not matter. A nice dribble into the corner is going to be sealing it out. Dropletto in the 1v1. Able to get his one over the Fool and take Bozo to a 1-1 in game count. Total. Big win for the Bozo Bunch. That's got to be very nice after being so close last game, getting the win, tying up the series. You know, ready to go to game 3, feeling refreshed. I think Polar there were looking a little deflated by the end, just struggling to deal with everything. But Bozo Bunch just had so much over them. They had the damage, they had the control, they had the offense. Like that, it was incredibly difficult to play into. But Polar Cortex, I think very well known as a team with a pretty strong mental, able to weather the storm. So I think both teams going into game 3 got to be feeling pretty okay. It's going to be close. Again, just back and forth here. Both these teams, we've got ourselves a good one.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Bozo Bunch of firing back after a close game 1 loss. I think that even though no one put up the same kind of impressive numbers that Name Chaotic put up in game 1, I think there was still a lot of cohesion. It felt like everyone was kind of playing everything. Gramella and Merchant holding down the backline, but just being able to pop up forward and assist Dropletto on the drop of a hat, I think put a lot of pressure on the Fool that we didn't see like the direct effects of, but I think that mental sack really made it hard for the Fool to fully focus on his game plan. I feel like we didn't see a lot of aggression that we've come to usually see from the Vice with those teleports forward, with that damage coming up, with those charged Supernova. It didn't feel like we saw a huge presence of that Vice, despite it being a fantastic map for her.
Yeah, Bozo just had so much control that the Fool never had these opportunities to push up. And then we're talking about the story of every eject goalie where you pick it because of its offensive potential, not an outstanding defensive pick. And so once you are forced onto defense all the time, you just you have to sit there and watch as you bleed out. You don't have the tools to defend against, especially a 3-man offense. You know, eject mirrors. If one team gets the edge, it is so much harder for the other team to get any sort of purchase. They're just fighting like we're talking uphill battle, but it's a steep incline, 90-degree kind of thing. 89. We'll be generous.
Right.
And so like how do you come back from that? It takes a lot. But I don't think we'll be seeing many eject goalie. Well, hello Merchant. We'll be seeing some eject out of that guy, but welcome to Taiko Temple, where we're banning I almost said banning the Bozo. We're banning the Dubu this stupid bozo and banning the Vice, not letting any of that through. The goalie picks are being targeted, but Boza Bunch on that first pick X. It's Tycho. It is not a massive map. X just excels in these corner maps where you just get to do 8 million damage in the corner and you just get to, devastate small nations right there. And obviously Dropletto, the X guy, big X guy, is going to be having a lot of motion there. Although I think the draft might be flipped like last game because what was it? I don't know. No. Bozo Bandubu. I'm just making things up. I saw the Asher pick. That is the full Asher. I was thinking, oh, maybe that's Dropletto and he's picking Asher Brawler. Like, I don't think Name Chaotic would pick that. They'd pick the Julie. I don't know if I've ever seen him play Asher. It's the full on Asher. Again, sit. Don't get too excited, guys. Sit down. The Asher goalie is here for another riveting game of Omega Strikers on Tycho Temple. But they're the Boza Bunch rounding out their draft. X, Luna, Aimee, looking pretty par for the course. And we have to see what brawler pick Polar Cortex is going to be rounding off their stuff. Whoa. Whoa. Maybe it is the Asher forward.
I'm waiting for the stream on my end to catch up so I can see the 6 pick. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Oh, you're gonna be excited.
The Atlas. It is that Name Chaotic Asher, which I think is going to be interesting. Making its way over to the debut stage. Not something that we see picked a lot from the player, but we are in 2016 in Omega Strikers. Brawlers do play anything, and I mean, the thing that differentiates the goods from the greats in the brawler role is the ability to think a bit and pick what you feel is right. So we'll see what comes of it. I think the player to be watching this game obviously is going to be the drop. I think my camera just died. Did my camera just fall over?
I think it did. I think I watched the stream replay back at real time. You calmed your camera death for me. That was awesome.
Wait. Yeah, I got hit. Well, I was about to talk some smack here on a Dropletto, but I think he just hit me from another dimension right there. That's the swings, right? And I think that this is Dropletto's character in X's meta on a map that super duper favors him. This is like X turbo nuclear charge to the moon times 5,000. If you are a Dropletto fan, if you're a Bozo Bunch fan, if you're a Gwunder Fortnite God 2016 fan, this is going to be your match to watch, because I feel like the Tarot has come out and the card reveals death, and in the little interpreter's manual for the Tarot cards, it actually says we're gonna kill a Name Chaotic in the Fool specifically because this was just gonna happen.
It just had to be, and it's peel those eyes. Fortnite God 2016. Welcome back to 2016, by the way. Is going to be a big showing here. Get your tickets. Did you hear about that ape? Anyway, and we're gonna be seeing, like you said, Name Chaotic on the Asher. I'm excited. It's Julie too. It's a different flavor of Julie. We're just Juliet too. But we've got creations. We've got a little bit more stuffing potential in that primary. Not so much on the dash and the punch. The 2-hit boom bam combo. It's more of a one button fixes all. But this is also the Atlas. I made like a whole lot of noises about the Atlas and how shocked I was because I got confused a little bit. My expectations shattered. Just completely different thing going on. But I do think the Atlas is incredibly relevant into an Aimee Luna comp. We're going to be doing a lot of healing. We're going to be working to save #save Name Chaotic, because right now I think he's a big slow Asher, which is a giant target. If there's to be some sort of large crater maker type beat going on. Yep, and just like frame 1, Name Chaotic is getting bonked. Like he is in danger. I think Name Chaotic is just, again, Asher, easy target, is going to need these reses to get any value. Otherwise, it's going to be a pretty tough day. That being said, both barriers down. Great play in the corner by Name Chaotic. Boom. It's going to be Bozo Bunch having to defend against this Asher all game, who's just sharking Merchant just They told him. They sat down and said, buddy, you're picking the big character. You were going to sit on the Luna. There's going to be no value to be had on that Luna. Get to it. Get to it. Glue yourself to that man.
He's literally just following him. I saw for a moment just basically echoing exactly what Merchant was doing on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, not going to mean too much. The ball never going to really go over to his side of the field. Grimella and Dropletto looking clean here on the offense, able to get the first point in the game.
Yeah, Name Chaotic. We saw the one time that Merchant was able to get a dash, able to get past Name Chaotic. They got the second barrier. Like, Name Chaotic, welcome to Dirty Jobs. This guy's gonna have to roll up his sleeves and just go absolutely super loser mode. No fun to be had for anyone. Hit on the Luna, or else the Merchant's just going to be. I think the difference maker this game. We were talking about the Dropletto X, and we have to wait a few sets. So X set 1, not a guy. He's something else entirely. But Name Chaotic is gonna have just a really rough time. Again, if he's able to shut out Merchant's value, I think that is so incredibly valuable for Polar Cortex. If we don't see that, I don't know. It's gonna be a Merchant masterclass.
100% agree on it. And there it is. Name Chaotic not able to walk to the other side of the map just quite yet, and Merchant immediately capitalizes, able to get the alley-oop over to his midfielder, even preserves his own flip in the process as well. This is looking really good for Bozobunch in set number 1.
Yeah, especially when you consider that this is set 1X winning. Which, you know, the philosophy of the character is to not do that. Is to take a couple L's so that you can come back stronger, etc. Losing to an X early feels terrible. And I do think that the Asher is very similar to X. You know, all brawlers are the same. All brawlers are the same. They all take 30 sets to come online. They all get 500 greasy, disgusting awakenings, and then they go turbo glizzy mode on the beat drop. And until we see that from Name Chaotic, who is again just a big slow Asher, it's just gonna be rough. This is looking like a bozo sweep.
Yep, can't agree more right now. Things are looking really good. Dropletto trying to preserve his flip for the end of this point here. Vanish does come through. There's going to be a good bit of damage. Name Chaotic now rotating and maybe get that kill sorted. Just not going to happen. The tempo swing going to allow Dropletto to heal up nicely. Flip as well going to come through. The flips are going to be exchanged, but the Fool able to strike strong and send the core out of there. But the onslaught not over it yet. Grimella still has a flip of his own. Name Chaotic going to want to look to answer. The strike board comes through. It's going to be an open net for both teams. The strike shot is perfect as well. And Name Chaotic an opportunity, but just going to be a little bit too patient. And just like that, the opportunity slips away. The Bozobunch is going to be grabbing up set number 1. And now this X, I mean, the stars are aligning. Jupiter is speaking to me right now, and it's telling me that X is going to kill people. It is looking absolutely cosmic right now, what Dropletto is set up to do.
And Mercury is inside of me, and it's whispering things like, "It's gonna be a massacre." And as long as we get all the 500 Atlas abilities out and the strike shot, it's gonna be easy. Speaking of though, we saw a big extra special pick for Grimella right here. Gonna be turret on kickoff every single point, but that leaves twin drive for the Fool. That's pretty scary. I do think that Bozobunch has been pretty comfortable on offense. I think Polar Cortex has not had their incredible defensive showing. They did have an incredible offensive showing right there. Oh my god.
Damn, that was 5 seconds. Sometimes that just happens. It feels like Merchant might have slipped up a little bit, and immediately capitalized on that, and then not too much long after Name Chaotic was there to seal the deal. Looking good here for Polar Cortex to start off the set, but immediately they're going to be sent right back on here onto the back foot in this defense.
Yep, very well played by Bozo on that kickoff right there. Able to get one barrier by rotating the ball to Dropletto, who was covering the out clear. And they have the corner offense going right here. Doing a little bit of a rotation, and boom, Merchant's in there, able to get that second barrier. And this team is flowing like water. Something Dropletto, and he's looking to get his opportunity to score here. But Polar Cortex has the defense right there. A flip burned, unfortunately not going to be able to get anything. Merchant with a flip of his own. And it seems like Polar Cortex is just looking for an opportunity. They're just looking for their chance. They're just kind of playing it slow. And I think that was their chance going right there.
Yeah, that slow Asher, like you mentioned earlier, just a sitting duck for all the damage that Bozo Bunch are able to put out. The goal follows not too long after. Dropletto able to put it in. Again, even though he is the lowest level on Bozo Bunch's team, he is the biggest threat currently. Flip going to be burned by the Fool instantly. The Flip now going to come through for Dropletto. The barrier beam, though, Asher on her side of the map is able to pull out that defense no matter the situation, but it's just not going to be enough. Dropletto again finds his hand on the court and finds all too easy goals for the Bozo Bunch. They're going to be up 2-1.
Yeah, we're seeing just the X kind of maul everything that he comes in contact with. I thought the twin drive was going to be pretty significant on the Atlas, but I don't know, because Drops is getting these kills, he's getting the barriers. The barriers are really coming down quickly for Polar Cortex, which is a problem because on this Atlas, this melee pick, the barriers are so important to keep up. Just very difficult on the open net compared to when the barriers are up. So these slower goalie picks really want to have those barriers up. If they're not up, then it's trouble. See, that was good. That was a good hold. That is exactly why you picked the Atlas. But like it's onslaught after onslaught. It's like 10 trucks against something small and pathetic. And it's just I don't want to like be specific, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what
it's
you mean.
There's a little bit of roadkill on the floor here, and I think they need something big to kind of bring their game together, because right now it's tough. It's really tough here.
Yeah, it's looking super duper tough. Name Chaotic just never has the opportunity to get the ball rolling, and even though the Fool and A are holding incredibly valiantly right now, it does not mean anything if that core does not go into the enemy net. Finally, though, it does open up, but again, you still have to defend against the onslaught here of Bozo Bunch. The Fool now looking to defend away. The secondary blown out of nowhere, and before he could even react, the Crater Maker from Luna just pushes him away. That's got to be a heartbreaker of a set for Polar Cortex. And again, Dropletto going to be walking into the third set with style. Going to be able to pick whatever he wants from this draft.
Yeah, we saw right there Dropletto doing the Name Chaotic setup. He got a dribble, he ripped his dash, big core speed coming in, getting it, and taking the peak performance. Just Stagger Awakenings on X, more speed on X, did not take the Glass Cannon, only one to not take it, has the Tempo Swing instead. More Stagger with this Tempo Swing means more damage coming out from this X. And I mean, we all saw what happened last set. Like, we're watching the same game. The words "more damage" coming out of my mouth for X is kind of the nail in the coffin for Polar Cortex. They need a miracle. They need this prizefighter Asher to like explode, and not in the way that he has been, but like devastate the masses. We did see a hotshot pickup for the Fool. I think that's really significant. Again, I think the core speed could do really well into Luna, who just does not have a lot of options into it. But if they keep getting run over, I don't know. This is a very precarious situation. It is do or die for Polar Cortex right here. They were able to take game one. They have been able to make it this far, but they need to make something happen this set or it's curtains.
Yep. Could not agree more myself. There have been situations where Name Chaotic has been able to convert, but those opportunities have been so few and far between. There's one right there in order to open up the net. Dropletto, though, going to look to swing back. The flip coming up soon. Going to be backed up by the midfielders as well. Name Chaotic going to be limping away. Going to be punched right into the drum, and bada pink Oh! What a play from A and no one else in that situation. That was phenomenal. And hey, the drum giveth, the drum taketh. That's just the song of Taiko Temple.
Yeah, I watched it on the replay. It was all A who put a pillar right up into where Grimella was setting the core. Just like an unfathomably unlucky bounce for Grimella being able to hit the core. But A, if you're A, that's the miracle you're looking for. You get that and you're rubbing your hands together. That's a big one. Unfortunately, the good times did not last very long, as that's going to be another point for the Bozo Bunch. But it's still just if I'm Polar Cortex, I'm tucking that one away. That's, you know, in the movies about war where they pull out their wallet and look at a picture of their family. I'm Polar Cortex, and it's a picture of that bounce, and that's what's keeping me going. This is what we're fighting for.
Yep. Yeah, it's the play leading up to the base drop, but as of right now, nothing is happening too well for Polar Cortex. Name Chaotic, maybe an opportunity, but the Asher is just too slow and not able to react to these opportunities that come up for her, which means that Dropletto is just going to be able to just swing away. There it is. That's the X damage that we've come to expect out of this late game build. Okay, now going to be removed from the play. Grimella here has the flip in order to confirm whatever point he likes. Not going to use it, though, which maybe going to buy a little bit of an opportunity here. No, the defense from Polar Cortex is going to hold for now. We'll see, though, because possession's still solidly into the hands of Bozo Bunch. That Cranium Maker is going to come through, but again, the Fool and A are able to hold with their Brawler's assistance. Overtime now going to come through. The Banish is there, but it really feels like it does more harm than good. A good barrier beam is actually going to take out Dropletto, but it's all for naught. That flip from Grimella. Chekhov's gun finally triggers. It's going to be sent right into the top side of the map, and things were looking good for Polar Cortex, but it was just yoinked right from under their feet. Bozo Bunch a point away from closing out the series.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally, just their whole flow was shut down in an instant. They did take Dropletto's Rampage stacks, which is not insignificant, but still, to be so close, that point was looking like a big turnaround. I was revving up to say this is the Polar Cortex that we're familiar with. The defense was super clean, and I think overall at this point too, they're looking pretty confident, able to hold right here. And the longer the points go, I think the more favored they are for Polar Cortex, who just needs to get their one on the Luna. But if that doesn't happen, Dropletto close to a flip. This could be the last point of the entire series right here. They are one open net away from getting it done.
Yeah, all members on Bozo Bunch on defense. Ooh, the flick from Dropletto. Tried to trick shot it to close out the series, but it's not going to happen. Grimella now going to be staggered, sent off the map. An opportunity maybe after all of this time for Polar Cortex, but the stall is going to be there. Merchant trying to snipe away the point yet again. This entire situation hangs on a razor's edge. It'll be up to Bozo Bunch to finally sever the final hope that Polar has. Looking to maybe start a corner offense. The defense is going to be there, though. The Firewall Sentry makes sure that no corner offense can start today. The flip now going to have to be burned by the Fool. All the cooldowns now going to be burned from this Atlas. It's going to be up to A to pull something out miraculous. The Banish is clean. Name Chaotic, maybe an opportunity, and there it is, an open net. Polar Cortex really have to make play now. It's looking good for Asher, but it's not going to be enough. Grimella trying to snipe away with the primary, the core speed on overtime. So scary. It's going to be Dropletto trying to get possession of the core. Merchant sending it forward. It's going to go into the hands of the Fool. The Glitch Pop is going to be there. The Bell Ringer not going to be enough. Grimella again finds that Firewall Sentry. The extra special IME, such a pain for Polar Cortex. Again, Merchant an opportunity, but no, this flip is going to go awry, and even though Polar Cortex have had so many things burned, it's not going to find its way into the net. A has to find something good here, but it's just not happening for them. And the pressure is building. The Rune Pillar is going to go through there. Grimella is able to find the Strike War, and Name Chaotic, finally, a sigh of relief for everyone involved, is able to put the point away, is able to put the is able to put the core into the net. But even after all that happened, it's still not the end of the set. They've still got a lot of pressure to work it out here.
Yeah, it is do or die for Polar Cortex right there, and they're definitely not choosing to die. They are putting up a great fight. I think the tone of that point was so different. And look, Name Chaotic is starting to move a little differently too. Has this flip. That's gonna be both barriers, and they are so close to getting it. Almost able to put it in right there. Still, they have the ball. The Fool has this flip. The Fool was just doing an exceptional job. And that's going to be one set for Polar Cortex right here. It all starts with the trickle, and all of a sudden, from we're on series point to we're back in the mix, Polar Cortex, I think, can breathe a sigh of relief. It's not over. They still have a lot of work to do, but it's not over yet.
Just looking at this draft, Timeless Creator on A is going to be that surge you need, especially on Tycho Temple with how claustrophobic it can get. those rune pillars are going to be a massive problem. But X gets size, X gets stinger, X could get whatever he wants, and this is still set for X. Dropletto is a storm that is here and is only going to get worse. The pickups from the side of Polar Cortex are solid, but will it be enough to bring them out of the woods?
Yeah, the stinger is going to be a real pain point for Polar Cortex here. But we also saw a big deny from Grimella, the bulk up, not letting it go to Named Chaotic, who's, again, just getting mauled. I think if the Stagger Awakening were able to get to Named Chaotic, it'd be pretty significant. It'd make the Bozo Bunch, we're just going to kill Named Chaotic win condition a lot harder to pull off. That's going to be a big deny. Still has size, which is, like, really tough to deal with. It's just going to run over the Merchant on defense. But again, they have the tools now. I think before they were scraping by with just like less than the bare minimum. Here, Polar Cortex has the tools to get the game in their realm, like in their realm at all. They are still fighting against this Goliath X, this absolute Titan monster, disgusting freak character, being piloted by Dropletto, who has a big flip, could make something. Sorry. And this is their chance. It's not over. They still have to fight so hard if they want to make it out. But they are.
Oh my gosh.
And that's the thing, is that they are.
Oh my gosh. Merchant just not making it easy, though. It looked like a break finally came for Polar Cortex, but that missile was able to snipe it away. The banish is perfect to prevent that strike war opportunity from Dropletto. But it's not out of the woods just yet. Named Chaotic is able to get some good damage, find that final goalie barrier to open up the net. The 50-50 flip is there, and there it is. Named Chaotic able to get that point in from downtown. The pass is going to be there, and Polar Cortex are looking to recollect themselves after a tough early game.
Yeah, incredibly tough. But this, I can say very confidently, is the Polar Cortex that I'm familiar with. They are looking so sure of themselves. Their gameplay is on lock. That is a Merchant special, Merchant Blast, if you will. Going to be taking that second barrier. But Named Chaotic, I think, started this at level 5 or like level 7. Something. Now level 9, catching up, getting to the big leagues. And I think that's a big indicator for how this game is going for the team. Named Chaotic able to get into the plays and able to get what he needs to get going. And I think that he's having a much easier time scoring on Merchant than Dropletto is on the Fool.
Yeah, and these offenses from Named Chaotic are getting a little bit scarier. Named Chaotic unfortunately going to walk a little bit into the turret, a little bit too much to pay attention to there. Grimella trying to snipe the point away is actually able to do so off the cyber swipe on the IME. Able to get a point. Maybe Bozo Bunch able to recollect themselves and end the comeback before it gets a little too explosive for their liking.
Yeah, we've been talking about Polar Cortex most of the game, but if I'm Bozo Bunch, get a little nervous, right? This game looked so in the bag, and now that it's evening out, like you've got to want to nip it in the bud as fast as possible. Now, again, it all starts with a trickle, and if you let the water start flowing, you might not be able to stop it. That is, though, one big KO onto Named Chaotic. Prizefighter stacks taken away, which is pretty significant, and had an opportunity to get KOs there. Big flip coming out from Merchant, canceled, shut out by the Fool, and Polar Cortex all of a sudden is looking like they're back this point.
Yeah, things are looking on the up and up. The banish comes through. Named Chaotic in a 2v1. The strike board just not there. But maybe an opportunity. No cooldowns to confirm this corner offense. It feels like Grimella as well has rotated back to just assist Merchant in full. Just going to be relying on Dropletto to carry some of those offenses if it gets to him. Overtime now going to be here. X Maximus barely not big enough. This could be it for Polar Cortex, but no, Dropletto has the flip. It's going to be a 1v1. It's going to go the way of Dropletto, the whipped flip. I think stopped my heart there for a little bit, but Dropletto able to secure it, and again, Bozo Bunch are going to find themselves on series point.
But we call that the space-making flip, which is to say, I'm coping, but still big shot right there. Dropletto able to capitalize on the opportunity created right there. Back to series point. We are back to this is it for Polar Cortex. They have to make something happen the next 2 points. and then they go to set 5, and then it's not even over. Meanwhile, Boza Bunch probably feeling a little bit more comfortable, but still, it is tense. They cannot give anything to Polar Cortex lest they completely blow everything up that they have right here. And they have something very nice that they definitely do not want to give away, which is 1 point away from a big series win, bringing them 2-1. Right here, open net, low health bars. This could be it.
Yeah, things are looking very tough for Polar Cortex right now. A is going to be knocked away, low HP. The entire onslaught of Bozo Bunch showed up for that, but the Fool still holds and importantly preserves his flip. Drop Leto just holding it with his axe. Merchant, though, a massive choke. This could actually be a huge opportunity for Polar Cortex if they're able to get it. The 2v1 is going to be here, and yeah, it goes right past Merchant. And oh no, Merchant choking in an absolutely critical moment means that Polar Cortex again have a chance to bring us to set 5.
That was cataclysmic for the Bozo Bunch. You've got to be feeling a little nervous. That's the inch that you've given them, and now they have the opportunity. Big flip, saving both barriers for Polar Cortex here. The Fool making a boss call right there. Grimella doing the same, cashing out, not letting these barriers go down. Name Chaotic going for it all, though. Not quite able to make it. A big and greedy play, but definitely not unwarranted. That could have been a game winner if Bozo Bunch was not just a little bit more careful. But still, these barriers, that's one refusing to go down. The Fool is getting X'd right now, and this could be their win condition. That's both barriers down. They are looking to take out the Fool and deny. Oh, that's a giant banish, though, and Name Chaotic able to save it. The Fool is down, but Bozo Bunch has still not put it in yet. It is A against the world right now.
Yeah, and he has to make it happen or the dreams die. And there it is. The 1v3 strike defense happens. Is going to buy the Fool enough time, but it's not going to be enough. The secondary from the Fool is just a millisecond too late. And Grimella and crew can sigh a breath of relief. It really felt like something was coming, but finally the bud was nipped before the comeback could happen. A playing phenomenally, Name Chaotic finding his opportunity to shine, but it just wasn't enough. Bozo Bunch are going to be taking their much-needed series win and ending the first third of nasl 2-1.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bozo Bunch able to seal it out in the end. We're talking the slimmest of margins on that goal right there, but that's going to be them stamping out the underdogs. Unfortunate to see for Polar fans or hype beasts alike. That was almost such a big comeback for Polar Cortex, but Bozo Bunch, like you said, going to be going up 2-1. Got to be sitting very, very comfy. Not, if you believe it, not many teams 2-1 right now. So taking the upper half of the leaderboard, it's got to feel really nice. Polar Cortex 0-3, unfortunately going to be taking 10th place on the leaderboard right now, and I think that feels bad if I'm incredibly profound and deep right now. But I think that Polar Cortex does not necessarily deserve to be 0-3. They are not a team that is 0-3, and they're not a team that I think will continue to be 0 anything for much longer, especially with this series right here. I'll be honest, you mentioned earlier that some people were doubting Name Chaotic. Hello, I'm one of those people. I've doubted Name Chaotic. Like, in no uncertain terms, I was not a believer. But watching that series, especially that first game and how he came alive in that last game, oh my god. And I've always been a big believer in A and the Fool. I think they're both immaculate players. You saw what the Fool was doing out there. I saw it. We all saw it. Just nightmare crazy stuff. And I think that Name Chaotic is really, really coming into his own as a nasl brawler here. I think the team is doing a little bit of scaling, you know, all those things that you say about a new coming team. But I really believe in this team. I think that they can get some wins. I do not think the leaderboard is telling the full story. And I'm really excited to see more of their games because all of their games are so exciting. They're just so gripping to watch. Again, we all saw what just happened. I was on the edge of my seat. I'm sad that it's over. I want more.
Yeah, 100%.
So, yeah, we'll of course, we're going to a week break. We will not be getting some more Polar Cortex action until a little bit. We got a little bit, but I think this is a team to look forward to watching, especially just their growth over the season. I think it kind of sucks to sit here and say, like, guys, you just wait until later, but really, I think that they are tangibly improving, and I'm looking forward to seeing their big first win. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be in the chat. I'm going to be popping off. Until then, though, fortunately, it is a Boza Bunch win. Who'd root for those guys? Am I right? And so that's gonna be the last series of nasl. Unfortunately, also I forgot it is a death battle. Polar Cortex. We are going to be killing them. We got drop on X in the back. I don't make the rules. It's gonna be tough. We're gonna have to figure out where the roster goes from there. But that being said, I think that's it from me. Brickbat. Any last words? Not
Yeah, I
unlike
think
Polar Cortex.
I think you summed it up perfectly. Once Polar Cortex survives their execution, they're going to come back stronger than ever. I mean, what one series does to a single player, we saw it with Wii in the previous season. We saw it with Milkman. We saw it with Zaxmack, right? Players that were considered very mediocre and maybe even undeserving of their spot coming into the season, but looking phenomenal and absolutely earning their place halfway or even earlier than that into the season. So there's nothing but growth that is possible for Polar Cortex, and I'm super excited because I think one day it'll come together. And we were talking about, like, this is the stars aligned X, right? Like, this is like drop Leto on his most powerful pick in his most powerful meta that we've seen in such a long time, and it still looked like something that Polar Cortex were able to contain. So there's just so much potential in this team, and I can't wait to see what they do later.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm strapped in. I'm ready to see how the rest of the season goes. It's been a very exciting season. So obviously, this is the first third. We've got not a lot. No, we have. Sorry, I'm exploding. First third, we've got 6 weeks left. There's a lot of room to make things happen, and so the standings that we have now might shake up later. We have actually a big announcement, not that big of an announcement. We've got Drop Leto, who was on the pre-show and has now won his series and is going to be on the post-show. The Triple Crown has been achieved. I believe last week was casted as well. The Quadruple Crown has been achieved. I believe the first time it ever happened was last week with Vaughn. So Drop Leto following suit. Got some Denver land synergy going on right there. Big win for Drop Leto right there. Boza Bunch continues to be on top. Anyway, that's all. I've run out of jokes. I've got no more funny. I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'm gonna go watch the post show. That's it. Don't go home, but I'm going home. We're done.
Farewell.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Strikers League Season 7, Week 3 post-show. It's your co-hosts, Vaughn and the Fool, and we're joined by Dropletto, 3Z, and Weston. Had to double check. Let's hear how we're doing, fellas.
Dude,
Weston,
look at-
let's
I got
start with
ice
you,
cream
I guess.
sandwich.
All right, I'll start. Feeling very good. First win. Feels like a long time ago, but it was really fun, and I feel great.
W first win.
That's facts. And
Go Dogs.
hold on, you keep it on.
I keep it on?
Yeah. Let's send it over to Dropletto. Dropletto, how do you feel about that close game 3?
I will say I'm glad we had a good series because someone didn't lock Era, which means instantly quality games of Omega Strikers were played. Very happy with that.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Now let's go over to 3Z Breezy. This is a big win for 3Z Day, taking down RTF and storming back to a second place after dropping their first week. 3Z, how do you feel about your Bombardiers' growth as a team this season?
Well, I'm really happy with it. Obviously, I wasn't happy with how our first week went, but Rat Pack, that's tough competition. And they definitely made us play our best in our next 2 games. Demon Time was tough, but hey, I'm always ready for Gumi. I always show up against that guy. I'm never afraid. And our team is we're not afraid. We're not afraid of anyone. We're coming to play every week, and this week, game 1, we didn't set ourselves up for success with our draft, but games 2 and 3, we did. We put ourselves in a position to win, and when we do that, anything is possible for our team. So I'm really happy with how my teammates have been playing. Obviously, Shape, Mr. Stealth Rock with the role swap. Yeah, just super happy with it. W Luke as well.
W3Z Breezy. All right, now you take over. Oh, it's my turn? Okay. As the resident 0-3 team of the season, feeling pretty good, honestly, the games were really good. I felt pretty good about the situation. Didn't do too poorly or anything. So we're improving. We're getting there. First nasl win, at least game this season. Yeah, pretty good.
Growth mindset.
Wait, my team? Damn it.
Yeah, you're the first loss, Dropletto. Dropping a game on Gates. No good.
First to Era, now to the,
You
Yep.
guys just keep beating up on the rookies.
Yeah, it's a series of firsts for Dropletto here against Polar Cortex. Anyways, I have to ask the question now, and so the question I'm going to ask is, will Polar go 0-9 this season? You decide. What do you think? Go down the line, team.
First line 3Z.
Right. Bastard. Will Polar go 0-9? No, you're not going 0-9. If Namecotic slides in my DMs and I give him some coaching, you guys are definitely picking up at least a win. Regardless, though, you guys are picking up a win. I can feel it. It's
Hell
coming.
yeah. I like the faith. All right, Dropletto, you're next.
I just want to say, if it was last week, I would have been like, oh, hell no. They're going to pick Era. But today, we saw Arrows open all 3 games, and not a single time she was locked in, which means we have learned and grown as people, which means we're not going 0-9. Let's go Polar Cortex.
Massive W. Type some exclamation point eras in the chat. All right, Weston, how about you?
Yeah, I think you guys are growing. I think you'll win a game somewhere, and like the logo, the storm, it builds up. So you guys will get stronger as you go. You can do it.
Hell yeah. I appreciate the confidence. All right, I'm going to pass it over to my co-host.
All right, guys, that was the post show. I hope you
Wait, well,
enjoyed
what do you
it.
think? Is Polar going 0-9?
Are they going 0-9? What do you think? Are you going 0-9?
I'm trying.
Okay. Well, he got the power up. He got the power up at the Vaughn setup. So he's gonna carry that forward and he's gonna get it done. And so we're gonna go at IRL Max. So we're done. And that was it. Tune in next week for some nasl. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Is that it? We're done?
Yeah, it is.
I
we're
guess-
done.
yeah, I guess
We're done.
that's-
I'm out of here. We're phoning it
That's a
in
wrap,
this week,
guys.
Saya. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Wait, they can still hear you.
Like on message block?
Yeah, I think so.
like right now to this day.
Yeah, well, I don't know why that's
We're
occurring.
speaking from space.
Okay, well, hello, Bestie and Slot. If any of the Uber players are in chat right now, I got Fortnite God 2016. May not win a single draft game, but I think it's just OS.
Shout out to my mom. My mom is watching me in the chat.
Goodbye for real.
Love you, Mom.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!